A very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Kimbolton, to Hunt's Kart Racing Club for the final day of Event 7 of this year's Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Today is the day we will find our first British champion in karting for 2025. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box, overlooking the start line once again, is Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, we had a great day yesterday, some very exciting racing with purple sectors in the building as well, helping along. But the ante really steps up a notch today across all of our categories, whether it's a championship decider or not. The run-in is now properly in force.
Absolutely is. Of course, we didn't see the KZ2's race yesterday. They only had qualifying, but today is their final round. By the end of our heats and finals later on this afternoon, we will have a KZ2 champion. And for our IAME classes, this is a different setup this weekend. Typically, we see a double-header weekend where drivers have two full, completely separate day of racing. Here, though, this weekend at Kimbolton, it's only one race weekend set up. They only have that one final around this circuit. So, talking of circuit, length 989.5 metres, so just under a kilometre in length. Quite a short track that consists of 12 turns, 3 feet in elevation change, so actually quite a flat circuit. And a circuit with rich and very long history, was established all the way back in 1959. Has a bit of an American War history background, does this track, that today is going to be under some beaming sun because the weather in mid-August now has graced us. About 25, 26 degrees I think we can expect. Scattered clouds out there, different from what we saw at previous rounds. And no rain is going to be with us, Andrew.
No rain at all. Heat wave number 4 of this British summer is upon us. We're not alone. Me and Nicole on the broadcast for you today, out there getting all of the stories around this championship finale for KZ2 and the latest round for the IAME KZ2 in water swift categories is Piers Prior. Let's head down to him now and say good morning to you, Mr. Prior.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'll be down here once again in Paddock and Park Fermé area, and also doing our grid walks, which will be out on the start-finish straight, giving us an extra special feel to today's racing. Today we will, as Andrew mentioned, be crowning a KZ2 champion in the Wera British Kart Championships. They're just gridding up now for their first heat, so stick around for that. That's coming up in the next few minutes. It is, I can confirm, scorchio down here already, 10:44 a.m. Temperatures must be in the mid-20s already. Tyre wear, I'm almost certain, is going to come into play today. The tyres don't tend to like the heat, and especially at an abrasive circuit here that we have at Kimbolton. Fairly average high speed, a lot of long corners. That's going to be a skill for the drivers and teams to work with, not only pace on circuit, but managing those tyres right to the end of the longer finals we've got coming up later on. One set of heats coming up this morning, and then those all-important finals. As I mentioned, champion will be crowned in KZ, and we'll also be getting a picture of where the championships are falling in the IAME classes as well. We were treated to some excellent racing yesterday. I'm hoping for more of exactly the same today. KZ2 coming up in a few moments' time. Looking forward to that. It looks like actually we probably can start grabbing a word with some of our drivers as they begin to head their way onto the grid. So we'll just start walking down the grid. Of course, we'll have a full grid rundown when we get to rolling up lap, which I'll let Andrew and Nicole take you through. But for now, we can grab a word with some of the drivers on the grid, including Jess Edgar for the Jade Racing team. Luke, our camera operator's just bumped into. Jess, come in for a quick chat ahead of the first race today. How has it been so far here at Kimbolton?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. We had good practice on Friday and then didn't finish where we wanted to in quali, but I'm ready to get racing and hopefully we can make some places up. Absolutely.
Have you raced the KZ here before? And if so, what's it like?
Yeah, I raced here in a club meeting like maybe a month ago, and I think it's one of my favourite tracks.
Yeah, is there places for overtaking here in KZ?
It's quite hard, but the first corner is a good place to overtake here.
Jess Edgar going from, where's she on the grid? Looks like in 24th place. So yeah, she had good pace over the Friday practice, didn't quite execute that in qualifying. Qualifying hugely important in all categories of kart racing. And moving up towards the front of the grid, we've got one of our championship challengers here, Oliver Stewart. I'm going to grab a quick word. Oliver, I know you were struggling with pace on Friday, but it all just about came together in practice, qualifying, sorry. 5th place on the grid. I know not exactly where you wanted to be, but still very much in the mix.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest of weekends, put it that way. We were down in, I think, P14 in practice, so it was really tough. But we worked really hard over the weekend, and we've managed to get a P5 result out of qualifying. So yeah, very much in the mix. Championship leader being me, 8 points clear. So yeah, all to play for.
It's all in your hands, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, also in the hands of everyone else. But yeah, I've just worked hard, do my bit, not scared of anyone, just go for it and see what happens.
What's the mindset going into today?
Win. That's it.
There we go. Need to say any more than that? Probably not. We caught up with Morgan Porter yesterday during the Paddock show too, and I'm going to have a quick word with Morgan today as he's returning to the championship. I know you've been out of the seat for a little while. Come this side for me, Morgan. I've only got short arms. We know that you can race at the front. You've proved that you've got the pace this weekend. Of course, pace is one thing, racing's another. You don't mind getting stuck in. So what's your expectations for today?
Like I said yesterday, getting off the line, that's my first expectation, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then just go from there, really. Obviously, I'm not afraid to get stuck in, but yeah, I'll just take it as it comes, really. First heat, second heat, and then obviously finals the main focus for me, just being a guest around here. So
of course, yeah, you don't want to get involved in anything unnecessarily. Of course, I know you're aware of that. But at the same time, you mentioned those starts. I was over at the start-finish line when you did your practice starts after practice this morning. Looked like you got away pretty well.
Yeah, got away. That's the main thing. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's obviously a little bit different when you have to do it in a race because there's a little bit more of that pressure. But fingers crossed, get it off the line, and we'll see how we go after turn 1.
Morgan Porter, former British champion in the senior road tax class, joining us for KZ as well now. Very experienced driver. I'm going to grab a word with second place driver and qualifying, Ella Stevens, championship hopeful. Ella, quick word ahead of the first heat today. Second place, front row. That must be, job number 1 done.
Yeah, qualifying went quite well. Sorry.
It's okay. It's all good. You just you got a lot to think about today. What's making you laugh?
I don't know.
It's okay. Clearly in good spirits ahead of today. Right, championship's on the line today, of course. You're fighting a team at Oliver Stewart and also, in theory, Miles Murphy as well. What's your outlook for today? What's your plan?
I'm just going to try my best, to be honest, and hope I win at the end of it.
Amazing. What do you think is going to be the key to doing that?
Win, I guess.
Do you know what? If you win, then you've probably sealed it there. Jake Weston, pole position, very fast towards the end of practice. Did that again in qualifying. We caught a word with Jake after qualifying. Jake, pole position today, front row. What can you do?
We'll have to see after the first corner, I guess.
Did you get away well in the practice start earlier?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Great, Jake Weston going from pole position. We're 1 minute away from the first KZ heat today. We've got 2 heats and then a final. That will see us crown a KZ champion. That's in a few moments' time. Former champion Josh Price there in the number 1 kart, rejoining us this weekend to see how he can go around this Kimbolton circuit. Miles Murphy, the number 5, also to my left. He's going from 2, 4, 6, 8th position. He's realistically in the hunt as well, but needs to basically win both heats in the final to give himself a realistic chance at that championship. Plenty to look forward to. KZ2 action, 0 to 60 in very short amount of time. All the power, all the gears, all the noise. We're very much looking forward to the first race of today, KZ2.
Thank you very much, Piers. Right, let's get down to business. KZ2. First of 2 heats here today. These heats will set the grid for the final later on today for the decider in this year's Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for this category. Jake Weston starts on pole position in this first heat. Ella Stevens, one of 3 championship contenders, is alongside on the front row. Josh Price and Morgan Moore go from 3rd and 4th. Oliver Stewart, your championship leader, starts 5th and is alongside Charlie Turner, who could retain the number 2 plate today with a strong performance. James Glenister is back in KZ2 action, starts P7. Miles Murphy, the last of our 3 championship contenders, goes from 8th.
Row number 5 includes Ashley Lewis and Ralph Youngling. From 6, James Beercroft and Ryan Green, and then from row number 7, we have Alan Kenyon alongside Jessica Edgar. Row number 8, Isaac Smith and Sam Ward, and then from 9, it's Lee Ward and Nat Thomas.
Bryn Kinch and Nino Piccoli form out the rest of the top 20. Derek Morgan had problems in qualifying yesterday, that's why he starts at the back. But I should note, Nicole, had a little watch this morning at the practice starts at the end of KZ2's warm-up. In my personal opinion, Derek Morgan's start was the best of them. What does a lap of Kimbolton look like for KZ2? Well, I can tell you, because we've timed it, that Ella Stevens can complete a lap of this circuit faster than Nicole Sutherland could put her shoes on and tie her shoelaces, can't they?
Oh, thanks, Andrew, for highlighting that then. Yeah, we did have a bit of a test this morning with Alpha Live of how quick I could tie my shoelaces, and it turns out not as fast as Ella Stevens can get around the track. But we'll also be able to find out how our other female graces at this track then in this grid. Jessica Edgar, we're on board with her for this first heat. Good onboard footage there supplied by Alpha Live there. You can see just on the side of the engine for Jess. So not starting where she would have wanted to. She had good pace in practice but didn't have the qualifying wanted. Drivers then lining themselves up after those 2 formation laps. Will be racing for the first time in KZ2 very shortly. Andrew Mather.
Here we go then, lining up the last few drivers coming into position. Title decider for KZ2 in 2025, the first of 2 heats and then the final. 3 races to find our next 2025 British champion. The last few karts forming into line. Just Derek Morgan's position to be checked now, though there's a little bit of checks going over, I think, with Nino Piccoli right at the back of the grid. That's why we're just having a bit of a pause here. Morgan slots into position. Piccoli is there as well. Once the green flag goes up in the air, we will be set for a race start. It's a quick run down to Stowe Corner. Green flag in the air. Eyes to those lights when they come on one by one and then go out. Round 4 of this year's KZ2 British Championship will be underway, and away we go. It's a lightning start for Ella Stevens. That has been her weak point in the last few years. Not today in this first heat. Tremendous start for the E-plate hole, and they're all through the first couple of corners. Little bit of a moment for Jess Edgar. She's off the road, has rejoined, but has fallen to the back of the field. That, I've got to say, Nicole, is one of the best starts in the last 2 years I've seen from Ella Stevens. That will give her a lot of confidence.
Those race starts for Ella have been the Achilles heel of racing this year, last year, as she now gets overtaken down the inside at the last corner by returning Morgan Porter. But Ella Stevens' performance at those starts, she struggled, but she's picked it up as now Jake Weston is taking that outside line at turn number 1. Can he cut back in ahead of Stevens? He's going to give it a go, gets it wrong and cuts the curb over at Willows. That gives Stevens some moves, and that gives position then to other drivers. So that's one of the Moors getting past. Could be Josh Price now, who has made the jump on Weston. Yes, it is, and that has allowed Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy to get past as well. But going back to Stevens, has struggled at the race starts. This one, though, she's got it right, and she's still on the tail now of Morgan Porter. Through the final corner, drivers will go once more, and let's take you through your current top 5. So it is Porter. From now, Price. No, Price has actually dropped down. Ella Stevens, I think maybe a transponder issue there. She is still there in P2. So it is Porter from Stevens, Josh Price in P3. Then we've got Miles Murphy and championship fighter as well, Oliver Stewart, within your top 5. These drivers then that live feed of Jessica Edgar chasing down, trying to vie for positions after that poor qualifying. She hasn't currently managed to get too much done because she's dropped down to about P20 after a difficult start.
So this is where we start talking championship tactics. Ella Stevens has got through the first difficult bit of this race. The next bit is going to be dealing with the Moore Racing trio. Miles Murphy, if he is to become British champion today, has got to go all out and pretty much win every single racing appearance, has got to score a perfect championship score. 2 lots of 65 through today. He's got teammates around him who are going to try and help. That's part of the game here today in KZ2. Ella Stevens, I would imagine in this part of the race, Nicole, is not going to be bothered about Morgan Porter.
No.
Is not going to be bothered about the 2023 KZ2 champion at all. If she can keep ahead of both of her championship rivals in Miles Murphy and Oliver Stewart, that's fine. That is all good. Particularly with Miles Murphy knowing that, you know, his championship bid could end in this race if he doesn't win it.
Ella is now unintentionally being helped by Jake Weston as well. Jake has just overtaken championship rival of Oliver Stewart for P5, so that demotes points for Stewart. That then opens up that gap a little bit more for Ella Stevens, but Murphy now hot on the tails of Josh Price. Drivers heading into turn 1 then, KZ2 Racing. These drivers stop really abruptly at that centre bit of the corner, right on those front brakes, load it all up, and then they almost V the corner off and really ping off of things, shift up those gears once more, and everything through those corners is also done one-handed for these drivers. This is a premier class in national and international karting. It really does highlight who has got that racing skill. And for the time being, the driver that's got the most skill within this class is Morgan Porter out there on the front, still leading the way from Stevens. But is this tactical from Stevens? Is she being clever here?
Yeah.
Because she doesn't need to go for a risky move and end up bumping into the side of Porter. Because like you highlighted, Andrew, he's not here in the points fight.
Yeah, at the moment, this is all about track position versus her rivals. That's why you're seeing those subtle little defences to make sure that Josh Price, the 2024 KZ2 champion, stays there in third place, doesn't go for a big move that would potentially then open the door for Miles Murphy sat there in fourth. You've got to give it to Miles Murphy and the Moore Racing team. They've got themselves properly in play here today. Let's have a little look further down the field. Ralph Youngling up 3 spots is into P7. Derek Morgan's having a good run as well, and now down the inside. Oh, this is when things get a little bit dangerous for Stevens, because Josh Price has got through. Jake Weston had a go there as well, Nicole. It's still the situation that Stevens is the highest placed championship contender on the road, but ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any fingernails before today's KZ2 finale, you're not going to have them by the end of the day. It is still advantage Stevens. Murphy's got to get track position and does so. That's brilliant stuff there from Miles Murphy up to P4 again. Here comes Ollie Stewart as well down the inside on Jake Weston. Weston, who's had good results round here at Kimbolton in previous years gone by. Let's head down for our first pit report of the day from Piers Prior.
That was such an instinctive move from Josh Price there. He saw Ella just go to the outside as our leader was defending a Porter and just ducked in the last moment, and then we went 3 wide for 5th place as well.
Well, thank you very much then, Piers. You notice within these Class N, drivers don't follow each other directly in those tyre tracks. It gets a little bit varied on those racing lines, and maybe that's why Stevens then lost out, as again, you see that on the entrance to turn 1. Now then, in 3rd and 4th, you've got Stevens and Miles Murphy as Jessica Edgar now is making up positions once more. I think that's a move down on Nat Thomas for P17. But going back to your front leaders, 2 of those drivers that are fighting it out for the championship, 3 and 4. Then you've got Oliver Stewart in 5th, so this is getting really close for comfort now as we head into that 4-minute mark of this race. I think Stevens needs to maybe try and have a go at Josh Price now on the entrance to turn number 1, but she doesn't do it. Stevens sat closer on that white line on the entrance to this lap. Cuts back across that racing line into Willows, and this is so close then, Andrew, edge of your seat stuff as we head into this massive, massive championship fight.
It really, really is. Remember, for these 2 heats, they will put the results into an intermediate classification. Whoever's top of that one gets 65 championship points. Drop scores are coming into play today as well. Remember, at the end of everything, it's the best 6 championship scores from the 8 possible across the course of the season. That's why Oliver Stewart at the moment has a bit of an advantage. Right now, he wouldn't be improving on his championship score. His worst championship points tally of a year is 3rd. Out of the race is James Beecroft in the number 72, so he'll take no further part in this one. Porter and Price at the front of the field. Still, for me, I think playing the team game and not bolting away. They almost want to keep Ella Stevens there contained in 3rd place.
Are they backing her into Miles Murphy is the question. Yes. You know, trying to back her up, then let Miles get ahead. Maybe if Miles does get ahead, then is it the question of does Morgan and Josh let Miles pass?
Here we
now
go.
Down the inside he goes. So maybe that tactic did work, and that's going to allow Oliver Stewart through as well on the entrance to Willows.
Okay, really interesting development now in KZ2. Will team orders come into play with the Moore Racing trio? Ella Stevens, there's going to be no team orders here between the Jade Racing team duo, because both of them are in a point situation where they pretty much just need to go out and get as many points on the board as they can. If either of them clean sweep the points today, they will be champion. The other will not be able to do anything, but I'm really interested to see. Here it is. Here it is. This is what we've been suspecting would happen. Josh Price has moved to one side and allowed Miles Murphy through. Credit to Miles, he's got the job done, he's got the move done on Ella Stevens. Now the team game is going to be in play. This won't fully decide things, of course. There's still another heat to go after this, but this is the first major development of the day here in KZ2. And the other thing now for Miles Murphy, Nicole, is he's going to have a rear gunner. At least one, possibly two by the end of this race. 1 minute and 30 to go. Let's go down once again to Piers Prior.
Yeah, I really think that Stewart is backing up Stevens deliberately here, trying to feed it to the Lions. It's an interesting tactical play. Don't forget their teammates, of course.
Yeah, I think tactics going on between two groups then, between Stewart and Porter, Murphy and Price. So through they go through Dan Weldon, as now Porter isn't pushing ahead too much ahead of Miles Murphy, but he hasn't also done what we saw from Price previously, which was pull off of the line and let him through. Watch him in the entrance to turn number one. Is this the moment then? Yeah, it is. Miles Murphy down the inside at turn number one, but you could say that was intentional by Porter. Didn't back off too much to cause the three of them to trip over each other, but I would say, you know, drop that pace down slightly, let Miles have that position, let him have those points, and he's not going to go back in on the teammate there. There on your screen you can see the graphics. You've got the Demon Tweaks branded kart of Murphy, but for anybody watching at home, no, all three of these here are racing for more. They are teammates in this competition.
They've had this championship for the last couple of years. It was Josh Price in 2024. It was Morgan Porter in 2023. You've got to give credit to Miles Murphy here. He's woken up this morning. He knew what the job was, and he's had the pace in this first heat to put himself into this position. 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Time will run out on this one, and then it'll be the final lap. What happens here between Ella Stevens and Ollie Stewart? That's a nice move as well. Ralph Youngling down the inside, the second of the Sodies on the road there. Gets him past James Glenister up to P7. Last lap board is out for the neutrals. This is what we wanted. Keeping all three drivers in play, as there's been a change for fourth as well. Oliver Stewart has got through past Ella Stevens. Oliver Stewart moving himself into fourth place now, head down. At the moment, this kind of result, or a replication of it in the second heat, would end up being a drop score in championship terms for Oliver Stewart. Ella Stevens didn't have the best of results at GYG. She's got a bit more space to work with, but Miles Murphy has got most room of all and has done the first part of keeping himself in championship contention, as Derek Morgan's had a problem on the last lap. Miles Murphy takes heat one. We said, Nicole, he needs to, it's win or bin essentially for Miles today, and he's done 33% of the job straight away there with a very nicely constructed heat victory.
Yeah, Murphy's not here to finish P2. He wants a championship win or nothing. He's not bothered about being a vice. For the time being, he's being hugely helped out by his two teammates who are there on your screen, of Porter and your 2024 champion of Price. But for now then, Miles Murphy takes that heat win ahead of Porter, Price, Stewart in P4, and then closely followed behind in P5 by Jade Racing Team and championship rival of Ella Stevens. That was certainly a good way to start off this day of racing then, Andrew. It's going to be a tasty championship final.
It is indeed. So into the pits comes all of our KZ2 drivers. The next time we will see them in racing action will be at 12:30 UK time. Apologies that we weren't able to focus too much on the second half of the field, because there's some really, really good battles in that part. of the order as well. Just to highlight, Alan Kenyon up 4 places. Good to see Alan there up in the top 10. Isaac Smith had a good run as well in that first heat of the day. But wow, what a way to start things in KZ2 and here at Kimbolton for finals day. Miles Murphy takes the race victory in a 1-2-3 for More Racing as they look to be the outsiders coming back in terms of the championship stakes and retain the driver's crown for another year. Oliver Stewart P4, Ella Stevens P5. So all of those 3 contenders are in play here today. Jake Weston, Ralph Youngling, James Glenister, Alan Kenyon and Ashley Lewis all finish inside the top 10. Isaac Smith, good drive there for the privateer in the 123, up 4 spots, finishes P11. Difficult race for Charlie Turner. Has a good record round here at Kimbolton. It's been on the podium the last 3 years here, but 12th is not the start that the number 2 seed would have wanted. Ryan Green 13th ahead of Jessica Edgar. Sam Ward completes the top 15. Nat Thomas up 2 to 16th ahead of Lee Ward and Nina Piccoli. Bryn Kinch, the last of the 19, finishes 2 retirements from that race. Derek Morgan on the last lap and James Beecroft.
Highlights then of that race. So good start then by Stevens. Best start I think we've seen from her from the past couple of years. Jumped the line out in the front and did manage to get away and lead for the time being. Saw Jake Weston get all crossed up over the willows in the early stages. Very lucky, I think, to regain position on the road, not too far out of position. Down the inside at turn number 1 went Price. This is when Ella Stevens started to get shuffled back further in the pack. And this is when Miles Murphy then really started to light up and really started to get assisted by his 2 More Racing teammates. The final corner is massively a hotspot for these drivers, as is turn 1 where we saw Miles Murphy get the overtake on Stevens, who then lost out to Stewart as well through willows. This was the point. Price pulled over slightly to give Murphy that move through turn 1, and then Porter replicated that as well, gave him that position, and this was the moment then that we lost the number 6 of Derek Morgan. Privateer driver caught out on the entrance to the willows. I ended up with Nasso panel damage and of course a DNF. But for now, good stuff by our top 3, good stuff for other drivers within the field as well, which Piers is going to shed some more light on down in Parc Ferme.
Morgan got straight into the lead, picking up where you've been often at the front of the field in KZ2. I forgot on the grid, 23 champion, of course. Was that all you had out there?
I don't know, like obviously just getting to grips with like a longer stint, because in the practice we only do 8 minutes, which isn't too long, and then that's 10 minutes. So like I went pretty hard at the start, obviously got off the line pretty well, but just started to fade away a little bit towards the end. So I think we'll just try and tune that in for the next heat and hopefully the final. And we should be there or thereabouts. Anyway, like P2, good first heat, so I can't complain.
Good to have your teammates around you as well.
Yeah, super nice. It's a little bit more peaceful when you're racing your teammates, because you know they're not going to do anything too crazy, and you can always give each other a bit of racing room as well, which is always nice. So yeah. Morgan,
a good start to the weekend. Congratulations. I'm going to grab our championship hopeful, Miles Murphy. Miles, you spoke off camera just now and you said that was a must-win race for yourself.
Yeah, the word hopeful is very much hopeful. I needed literally a maximum score and pray. But yeah, it was one of those. It's fair. My teammates absolutely bailed me out there big time. They got to the front, I had to get through there. And then, yeah, I don't like winning a race like that. I want to be on pure merit, but they did me a massive favour, and big thanks to them. Give me a shot at it, really.
But to be honest, yes, once you got into that position when it was just you 3 at the front, they may have helped you a little bit. You know, I don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. However, you had to make some tasty moves to get in that position in the first place. I think you were 3 wide at one point down towards turn 1.
Yeah, at one point it was like in the middle between Jake and I was like, oh my God, just don't get a nose cone whatever you do. That was a bit sketch, but yeah, it's just hard racing. Everyone is so close around here. The pace is so high, you just got to just come out of it on top somehow in the races and then see where we play out at the end of the day.
Miles, we'll see if you can continue your charge towards the championship. That was KZ2, first race up of the day. Next race we have Water Swift.
Thank you very much, Piers. So after the nail-biting start to the day with KZ2, the relative calm
what did he refer
Water
it
Swift.
to? A bit sketch.
A bit sketch, indeed. Right, Water Swift, this is their super heat, and this is a big one as well. Alfie Davidson starts on pole position, Austin Newstead alongside on the front row. Colby Patterson and Daniel Ferguson, they go from row number 2. Ozzie Gibson and George Clark go from row 3. Luca Narroway in the Bluebird starts on row 4 with Mason Hibbert.
Row number 5 is freshly crowned GP plate of Christian Kobe alongside Joseph Davies, and 6 is Oscar Kenny with Marjoris Kavekskis. 7, Charlie Clough and George House. Row number 8, Harry Williams and Effin Owen.
17th on the grid, Chester Fawkes. 18th, Danny Dempsey. Ethan Robinson and Ryan Meta completes the top 20. Henry Clark and Ruben Sagu on row 11. Ilias Sami and Andy Stewart, row 12. Johnston Stewart, Ada O'Brien, row 13. Sophie Campbell and Jack Harney complete the 28-strong field. We are racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at Kimbolton for the superheat in IAME Water Swift. Through the first couple of corners, it's a good start for Alfie Davidson, who leads down towards Derricks. This is, of course, the difference in configuration for the IAME categories. Instead of going straight down to the Dan Weldon corner, they hang left, right, left through Derricks corner. Well negotiated by Davidson. Good start for Colby Patterson as well. The Excel Motorsport driver up to second place. Ozzie Gibson also looks to have made progress in the early stages here. Nicole, he's running there in third.
Onboard footage then belongs to Ada O'Brien for this superheat. Ada starting a little bit further back on the 13th row. So let's see if she can gain some positions further down in the order. But for the time being, commanding and dominating start by Alfie Davidson. Currently leading from Patterson by just under a tenth. Is now further down in the order. George House and Austin Newstead, looking like they're having dramas, have fallen down to 15th and 16th.
Yeah, Austin Newstead had a similar kind of start to his first heat yesterday, so we know that Newstead has the abilities to come back through the field, but that's not how he would have wanted to start, losing some 14 positions over the course of lap number 1. Davidson has had top championship scores so far this year, but it's been a very, very up and down season in terms of racers' luck for last year's IAME Water Swift restricted champion. Can he get back on the top step of the podium here today? He's got a long way to go, of course, as here's the battle for third place. Austin Gibson, double winner last time out at PF International, and Luca Narroway, still with Evolve Motorsport, with that beautiful Bluebird tribute livery that I was talking to Luca's dad earlier in the week, has now been recognised in the whole list of all the different Bluebird craft over the years and all the land speed and water speed records. That kart is now officially a recognised Bluebird, which I just find absolutely fantastic. And Luca Narroway is steering the spirit of the Campbells proud here, having a good run. That was Daniel Ferguson down the inside. Ferguson did a lot of overtaking yesterday through the 2 heats. We know he's in good form, in good nick this weekend, fighting for 4th place. Narroway responds down the inside, retakes that spot, and here comes the GP plate of Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe won that plate 7 days ago at Kartmaster, so we know he's in good form. He's also the fastest driver on the track.
Well read by Ferguson through Willows, though, to hold off Kobe. Kept his foot in, kept the kart pinned to that grip that is available through the corner, and maintained that position behind Narroway for the time being. Those 3 drivers then, I think, will be looking hungry and trying to chase up, as now down the inside, Ferguson responds once more and wastes no time to get past the Bluebird once more out of the final corner. And now Danny Ferguson picking up position and back where he was just a lap ago. A gap then splits up your 2 race leaders of Alfie Davidson and Colby Patterson. Davidson, not just your race leader, but your fastest driver on the track. And Ozzie Gibson now finds himself in a bit of fresh air out there in P3. Further down in the order, Newstead starting to pick up some positions. It's now only a 10-place loss. Sat there just outside the top 10. P12 for the time being. Maybe him and Clark could start to work together, the 2 Fusion teammates. And Clark, another driver in this field. Oh, that's almost a big one for the XLs. That's the 1-5-1 of Charlie Clough. Almost having a big moment out of Dan Weldon.
Yeah, well held there in the end by Charlie Clough to not be having a little trip towards the combine harvesters through the Dan Weldon corner there. 5-second penalty, in race time penalty for the 152 of Margaret Kvetskis. That's not good news. The driver on the Apollo chassis, that new Apollo chassis, that's going to shuffling down from where he's at the moment. 14th on the track. That was a close moment in the run to the Willows in the midfield. I think you've got the likes of Ilias Sami and Ethan Robinson all in that particular pack. Back up a little bit further up the order. here are your race leaders, Davidson and Patterson, working together, not on the same team, of course, but right now the job at hand is trying to build the gap ahead of Austin Gibson, who we know has been on good form recently. He's third in the championship standings before this weekend, but could move himself further up the order if he can repeat the kind of performances we saw at PF International a month ago. Down the inside on Oscar Kenny, through goes Mason Hibbert. Good teamwork as well there between the Fusions. Harry Williams, the O-plate holder, moving up the order, looking to get back to the kind of form that we saw early in the season for Williams when he took that plate at Wilton Mill back in March. Williams is now up to 8th place.
Daniel Ferguson then really has reeled in Ozzie Gibson for that P3. Could be the question of, is he being assisted by the toe here? You can visibly see as down the inside goes Danny Ferguson. Is it a case that the toe has really helped that drive route? You can visibly see the height difference between Daniel and Austin there, as now Austin's under pressure by the drivers behind, including the GP plate of Christian Kobe.
Oh, no!
That's a moment into turn one. Gibson was going to return that overtake on Ferguson. Ferguson closed the door shut and they tagged on the entrance. That's given position to Christian Kobe, and it's pulled through Luca Narroway again. As now Daniel Ferguson, wasting no time within this race, gets past Narroway once more, as Piers Prior has got something for us down in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, I got a perfect view of that Ferguson and Ozzie Gibson incident down at turn one. I think Gibson was just a bit overzealous in defence, squeezed Ferguson to the outside. We know Ferguson's coming in some good form, his first year in Water Swift this year. Maybe that was just something from Gibson saying, you know, you're new around here, but unfortunately it didn't pay off for him.
Yeah, well, Danny Ferguson then down at turn number one has overtaken Christian Kobe once more. Very, very quick so far, you know, really using that pace that he's got to not waste any time, and despite those moments has been thrown off the tracks at all, because he's still right there in the front end of the fight. And now another driver who has arrived within this battle, Andrew, Mason Hibbert, is starting to light things up.
Yeah, he's indeed. He's there in 5th place. But for Daniel Ferguson, comes from a racing family background. His father races in the, or has raced in the British GT Championship, and he's got some good experience on the tools once again this weekend. Lewis Mackey, older brother of Harrison Mackey, and Lewis, of course, did the engineering and the mechanics work onto a British title last year in Junior X30. Meanwhile, back up the order, Ozzie Gibson going through past one of the OMS carts there. I think that'll have been moving up past one of either Oscar Kenny, or it won't have been Chester Forks, because Chester Forks, of course, is your Argenti driver. There he is with the E-plate, an E-plate that he won for the English Championship a few weeks ago at Shennington during the Shennington Super Prix. 4 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in this one. Back on board with Ada O'Brien. How's Ada getting on? Currently 28th place. That's Andy Stewart just ahead of us. Andy, who was in as part of the Purple Sector's media training session last night, led by Neil Cole. Once again, big thanks to Neil, to Chris McCarthy and the whole Purple Sector's team for their attendance yesterday. It was a really good training session, and great to have them here in the paddock. Just over 4 minutes to go, Nicole. It's calming down in this one. Classic scenario up at the front for Davidson and Patterson, working together, not fighting yet. They've been very efficient in their progress so far in this race. They've built that gap up to 2.5 seconds back to third.
Absolutely agree with you, but it's not quieting down for Austin Newstead, who now finds himself well into the top 10 once more after a difficult race start. Newstead then had some good results at PF. Just didn't have that race start for this superheat. Is now chasing down Harry Williams, who's just overtaken Mason Hibbert for P5. Williams on a 10-place charge so far within this race. A driver that didn't join us at PFI, so going into this one after a bit of a points loss, hasn't maybe got too much to lose, and maybe that's what's helping to promote him on with that really big gain in position for the time being. Live Championship then, currently Alfie Davidson number 1, Colby Patterson 2, Daniel Ferguson in 3rd, and then we've got Austin Newstead, who has been overtaken now by Ferguson points-wise. Austin Gibson then rounds out your top 5 with a total of 24 points as we go so far. Heading through the final corner once more, just under 3 minutes left to go in this race, and still no attempt by Patterson there on Davidson in the front. think maybe trying to be patient, trying to bide his time and really open up that gap so that they can really have a good scrap later on without, dropping too much time to Ferguson there in P3.
Oh, we've been talking about it in KZ2 in the championship permutations. It's not the last round for the Water Swifts, but they are getting into that phase of the season where they do have to think bigger picture. Colby Patterson would be wise here to, if he is going to go for the move, it's got to be really, really low risk, good returns on making it stick, because even if he was to overtake right now, I don't think he would swing the final intermediate classification back in his favour. So in terms of championship, he is doing as much as he reasonably can do at the moment. The key thing here for me, Nicole, is he's ahead of Austin Newstead.
Yep.
Austin Newstead is the driver ahead of him in the championship. Going into this weekend, it's a 20-point difference between Newstead and Patterson. Right now, he's doing some good work. He's chipping away at that championship advantage that the number 4 has at the moment. And Newstead himself, whilst he's coming back in this field, he's there in 7th place. You can just see him with the number 4 card. As side by side we go between Hibbert and Narroway. That's a nice move from Luca Narroway, moving him back up the order. Newstead is solidly scoring again, but crucially for Patterson is ahead.
Yep.
Patterson will have the advantage going into the final, and he doesn't want to waste that opportunity.
No, the final intermediate classification points that we just read out, that's good news for Alfie Davidson.
Yeah.
He came into this weekend 13th in the championship board, and I think this is a bit of a progression, a bit of a settling in year into this class. Is a championship winner in 2024, has been a British champion. I think it's good news as we head into the second part of the season for him to be like, do you know what? I could be starting a final now back where I ended things last year, right at the front end of the field, and actually showing everybody I'm going to be one to beat very shortly.
And of course, we talk about the championship. Of course, we talk about the championship, but it's still that top 10, those seeded plates for next season. I would imagine that Alfie Davidson would stay within this division for 2026. And if he wants an inspiration, how about the number 5 of Austin Gibson? He was in the same position as Davidson 12 months ago. This year, though, Gibson very much fighting for the title. Meanwhile, that got close. 3-4 wide. 3 wide between the Fusions and Luca Narroway, and it's emerged with Harry Williams back up to 5th place. Austin Newstead are now running in 6th spot, trying to recover as many intermediate points as he can to potentially turn those into championship points. Still a lot to be decided here, as we'll go on to the final lap in a moment's time. Hibbert has a look at Williams there for 5th place. Hibbert's going to have another half look, half defence through the penultimate corner of the circuit. Final lap board is out, Nicole. Davidson and Patterson looking very comfortable out front. Patterson, I'd be surprised if he goes full send in for a move here, because the gap between him and Davidson in those intermediate points is just too big at the moment. But it's been another very good run for both Davidson and Patterson.
Absolutely his, but there's not really been any attempt by the XL to go for that race lead. Is it a tactical thing where maybe he doesn't want to start on pole for the final? No, it's not, because he's going to have a go. He's going to have a look for these final stages, but it's not quite enough through that left-hander, and they take Colby Patterson out at the final turn. That was a moment between him and Davidson, and that was a moment that has gifted the race win to Daniel Ferguson. Davidson, oh my word, it was an attempt by Patterson and he just got it completely wrong round the final corner.
And that's costly. That's a really costly error from Colby Patterson, because he was looking at a front row start and 62 championship points. He's now dropped to 10th in the intermediate classification. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, Patterson just runs over the back of Alfie Davidson. Davidson very lucky to keep going in that one. Patterson out and in the wall. That's what I was meaning, Nicole. He didn't need to go for that move at this stage of the weekend, this stage of the championship. I tell you, one driver who's going to be at least slightly pleased about that, Austin Newstead. Instead of losing points in his championship lead, he's just extended his championship lead once again. Newstead 3rd in the intermediate points. That'll convert to a 60-point championship score, and crucially, the 2 drivers ahead of him, Ferguson down in 6th in the championship, Davidson 13th in the championship, they are not his nearest rivals for that British title.
Patterson then, you know, it's a real shame, but he really didn't need to do it. I think he'll be kicking himself after that decision. You know, that has pushed him down that final intermediate classification order, and that's going to affect, you know, championship points as well as we head into this second part of the season. We haven't highlighted as well what that's done for Daniel Ferguson too much. That's going to be, you know, a bit of a boost in confidence, knowing that rivals around him really are starting to fight between themselves now. Gives him that super heat win and gives him that front row start as we go into the finals. He will be starting provisionally alongside Alfie Davidson, who, although does have teammates of Austin Newstead close for comfort and maybe a bit of a helping hand on that second row, lined up alongside Austin Gibson. So fusions once more. Maybe a bit of team play will come into this weekend.
The other big thing for your championship leader, Austin Newstead, he's just switched to the inside line running into turn one. He's had some problems starting on the outside from the first row. I think Austin Newstead will be quite pleased with how that's all shaken out. Dramatic, a lot to unpick there in Water Swift. But Ferguson, Davidson, Kobe Williams, Hibbert, Newstead, Narroway, Gibson, Fawkes and Clark, George Clark is your top 10 provisionally. Oscar Kenny 11th, George House, Joseph Davis, Marcus Kovetskis and even Owen complete the top 15. Let's have a look at some of the highlights now. I want to see what happens here to our championship leader, Austin Newstead. Of course, I'm not quite able to see it on that occasion, but he shuffled down to around 15th place. Daniel Ferguson, a quick start as well. Some good moves from Luca Narroway as well in that race. That was the key moment for Charlie Clough. So it's the Excel Motorsport karts having some dramas out there.
Absolutely. Just want to highlight maybe the performance by the Blue Blood. Really looked quick in that heat. That was a moment between Gibson and Ferguson through turn number 1. Ferguson lucky to get away with that one. And in that midpoint of the race, Hibbert started to light things up. Ended up in 5th position behind teammate of Harry Williams, but this was the major story within the race. Patterson over the back bumper of your race leader of Alfie Davidson. That caused a DNF for Patterson. Davidson lucky to get away with it, but the race win was gifted to Daniel Ferguson. Down there then in Parc Fermé, Piers Prior is ready with some drivers for us.
Potentially a surprise race winner, Daniel Ferguson. It was a good race up till that point, but I didn't think you expected to come over the line first.
No, to be honest, I didn't expect to be anywhere near first. We just thought the start, I got into third, I could stay there very easily. And then at the end, I don't really know what happened. They just crashed and I got first.
Did you have a good view of the incident? Do you know what happened?
No, I only saw Colby in the wall and Alfie coming out of the last corner really slowly.
But I'm sure you'll take it nonetheless. A heat win.
Take it.
Yeah, of course you'll take it. I think you've come into some really good form recently. I think your pace has been getting better. The racecraft's also been moving up. Is this the start of a real resurgence or a sort of a strong end to the year to maybe kick on for next year?
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's obviously my first year. I had a really good year in restricted last year, and I think next year we should be at the top of things.
Absolutely. And do you reckon you can do the same thing in the final? Can you fight at the front, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think wherever I'm starting, I think third maybe I'll have a good start and stay there and hopefully fight for it at the end.
Daniel Ferguson, super heat winner. Congratulations. We'll see how you get on in the final. That was Water Swift. We've got Water Swift Restricted up next after this.
Getting ready then for IAME Water Swift Restricted. 14 drivers in this one that we'll be enjoying in a few moments' time. Before we get going, though, we'll have a short ad break before more action here at Kimbolton. Back with us here at Kimbolton, getting ready for the Super Heat. Here's your grid for it, determined by the 2 heats yesterday. LBJ Stubbs starts on pole. He's joined by his Excel Motorsport teammate Bodie Batch on the front row. Jaden McElhenney and Benjamin Schliver, great days for them yesterday. They start on row 2. Arthur Bowers has been quick throughout the weekend. Starts on row 3 alongside Ollie West. On row 4, Logan Hodgetts and Toby Biggs.
Row number 5, we have privateer driver of Patrick Wood. Good to see Patrick in top form this weekend after a big moment yesterday. He's alongside Corey Lyons. Row number 6, Freddie Baker and Frank Morris. And then rounding out your grid for the Super Heats for Water Swift Restricted, Harry Murphy and Louis Williams-Mabs. You're on board camera for this race, and we are racing into turn number 1. Stubbs then hugs the white line, but drivers trying to go around the outside. Is that Jaden McElhenney trying to have a look? Slots nicely into P2 as we've got spinners at the back. That's Corey Lyons that finds himself caught out at the Willows. Drivers then settled into things, but Jaden McElhenney under a bit of pressure by the 99 of Arthur Bowers. Bowers, though, has to bow down and now loses position to another one of the drivers. As the Evolved Motorsport getting past. I think Bodie Batch is trying to get involved there in P3 as well. Batch and Stubbs were line of stern all the way through GYG. That was the story that weekend. Both had good performances at PF, but they've not quite met each other yet on the track so far during racing here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, the other drivers involved in that first lap incident, Freddie Baker and Frank Morris. Little fact about Frank Morris, was having a chat with Frank and his mum yesterday after the Purple Sector's media training session. Frank's doing something a bit different. He's the first runner in these championships on board a mini TB kart. So the TB kart colours of green and white, they've incorporated a little bit of the Welsh flag into the standard corporate colours of the TB brand, but keep an eye out for that. I like that we've talked a lot in Water Swift about Kvetskis and the Apollo.
Yes.
I like that we've got another brand, another different chassis on the grid in IAME Water Swift Restricted. So best of luck there to Frank and the family in getting that one running.
And you know, TB kart, we don't see too many of them out in the UK, but they're a big thing out in Europe.
Oh,
you know,
definitely,
the IAME Euro Series, there's a number of drivers out on them there, and in KZ2 racing as well. They do make some appearances, so good to see have a bit of a mix-up in chassis. Do you know what I saw a few weeks ago, Andrew? Was an Intrepid.
Wow, that's
going back.
That is going back a bit. 10 minutes to go in this one. LBJ Stubbs and Jaden McElhenney at the front of the field. McElhenney, who's had some good days so far in this championship, enters into the weekend 3rd in the championship standings. Love to make a breakthrough here at Kimbolton. Best result of the season so far is a 2nd place in the final at PF International. Is yet to taste being right at the top of the order. I don't think it's going to happen in terms of intermediate points in this race, because it is a 10-point gap between Stubbs at the moment and McElhenney in the live points. So even if they were to swap positions, remember Super Heats have a greater concentration of intermediate points than the heats that we saw yesterday. Good to see the number 36 out there. That's Patrick Wood. For those who weren't with us yesterday, Patrick had a bit of a big off during the warm-up and free practice sessions. Didn't run in the latter part of practice, didn't run in timed qualifying as well. Started at the back of the field, tremendously got back up into the top 10 in both of his heats, and is not done there. Is now up to 8th place. Back up the order, Bodie Batch was very quick in the second half of races yesterday, and has just had put in the fastest lap of the race until Ollie West took it away. Ollie West in 4th place with a 47.12.
Stubbs now has been caught by McElhenney in that P2 spot. Gets his head ducked under the steering wheel to get underneath some of that headwind that's out on the track. But the wind isn't really out there too much compared to the test day out on Friday. Has died down for drivers, which I think is good news for some drivers in certain grids that sit maybe a bit taller in the kart. Through these stages of the final sector, drivers will go. Stubbs still leading the way very nicely, and now this is given the opportunity to Batch and Ollie West to really catch up to your front two. The pace between these drivers, Stubbs is on a 47.06. Ollie West, again, 46.94. So actually, Bodie Batch and Ollie West a bit faster than by Stubbs. It could be intentional. Maybe it's the case he's trying to back up McElhenney into his teammate of Batch and then give themselves the opportunity. Batch and Stubbs working again once more to try and pull away from drivers that don't sit within the XL Motorsport camp. Through Dan Weldon they go. These four now really close for comfort as we head into that 7.5-minute mark.
So this is the longest race of the weekend so far for our young drivers here in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Age between the year of their 8th birthday and 12 years of age. And 60cc engines. Here goes Batch down the inside to restore the XL Motorsport 1-2, and Bodie Batch has got it done. Ollie West is going to throw his hat in the ring as well for that third place, well defended by Jaden McElhenney. Holds on to that third place for now. I've got to say, this is a really good one from Ollie West. He's been building with speed and confidence throughout the course of the season so far. He's been very clean. I've been very impressed with his racecraft. Very rare that we see number 24 under investigation, number 24 warning flag. Well, said that, I've probably put the commentator's curse on him now. Hope not, of course, but no, it's been a very good season for Ollie so far. Been impressed with this young man as well so far this weekend, Arthur Bowers, in the number 99 Global Karting liveried machine. Only had one previous appearance this season. That was back at PF International in the previous doubleheader, but has got right on pace with the drivers who've done the full season, Nicole. Has been quick since the free practice sessions on Friday, and again, it's looking at a strong top 5 here.
Yeah, absolutely is. Good to see him out there really putting in some good work. Now then, we called it, we said it. Was it going to be Stubbs and Batch that get together, try and pull away from the rest of the field? And they've done just that, because the Argenti branded XL Motorsports has got into that P2, and they're looking like they're starting to stretch some legs ahead of Jaden McElhenney for DMS, as Piers Prior once more is down there with something for us.
Just something on Bowers there, Andrew, you just brought it up. I think these longer races today with the hot conditions might play into Bowers' favour. He wasn't anywhere lower than third place in any of the practice sessions on Friday when it was all so hot. And with these longer races, pace comes into it a little bit more than just positioning on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Piers. And maybe with those hotter conditions earlier on in this weekend, Bowers and the mechanic might have sussed out that tyre pressure a little bit more. You know, as it gets hotter, those pressures do get adjusted, especially as the tyre starts to get older and we go into longer races. Now then, Stubbs hasn't pulled away, neither has Batch. Thought that maybe they would work together to get ahead of the DMS, but McElhenney is on the back bumper now of the Argenti out of the final corner. Stubbs still settled there. Are we going to have a move down at turn 1 between the driver in second and third? Not for the time being, because it looked like Bodie Batch just went on a slightly defensive posture there into the turn, as now the fastest driver on the track is Jaden McElhenney in P3. So McElhenney not giving up as we head through this second part of the race. Looking like he's going to try and have a look through the second sector, adjusting that racing line slightly to keep the minimum speed nice and high. Through the TKM straight they will go. Is this the stage? He's going to have a look through the sharp left-hander. Not just yet, not close enough to the back bumper of the Argenti, who is not trying to have a look at his teammates of Stubbs for the time being. Still they go 1, 2 and 3. No real change for the time being, but further down in the order we've got changes going on in the mid-pack section. Nobody really making up too many major moves other than Louis William Mabs, your onboard camera, the privateer sporting the DAP Kart for 2025, who's made up 3 positions to sit just outside the top 10.
Corey Lyons has made up a spot just behind, has got past Harry Murphy for 12th position. Into Dan Weldon corner once again. Jaden McElhenney has had good days on Saturdays. It's been the Sundays that haven't quite gone his way so far in 2025. Perhaps with this single header format here this weekend, his luck is going to change. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this superheat. Stubbs at the moment would be on course for pole position. Would actually, I think we'll start doing the maths and everything over the lunch break. I reckon with these kind of performances could very, very close to be being British champion-elect in effect. Those are the intermediate points. So as I say, it's a 9-point intermediate advantage for Stubbs over Batch. McElhenney in third place. How about Benjamin Schlivar as well? Benjamin Schlivar, youngest driver in the field, you know, smaller literally smaller than the other drivers who've got, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years on him. But he is driving brilliantly this weekend, particularly in these tough conditions for the younger drivers, with it being so warm. Is at the moment due to be starting on the outside of row number 2. Just see him there in the green and white SFR Motorsport number 78 behind this quartet. There he is, and is ahead of Arthur Bowers. I continue to be really, really impressed with what this young lad is doing, and credit to his mechanic Lewis Malin as well, who won the Wera Tools Excellence Award from GYG. They are putting in a tremendous effort.
Absolutely are, and it just shows yesterday smashing that lap record.
Yeah.
What an achievement for Benjamin. That is big stuff, and 7 years old. That's huge.
As I say, I look forward to seeing what Benjamin can do in the weeks, the months, the years to come. There is that scrap. There's Patrick Wood again, just running in 8th place at the moment, which is a good effort from Wood. Would secure a position in the top 10. The intermediate classification. Remember, once again, it's another haul of championship points coming up after this race, once all the scores are tallied up from the 3 heats, the 2 normal heats and the 1 super heat that we've got 90 seconds to go of here. Still pressure on for LBJ Stubbs, not just from Bodie Batch, which he's been familiar with so far this season, but Jaden McElhinney right there as well, still the holder of the fastest lap of the race of 46.67, and Ollie West is not too far behind as well, in through Kestrel corner, and a switch into the right-hander of Kimbolton corner. This is where we saw those dramas in the previous race for the Water Swift. Stubbs has hit the next gear. He doesn't literally have a next gear in one of these, but he has just put the hammer down and started to kick with 50 seconds to go. Now Batch, McElhinney, West, they've got to respond. Fight for 5th places on. Bowers is through past Shlivar. Shlivar trying to fight back there around the outside. But this is where the race is going to be won and lost here in this superheat, Nicole. LBJ Stubbs controlling things once again at the front.
Absolutely is, and just pushes ahead consistently in that final intermediate classification. Currently on 0 points as it stands. This is the battle raging on, though, between Benjamin Shlivar and Arthur Bowers. Those drivers then within the final starts for the time being. Shlivar would be starting in P4. Bowers would be starting in P5. Still, though, those drivers heading out of that final corner. This pack of karts is led by Benjamin, who is on the racing line. As now it looks like Bowers is going defensive into turn number 1, ahead of Toby Biggs and Patrick Wood now, who is in P8. Wood yesterday couldn't better more than a P9 on track. Now, though, has one up to that result for yet the time being. We really do head into these final moments. Final intermediate classification. Stubbs, 0 points. Batch, 9 points. McElhinney on 12. Then Benjamin Shlivar on 18. As we've now got a change for the race lead, because Batch has got past XL teammates of Stubbs for the race lead. Through they will go to see that last lap board now. Doesn't look like anything's changing just yet. Defensive goes Batch into turn number 1. Is that going to allow down the inside Stubbs to go? Yes, it does. Gets it back through Willows. Well read by Albie. McElhinney couldn't get past as well, but now Batch has to settle for P2, and it hasn't given anything to Oliver West now, who has arrived once more on the pack of front karts.
Good stuff once again from our IAME Water Swift Restricted. It's one of the things I love about this circuit, those switchbacks, those moves through and towards the Willows. It was good racing between these drivers. Still not done, of course. Down towards Kimbolton corner. Stubbs has got good corner entry speed. Batch has a little look, but on the loud pedal out of the final corner is this LBJ Stubbs, moving one step closer to the British title. It's a win in the superheat. It's a perfect score through the 2 heats yesterday. That superheat, he will have pole position for the final later on today. It will be another haul of 65 championship points. Rack them up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. We've said that so far in 2025, and good sportsmanship as well. LBJ Stubbs there shaking the hands and high-fiving, low-fiving all of his fellow competitors. Bodie Batch with that 2nd place will be alongside Stubbs on the front row of the grid. It's been a similarly very impressive run in terms of championship scores for Bodie Batch That will be his 11th score in a row, at least inside the top 3. And there's been a number of second places and a first in there as well. So Bodie Batch moving up on the championship scores as well. Jaden McElhinney there in 3rd, will be on the inside of row number 2 with that effort. He'll be joined by Benjamin Schlivar on row 2, who secures 4th place with that 5th place finish. A little swap with Ollie West. West 4th in that race. Secures the inside of row number 3 for the final later on this afternoon with Arthur Bowers. There's Logan Hodgetts on your screen. Good drive from Logan there, finishing in 9th place. I think we'll be, decently starting on the inside of the 4th row for the final, with Toby Biggs, Patrick Woods and Corey Lyons completing the top 10. Looking forward to that final later on, Nicole.
Yeah, me too. You know, we've seen exciting stuff from all of our classes so far, but I think it's so good to watch our restricted class because they're the youngest class that we have here this weekend. So, you know, it gets exciting to see what they can do, considering as well how young they really are. We mentioned just a minute ago Benjamin Schlivar, 7 years old, and he goes out there and he's, you know, displays just as much skill as some of our drivers in KZ2s that are, you know, 30, 40 plus. So I really do love the restricted class.
Yeah, indeed. If you want to be with us for that restricted final in particular, 2 p.m. is when we will be with that final. We'll have the grid walk as well before that point, so do be with us in the lead up to that one. Here was the race start. That was the spin for Corey Lyons and Frank Morris. Frank there on the brand new Mini TB karts down the inside. This is the move for second place between Batch and McElhinney. Ollie West getting involved there as well on the run to 4th place. Really measured run from Albie J. Stubbs. This is what we often see in IAME Water Swift Restricted. That race really did remind me of a lot of the races we called in 2024 with the likes of Davidson, Ferguson, Forks and others. It's a category, particularly around here, because it's a power circuit. The toe is quite strong around here. The racing stays close. This was great racing. Beautiful switchback. Good respect given between the different drivers, giving each other racing room. The checkered flag taken there by Albie J. Stubbs. It's going to be a big, big task to stop him winning again here today. For now, though, let's head down once again to Parc Ferme and over to Piers Prior.
Winner, Albie J. Stubbs. Not the first time we've said that this year. However, you were made to work for that one.
Yeah, it was a lot harder than usual. I've been racing with Bodie quite a lot, so I know how he drives. But he pushed me, and we got away from a few of them, and then he overtook me, and I managed to get the cut back.
Yeah, let's talk about that. A good move from Bodie down towards turn 1 with a couple of laps to go. That could have been it, but you executed a brilliant move in the first sector.
Yeah, Jaden done well to push me, but when Bodie got in front, I just had to stay calm and knew it was all down to the last lap.
And you did it in the end. Can you do the same in the final?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yes. Championship leader, Albie J. Stubbs, another win in the heats. Can he do it in the final? We'll find out later on with one more race to go in Water Swift Restricted. Up next, Junior X30.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Time for our next Superheat. X30 Junior out on track in a moment's time. This is sure to be an exciting one. 23 drivers set to go here for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's take you through the running order. George Edgar starts on pole position. Findlay Lyons alongside on the front row. Rocker Lee and Shenton. Spoiler alert, your new leader in the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge from last night's Paddock show. He starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Ty Buckley. Row number 3, Aaron Richardson. Carrying our camera for this one has Freddie Wood for company starting P6. Sugmani Kira and Jacob Bachler, they go from row number 4.
Row number 5 looks like Archie Owen alongside Nat Johnston, and from 6 we have Riley Cranham, your O-Plate champion, alongside Zach McDonald, who had a good day yesterday. 7, Max Endicott with Harley Mask, and from row number 8 it's John Richardson with Max Yule.
Aaron Mehta and the E-Plate holder Mayan Patel go from row 9. Patel had an incident yesterday with another driver that shuffled him down the order. Oliver Meek and Archie Wallace-Tyler inside the top 20. Jack McLaughlin and John Foley Jr. go from row 11. Alexander De Benedictis completes the 23 runners here in X30 Junior, and we're going to go round again. George Edgar had his hand in the air there, was not happy with something, so race director. Oh, now Aaron Richardson and Rocco Leon Shenton. That's not what you want to see on a formation lap. Having a bit of a touch on the exit of Stowe Corner. Now both of them keep running, but that's not really what we want to see. Should note as well, Isaac Sayer takes no further part in this weekend's racing. We saw it on the cameras here in the commentary box yesterday. He did not oblige or didn't come in after a black flag. Now, let's have a look here. This is not a race start, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think Aaron maybe just loses the back end of the cart a little bit there and slides into Shenton. That's a bit lucky there that those two carts are still running. But yes, Sayer had a technical flag shown, didn't come in for it. Had a black flag shown, didn't come in for it. Yeah, you know what's next out of the race weekend. So we're down to 23 here in X30 Junior. Now we're racing. Green light is on. Big lockups in places down in towards turn 1. Jacob Baxter having a bit of a moment in the mid-pack there, but apart from that, they're all good. George Edgar will be your race leader. Rocker Lee and Shenton up to P2, points forward to Edgar to say, let's go, let's get forward. Good start as well for another of the Mick Barrett Racing runners. I think that was Ty Buckley. There in the top 5. Sukmani Kira has gained positions as well in the early stages, Nicole.
Good start for Shenton then to be in P2, and a challenge going on then between Lyons and Richardson, but Lyons does get past through the left-hander. Drivers heading out of the final corner. Zach McDonald looks like maybe he's been shuffled down the order slightly in this race start. Gullies from Shenton, Lyons in P3, Richardson P4, Ty Buckley for the time being is in P5. And where's our current championship leader of Cranham? Inside the top 10 currently with a 2-place gain to be in P9 behind Archie Owen. Sukmani Kira is one of the drivers there on your screen behind Ty Buckley. Kira looking strong here this weekend in Kimbolton, as Piers Prior has got something to tell us.
We had that little contact on the formation between Shenton and Richardson. I don't know, Richardson's kart didn't look quite right through the first sector on that lap. I'll keep an eye on that to see if his kart's okay.
Could be the case, though, that maybe he's just a bit put off mentally by that moment and trying to just baby the kart round slightly, as now Cranham has got past Kira down at the first corner. Cranham now in P7. Fastest driver in these early stages is Finn Lyons, who's on the tail of your two race leaders. As once more, Cranham clicks off position now. This time it's Fred Wood that is your newest victim to the O-Plate driver. Cranham looking really, really strong here, Andrew, really trying to push up now to his teammates of Aaron Richardson, who we go on board with through the final corner.
Oh, this is all a damage limitation race for Riley Cranham right now. Obviously, he's got some very good scores already on the board. We'll come back to that because there's a battle for second place going on here between Shenton and Lyons. Shenton through, takes that position. Findlay Lyons, who has been very, very busy so far this year, has also been competing in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the United Kingdom in the junior category. What can he do here against a driver who is in really good form at the moment, Rocker Lee and Shenton? Had moments, of course, last week at Kart Masters, but you can't deny the fact that he had really good speed and had very good speed in the previous round of this championship as well. So Rocker and Shenton looking to finish the season strongly, is inside the top 10 in the championship points. In fact, this is in fact a battle for 9th place in the championship right now. They need to keep an eye on Aaron Richardson though. So yeah, not the quickest of starts for one of our race winners earlier on in the season. Aaron Richardson has been a real breakthrough star in 2025. But Richardson has got his rhythm back, on board with him now, down towards the Dan Weldon corner. Very tricky part of the circuit here. Got to carry the speed round onto the straight. Kestrel corner is next. Hard left and then immediately into the right-hander of Kimbolton corner. Richardson is closing in here, and the danger for Lyons and Shenton. He's also pulling his teammate with him, Riley Cranham. There he is in 5th place as Lyons goes down the inside. Nice move on Shenton. Shenton tries to get the cut back there side by side as they go through the willows. Good response from Rocco Lee and Shenton. Back into 2nd place, but here comes Aaron Richardson on board with him now, looking to the outside of Lyons' 281, trying to shuffle a bit of a cut back there through Derek's corner. Lyons defends it well, positions his kart in the correct part of the circuit. There's Freddie Wood as well. Freddie Wood now up to 6th place with Sukhmani Kira and Ty Buckley. This is going to be quite a scrap for 2nd place. It's all great news though, Nicole, for George Edgar. He's 2.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds of fresh air, and actually not your fastest driver on the track despite that clean air in front of him, because that purple lap goes to Riley Cranham, who we just saw maybe looking at teammate of Richardson at turn number 1, but thinks against it, tucks back in behind and allows him that position through willows. Down the inside now, Cranham goes, sets that up very nicely through the Mitsu straight into Derek's corner. Now finds himself inside your top 4. Piers Prior once more is down there. Piers, what have you got for us?
Watching George Edgar very closely, I think, scarily, I think he's actually slightly under-driving at this stage, even though he's driving away from the field. He's had a 10th and a half, 2 tenths on the field at some practice sessions. This session, not actually locking the brakes up as much as most other drives into turn 1, but I'll hand back to you as we've got a race on.
We absolutely do then. Through turn number 1, is Cranham going to get it done on Shenton? Not just yet, not close enough. Shenton clips the curb through willows to try and get back into position and signals to Lyons to push forward, because Lyons is now backing this pack into each other, and it's going to start to form a big train shortly, because Freddie Wood is right there. Ty Buckley has arrived as well. So Cranham did get past Aaron Richardson on that previous lap. Now he's looking at Shenton in the Birrell. The Birrell versus the Kart Republic towards the final corner. Cranham hasn't had that opportunity yet. Hot spot round this circuit is turn number 1, because you can go in from quite far away, get it stopped on the brakes, and he's going to try and look and do just that, but once more thinks against it. But we see Cranham set things up through Derek's after the Mitsu straight. Does he have a look now at Shenton? Does he get it done? Thinks against it.
Yeah.
Can't pull off what he did on Richardson there.
Sorry, Nicole. That was wise decision making from Riley Cranham, similar to what we've been talking about with a couple of other drivers today. He could have sent it in there. He could have gone, right, here we go, up the Bosch, down the inside. And he thought, no, let's just hold back, wait for a better opportunity like that. Good work from Riley Cranham, because he's just chipping away now at the intermediate classification, and this will transfer into championship points. Remember, Cranham has a good lead in the championship standings. Richardson has got through past Shenton. Shenton's going to try one of those wonderful cutbacks once again, and he's made it work. Lovely stuff once again from Rocker Lee and Shenton. Richardson now there in 5th place. But the key for Cranham, that move puts him up to 7th place in the intermediate classification. That'll transfer through to another point, especially on a day when his closest adversary, George Edgar, is having another one of those really well put together campaigns, and right now would be on pole position for the final, would take that next haul of 65 championship points. It again comes back to the calmness personified for Riley Cranham that we've been talking about in British karting pretty much the whole of the season.
Absolutely. So far what we've seen from the rounds, round 1 it definitely was Cranham's game, then at GYG it was Edgar's, then at PFI there was a bit of up and down, and it was actually Mayan Patel that took that day to win. But here this weekend I couldn't call who's going to have it, because Edgar looks just as strong as Cranham. Those two drivers fighting for that championship, and those two drivers really, I think, have come into this weekend with just as much pace as the other one. I think that final later on could be any man's game today here at Kimbolton. But for now, in this superheat, out of turn at number 1. It's still Edgar who extends that gap. 3.8 seconds he leads from Lines, who's been caught up now by Rally Cranham, who continues to pick up the pace. The pace between Lines and Cranham previously, it was a 41.63 for the Argenti driver and a 41.47 for the Fusion driver. So Cranham marginally faster than Finley now. Is he going to set it up on this lap? We head through Dan Weldon. Hotspot now is this left-hander where we just saw Cranham get through on Shenton. As now that's one of the Mick Barretts out. That's Nat Johnston, who becomes the newest driver to fall down the order.
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend for Nat. He's had good speed, but not always had everything go his own way. Thought he got over the difficulties of free practice on Friday. He had a good qualifying, a good TQ yesterday, but this superheat has not gone his way. That's going to be a lot of hard work for Nat Johnston in the final. Later on today, here goes Cranham. He's got him down the inside. Classic Cranham takes P2, and that should transfer as well into another intermediate classification position gain, which means more championship points for the standings leader. It was a little bit wide there out of Kestrel Corner. And here goes Freddie Wood down the inside. Oh, a bit of a switchback again. He's loving the switchbacks today, is Rocker Lee and Shenton. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go. A fight between the Fusions as well of Richardson and Kira. Sukmani Kira in her first year of X30 Junior, continuing to impress. On course potentially for taking one of those seeded plates for next year. That'll more be for discussions later on in the season when we have the final doubleheader of the championship for these drivers. But yes, Cranham is now up to 6th place in the intermediate classification, has jumped ahead of Aaron Richardson. Freddie Wood is the next target in that respect, but at the moment Freddie Wood has got a battle of his own, trying to get past Rocco Lee and Shenton with 2 minutes of this superheat to go. Does Wood throw it down the inside? He has to think about it, but I think I quite like that decision. We've seen that Shenton's very good out of the traction zones. Is very good punching back through, especially on the inside for those cutbacks. Wood knows as well that Ty Buckley right there as well. Ty Buckley with all of his success in this category over the last few years. This is very un-X30 Junior in a way. Normally we see the juniors throwing it in there from miles back, but they're thinking about this. It's a good tactical race, Nicole.
Yeah, questioning maybe, is this intentional by Wood? He wants to set it up where you can get the driver behind to follow you through as well, but Buckley doesn't manage to make that stick. I'd say that Wood was trying to get the Mick Barrett to follow him in with that one and shuffle Rocco further down into the pack so that Fred then doesn't have to worry about Rocco going back in on him on the further up corners, as now John Richardson gets rewarded a 5-second penalty. Rocco looking maybe a bit frustrated there now in P5, signals to Freddie to push away, I think because he knows he's under pressure by the newest driver behind him, that's the 215. Wood runs a little bit wide out of Dan Weldon, but holds on to it well, goes defensive into the sharp left-hander. Shenton jumps back onto the racing line, and now down the inside at turn number 12. Gets it done, as does Ty, as does, is that Sukmani Kira that has got past? No, it's Aaron Richardson that has managed to get through. That just shows Wood there, that defensive driving wasn't executed well enough, and now he finds himself in a sea of karts because Archie Owen is in this fight. Sukmani Kira has got past as well. Now Zach McDonald is trying to get past the Jamie Green.
Yeah, Zach McDonald a little bit unlucky there, ending up on the outside. Archie Owen trying to run himself back up the order. Max Endicott in there as well. This has had a bit of a quiet weekend so far. Has some good form recently, particularly with driving through the field. 8 seconds remaining on the clock. Race leader is already over the line, so there'll be 2 more laps of this one. Shenton checking over the shoulder. Here is an onboard view from Aaron Richardson. It's Ty Buckley ahead in the 215, the driver flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland. Down towards Derek's corner once again. No way through on that occasion for Buckley to take Shenton's 4th place away. A couple of other changes in the order. Kira is through past Wood for 7th place. Wood holding 9th there ahead of Endicott. Mayan Patel has gained 6 places in this race. It's your biggest progression and progressive driver up the field at the moment into 12th place. Oliver Meek as well has gained a good number of spots, Nicole, up 5 spots to P14.
Archie Owen maybe has fallen off of a bit of performance since yesterday. Was momentarily a race leader yesterday in our heats, but now finds himself just in this mid-pack section. But don't count him out, because does has some very good pace round this circuit. On board once again to Richardson. He's towing around teammate of Sukmani Kira, so maybe watch those two drivers work together to get ahead of the Mick Barrett. And talking of Mick Barrett's then, there he arrives on your screen, George Edgar, who has a 3.1 second gap, now sees the checkered flag completely in his own air. That race then, I think, got his shop in and checked out. Nice steady stuff for a Sunday drive. Leads and I think drops a bit of pace intentionally, you know, babying that kart home, doesn't really need to push too hard and get something wrong. Good stuff by Edgar, who of course we've mentioned a couple of times this weekend, hasn't been to this circuit in a Wera Tours British Kart Championship since he was a cadet in 2021. And when he was a cadet in that field, he was with a whole heap of drivers who have now moved on to international karting. I think during the lunch break, maybe go and take a look at some of those results, because there's some good names in that grid. But Edgar leads the way then, takes the checkered ahead of Cranham, Finn Lines, Rocco Shenton, and then Ty Buckley, who rounds out your top 5. Good stuff then by Richardson to get himself further into the order compared to what we saw from him yesterday. Sukmani Kira finishes where she started in P7, and then Fred Wood, Archie Owen and Zach McDonald round out your top 10.
Absolutely. How does that shake things up in the final intermediate classification? Well, Edgar will start the race for the final on pole and take 65 championship points. Finley Lines will start alongside on the front row. That'll be a score of 62 in the championship for Finley. Rocco Lee and Shenton and Tyke Buckley on row 2, 3rd and 4th. They'll take the respective points hauls in the championship for those positions. Riley Cranham will start on the inside of row number 3. Yes, it's not another 65 championship point score for Riley Cranham, but if you consider that yesterday, first lap, first heat, chain guard, whoops, flew off the kart, I think if you'd offered Riley 5th place and again the championship points associated with that, at that very moment he'll have gone, yeah, I'll take that. But it gets him back into play for the final. Could be a drop score as well. Could be a drop score for Riley by the end of the year. At the moment at the moment it would be a drop score because he's got a flurry of firsts, a few seconds, a 4th and the 9th before today. That's now a 5th. So hey, if it's the kind of platform that gives him the chance to move forward in the final, we'll wait and see. But all smiles for Cleater's George Edgar. The young man from Cumbria adds another big haul of points to solidify at least his spot in 2nd in the championship. And can he do the same thing that he did at round 4 at Clanny Gores and go from pole to victor's lane in the final later on today? You'll be able to see that one here on your Alpha Live and Karting UK and Motorsport UK TV platforms at 2:30.
Good stuff there by Edgar. Nice to see him back on top form after an up and down weekend at PF. There on your screen is that Zach McDonald, driver that rounded out your top 10. McDonald then looking strong at this track, didn't have a good qualifying, but picked things up throughout these heats and throughout that super heat. So we started off with big moments before the race had even started, because Richardson and Shenton got close for comfort through turn number 1 and actually tagged each other. I think both lucky to not walk away or drive away from that one with any damage. Cranham had to consistently make overtakes with some hot spots like the final corner where Zach McDonald started to fight for position, and turn number 1 like where Rocco Shenton originally got past Finn Lines. Lines though tried to return the favour but didn't execute it properly because Shenton got past through Willows. Now this was where Cranham tried to have a look but was smart and thought against it and waited until the sharp left-hander in the final sector to get past Shenton. Fred Wood had a good look at things, but ended up getting past at the final corner, dropped a load of pace, got forced out wide, and then that allowed quite a few drivers like Richardson, Buckley and Kira to get through, and actually ended up pushing down Fred Wood 2 positions further down from where he started from. So a shame from Freddie Wood to not ended up further up the order after that hard work. But for now, hard work was completed by your race winner of George Edgar, whose Piers Prior is with down in Parc Ferme.
George, an easier heat win you probably won't have.
Yeah, it was. Luckily, I managed to pull a gap in the first few minutes, and then obviously tyre wear is quite high here, so I could just keep it calm and not push too hard and wear the tyres too much. So hopefully we should have an advantage in the final.
Well, George, if you've managed that pace with the tyre conservation, it's looking like a good day for you. I've got to go to Senior X30 because they're out on track after a word from our partners.
Senior X13, Superheat, here's your grid. Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green on the front row. Gus Lawrence and Lewis Bird, row number 2. Row 3, Gabriel Stilp and Morgan Moore, Tristan Powell and William Antrobus running strongly there on row 4.
Row number 5 is Reece Newburn with Jack Buckley. Then it's Aaron Brown, Jack Nettleship, Harrison Whitcomb, CJ Bennett, Theo Lestrange and Sam Lewis.
Luca Mann and Joao Castro go from row 9. It's Dylan Patel and Dean Pedersen on a wildcard appearance starting inside the top 20. Oliver Harris and Yusuf Alali are on row 11. 23 drivers in the field completed by Lucian Joyce. Here we go then, 12 minutes plus 1 lap of frenetic action here at Kimbolton. Lloyd looks left, looks right, trying to hold off both Lawrence and Green, and they're all running wide. Who's going to emerge in the lead of this race? It's Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore for premium karting. What happened there, Nicole? Down into turn 1. We often see drama in the senior categories. That reminded me a little bit of some of the senior Rotax starts that we had here last year. Is off the road. Is that the 625 of Yusuf Alali? Yes, it is on the Formula K. But they all barreled in there. Somehow they didn't come a cropper and run over one another. Let's have a look at a replay of that start. So, where's this all coming from? Oh.
Can we see it again? You can't even tell. I don't know if it was maybe Lawrence pushing into the back of Lloyd, or was it coming from further back, and it was actually a domino effect, but it's really affected this race start for Lawrence, who's dropped down to P11, and of course for Fred Lloyd as well, the driver that started on pole is now in P8. Good news though for Morgan Moore, who I'm sure would have been driving through that chaos with a bit of a grin on his face. For now though, Moore from Stilp, from Powell, from Bird now into P3, so actually trades places with Tristan Powell, and then Reece Newburn rounds out your top 5. Piers Prior might have seen that a little bit closer then than what we did, Andrew.
I was right there at the first lap incident. I saw it into turn 1. I'd be surprised if Gus Lawrence doesn't have a nose cone. That was unfortunate because Lloyd just cut across him unexpectedly.
Lloyd now making up position once more. I think he's got past CJ Bennett for P7. There he is then on your screen, looking hungry, and gets one more done on that MDL. So fighting for position and has shuffled the driver behind now into the clutches of the number 7 of Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, saying his name, is your driver who has our onboard camera bolted to the kart for this race. Heading into the final corner, Harrison Whitcomb is trying to jump up the order, and Gus Lawrence is using Whitcomb, I think maybe as a bit of a shield now to get himself back into the top 10. Zach Green looked very, very, very strong yesterday, had a heat win, but finds himself nowhere near the front in this one. He's currently in P12 in that Jamie Green branded kart. Once again, Fred Lloyd trying to turn up the pressure on drivers ahead to get himself into the sharper end. Goes purple and is now right on the back bumper of Reece Newburn for P5.
Yeah, it is indeed. So at the moment, Freddie Lloyd has now got back in terms of intermediate points, level with Morgan Moore. Tiebreaker scenario at that point. We go back to the TQ performance on Saturday. That would be advantage Freddie Lloyd. And, well, it's not even needed anymore with that move up to 5th place. Lloyd now goes 1 point ahead. So it's Lloyd, Bird, Moore, Green, Stilp, Lawrence, all in the top 6 at the moment as things stand in the intermediate points, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that gap that Moore had from Bird is starting to be eaten out of. Just under 4/10 splits up Moore from Bird, who has got his teammate of Gabriel Stilp right on the back bumper. So maybe watch those two drivers try and go in on the premium together. Try and play a bit of a game here. Zach Green now getting past at the final corner. So he has changed places with Jack Nettleship for P11. Fred Lloyd consistently going faster and faster. Now P5 behind Tristan Powell. on the back bumper of Stilp as we head into this part of the race, and they really now have started to catch up and reel in the premium. Other news further down in the order then. Dean Pedersen, a DNF within this race. Yusuf Alali hasn't managed to catch up after that first lap moment. Neither has Oliver Harris or Lucian Joyce. Here we go then. Bird still trying to chase down Morgan. Really still tailing around still. Powell and Fred Lloyd. Down the inside then goes Powell at turn number 1. Gets past Stilp, and that opens up the gap for Fred Lloyd, who gets past not one, but 2 karts, 2 for the price of 1. Says thank you very much to both Tristan Powell and Gabe Stilp. Stilp then got caught out within that one, I'd say, Andrew.
Yeah, it's Freddie Lloyd taking no prisoners there. And right now as well, I reckon Freddie Lloyd is taking the championship lead as well with all of this, because Gus Lawrence, who is at the moment 10th on the road, he's going to lose the championship lead. It was only 1 point before the start of today. Lawrence down the inside of Brown there. He's got 2 drivers in this one. He's got past Harris and Whitcomb as well. That will improve things for the reigning champion. Here's a good scrap for the race lead. Lewis Bird has got through past Morgan Moore to take this race lead at the end of lap number 7. Bird could still be on pole position here for the final. At the moment, he's just sat in on the outside. I say just, it's been a really good effort from Bird so far this weekend. The moment he'd be on the outside of row number 1 for the final. 6 minutes and 35 seconds of the race to go. CJ Bennett's having a really good run in this one as well, Nicole. Up 8 spots to P6. Just looking further down the order. A big hello, actually, to Yuzuki Sato. Yuzuki Sato, the Japanese driver who been competing against Harris and Whitcomb. There he is on your screens in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in the senior category. It's been really good to hear some of the stories of friendships made. And I know Yuzuki is watching back home to see how Harrison's getting on here today. So your inaugural senior champion in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Welcome to the Vera Tools British Kart Championships as a viewer.
Yeah, I was out with Yuzuki in Robbie last week. Big congratulations to the driver from Japan. Like you said, we'll probably be watching this, pushing on Harrison Whitcomb, you know, those drivers within that category, making some great friends. But drivers that are not going to be friends within this race, Fred Lloyd versus Lewis Bird, because Lloyd makes himself your newest driver to be in P2, has arrived right at the front end of the order where he started, makes himself your fastest driver on the track with that 40.51, but has tailed off on pace slightly in this stage of the race. He's just really trying to hunt down for a gap to take back that race lead, and that gap opens up at the final corner, gets past the Croc for the race lead. Now then, finds himself right where he started, despite that big moment at turn number 1 when we went green. Then it's Lloyd from Bird. Morgan Moore still sat there in P3 as now Viola Strange finds himself your newest driver to join the DNFs of Dean Pedersen. Falls down the order then. That is at one of the Marshall posts, though. I think it could be down at Dan Wendell corner, as now Piers Prior has more information. Piers?
Just watching the front 3 through Sector 1, it looks like there's a bit of a change of line to the Willows. Some of the drivers opting to take the curb on the inside of the second corner, and potentially the track gripping up so much that the more experienced driver is able to adapt to it.
Well, thanks very much, Piers. Great insight once again. More news, though, from us in the commentary box. CJ Bennett makes himself your newest driver to be given an on-track 5-second penalty. Bennett then is inside the top 5, 10 place gain to be in P4, but that 5 seconds drops him all the way to about P6 currently. Through these stages of the race, these drivers go once more, and Fred Lloyd has opened up that gap now to Bird. 6/10 splits up the premium and the Croc promotion driver. And talking of Croc promotion, Gabe Stilp now overtakes Tristan Powell through the final corner, gets himself back into the top 5. That opens up things for Gus Lawrence. Lawrence then taking that wider line to get the run out towards Willows. Doesn't manage to pull it off, though. Doesn't have the legs on Powell just yet. Is he going to have a look after the Umitsu straight into Derrick's? Not close enough just yet, but looks like that minimum speed is very high for the PFI-backed driver. The driver who's sporting the number 1 plate once again. Driver who's got a shopping list of championships under his belt.
Yeah, and we'll be heading back across the pond next week to compete over in the States. We're flying the flag for British karting there. Before that flight, though, he's got this superheat and the final to deal with as down the inside. Oh, Whitcomb through. Oh, that's a superb move round the outside of Rhys Newburn up into 8th place. This is a good scrap. Gabriel still right at the front of it. Meanwhile, change for second. Moore has got through past Lewis Bird, so Morgan Moore having a strong finish to this race. 2.5 minutes remaining in it. Freddie Lloyd, it's not a weekend deciding race, this, Nicole, but I do feel it could be a weekend defining race for Fast Freddie, that he's been able to A, fight his way back up through the order, B, take the lead, and then C, start to break away. Meanwhile, battle going on. Still really having to work hard at the moment, Nicole, to hold on to this 5th place.
Absolutely is. He's got a train of karts behind him, one of which, of course, includes Gus Lawrence, who was shuffled down the order earlier on. Lawrence, though, don't count him out. But going back to Fred Lloyd then, as we've still got battles going on, that was Harrison Whitcomb, I think, maybe getting past Zach Green there. But going back to Lloyd, you know, he's one of those drivers, he doesn't do things by halves. If he's going to be in the race, he's going to be right at the front, you know, really trying to push ahead, really going for those races. He made a guest appearance in the IAME Euro Series and instantly took a final win. You know, big name in the sport and somebody who you have to keep an eye out for, will always give his best into these races. And his best for the time being is 1.3 second race lead from Morgan Moore, who on your timing screens is now in P2 with a 4th place game. Now, Rhys Newburn warning flag gets given to Rhys. Inside the top 10, he's the driver just behind Harrison Whitcomb, who actually is not ahead of Zach Green. It is Zach Green who holds on to that P8 for the time being. Then Lawrence still behind Tristan Powell for the time being. Hasn't had a look at the Scotsman just yet. Is this the opportunity into turn number 1? No, nowhere near close enough for Lawrence. This gap, though, still opening up between Stilp and Bird. Stilp really under pressure by this train of karts, as now Aaron Brown is under investigation.
He is indeed. I tell you who else Aaron Brown, I think, has fallen down the order a little bit there, down to 13th place. Powell's having a go at Stilp. Not quite able to get through. This is all helping CJ Bennett. CJ Bennett, if we've not mentioned already, has a +5 second in-race time penalty, so all of this scrapping is allowing the Irishman to get a bit of a gap, a time gap that could nullify that penalty. 2 laps to go. Freddie Lloyd still your race leader, side by side between Lawrence and Whitcomb, and Green in there as well. Good racing between the 3 of them. Good respectful racing and room given on the way through the Willows. Time is now up. This has been a really good superheat. Really does whet the appetite for later on this afternoon. I think we can have a look at a replay of what happened to Aaron Brown. So this is down into turn 1. Half spin, does well to catch it. Rhys Newburn was receiving a little bit of a hello, an unscheduled hello to the rear axle there through turn 1. So Newburn's fallen down the order, and of course that's what those investigations will be for.
Here we go then, still battling away with Tristan Powell. Powell taking that tighter line on the entrance to Willows, but it doesn't mean that the move is on. This driver's really not wanting to give up that position for P5. Morgan Moore then, still under pressure by CJ Bennett, but don't forget that Bennett has got that on-track 5-second penalty. So currently as it stands, that would drop him down to around about 9th, maybe 10th. Still though, trying to push ahead of Morgan Moore out of the final corner. But time looks like it's run out because checkered flag is out and is waving. And is out and waving to your driver who's just taken this superheat win. Freddie Lloyd with a 1.1 second gap. Sees it, takes the fastest lap within the race as well. A job well done for Freddie to recover after that difficult race start. Like we said then, finishes ahead of Morgan Moore. CJ Bennett on track rounds out your top 3. Then it's Bird from Stilp for promotion.
There we go then. That's the end of the superheats. The final for X30 Senior will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. All of the build-up, the discussions, the interviews with the drivers down on the grid with Piers Prior. You'll be able to watch all of it, and then every single minute of the 15-minute plus 1 lap final later on this afternoon here on the Alpha Live Karting UK and Motorsport UK TV platforms. There's your provisional result. Lloyd from Moore, Bennett, Bird, who seems to be back to where he wants to be on that return to the Croc Promotions team. Gabe Stilp 5th, Tristan Powell 6th, Gus Lawrence 7th. That does mean that right now in the live championship point scores, Lawrence has lost the lead in the standings to Freddie Lloyd. Whitcomb 8th, Green 9th, and Jack Nettleship, good drive there, up to P10. William Andrews, who I know has got some new friends following in the live broadcast viewership, was there in P11. Jack Buckley 12th, Aaron Brown 13th, Dylan Patel and Sam Lewis in the top 15. Reece Newburn, unfortunately there, fell down to 16th, was ahead of Luca Mandrau, Castro, Lucian Joyce and Yusuf Alali in the top 20. Oliver Harris completed the 21 finishers retirements for Theo Lestrange and Dean Pedersen. That leaves the final intermediate classification, and this is big in terms of championship as well. Freddie Lloyd, 2 points, a 15-point intermediate advantage across those 3 races up to this stage. So that will give him another haul of 65. Green 2nd, Bird 3rd, Moore 4th, Lawrence 5th. They'll all score points for that, but of course that means the championship lead does change hands. These are the highlights. That was the slightly fractious start to things in X30 Senior, Nicole, and it didn't really calm down at any stage in that race, did it?
Absolutely did. And Aaron Brown had a couple of moments then through turn number 1, right from the word green. Lawrence had to fight for position, as did Fred Lloyd. Lloyd got 2 for the price of 1 through Willows. That was good stuff then for him to get past both Tristan Powell and Gabriel Stilp. Continued to push forward, got past Morgan Moore and Lewis Bird. It was through the final corner that he managed to get past Bird, who was then passed by Morgan Moore. Brown, this was the big moment with Reece Newburn into the entrance of turn number 1, and really, really lucky to just avoid scraping down the side of the wall on the exit of turn number 1. Once more, Fred Lloyd takes another heat win this year. Originally fell down the order, but finishes where we typically tend to see the driver for premium.
Let's head down once again to Piers Prior.
Freddie, another heat win. It's tricky out there.
Yeah, it's really tricky. I mean, at the start, got loaded off, but got stuff on the tyre, but we managed to get back there, get into a rhythm, get into the lead and start chilling out, saving the tyre.
It looked like you got an opportunity to save the tyres a little bit. How important is that going to be in the longer final later?
I mean, it's not 2 rounds this weekend, so you don't get 2 qualies Saturday and Sunday, so it's just 1 tyre from quali all the way out from the weekend. It's very important. The tyres wear quite a bit around it, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like your pace, actually, even though you were tyre saving, was probably the strongest I've seen at all points this weekend.
Don't know really. I wasn't looking back that much.
It was a big scrap behind you. What can you do in the final? What's your outlook? I think you may have taken a slim championship lead over Gus over the heats now. So what's the outlook going forward?
Win. That's what we'd say really. Just try your best, see if you can win. If not, then go again next round.
There we go. Well, Freddie Lloyd, another heat win. That's our new championship lead. I'll let you go and cool off with the team. Next up, KZ2. Don't go anywhere after a short break with our sponsors.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Second heat of the day then for KZ2. Jake Weston starts on pole position. Ella Stevens alongside on the front row. Josh Price and Morgan Porter form up an all-more racing row number 2. Oliver Stewart and Charlie Turner starts on row 3. James Glenister and Miles Murphy go from row 4.
Row number 5 is started by Ashley Lewis and Ralph Youngling, and then from row number 6 is James Beercroft with Ryan Green. 7, Alan Kenyon, the privateer driver, alongside Jessica Edgar for Jade. Then row number 8 looks like Isaac Smith with Sam Ward.
Rest of the running order for this one. Good to have 21 drivers here this weekend for KZ2. Lee Ward and Nat Thomas go from row 9. Bryn Kinch and Nino Piccoli go from row 10. Derek Morgan, hope his luck will change in this one. Has been very quick. Starts this race 21st. But had problems in timed qualifying. That's why he's at the back there, and obviously had a retirement in heat number 1. So on board will be with Nat Thomas. Looking back from Nat Thomas's number 73. If you weren't with us earlier for the first race, here was your result. Miles Murphy won it from Morgan Porter. Should state as well, Morgan Porter does not count for championship points. So similar to like we had with Noah Wolf last time or earlier in the season at GYG. The championship points shuffled down the order in that regard. Josh Price does score championship points because he was registered from round number 1. That was 3rd. Oliver Stewart 4th. Ella Stevens 5th. Jake Weston completed the top 6.
Here we go then. That's just such a fantastic shot. You know, looking behind at the drivers, you know, trying to chase up to the back bumpers. I really like this this view provided by Alpha Live. And it's to mention as well then, Andrew, this weekend, 13 different cameras available for us to look at where the overtakes are taking place, you know, for viewers at home or in the paddock. That is one of the biggest productions we've ever seen in the Tools British Kart Championship. That's one of the biggest productions, you know, available within karting. Just shows, you know, how much we're trying to show you guys what is going on out there on the circuit, and of course in Parc Fermé as well. So, for the time being though, talking about what is going on the track, drivers just weaving left and right to get that temperature into these Lacon tyres. Of course, to mention, these tyres are different from what is used in our IAME categories. Different manufacturer of rubber to provide the grip to these KZ2s. KZ2 karting, premier class within international and national level of the sport. It's a kart that has front brakes as well as rear brakes. Does that look like maybe more drama for the number 6 of Derek Morgan there? I don't know if he's... no, I think he's maybe just taking his time to get into his grid spot.
He's taking the F1 movie strat. That's what he's doing.
I've not watched it yet.
Right. Let's get into this one then. Remember, the results from this race added to the results from heat number 1 will set the grid for the final and decide who gets the next haul of 65 championship points. Green flag in the air. Revs will rise. Lights come on. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Heat 2 in KZ2 is go. It's a very good start this time from Jake Weston down towards the first corner. Ella Stevens has a decent start as well, but through into second place has gone Morgan Porter. So Morgan Porter, the former KZ2 champion, has had a really strong start to this race, is up in P2. Out is Ashley Lewis. That has not gone well for the driver of the Rush Performance number 4. Josh Price, Miles Murphy, they're all there, as well as down the inside goes Charlie Turner. Welcome to the scene, Charlie Turner. Had a little bit of an off-colour heat number 1, but we know he runs well round here. Winner of the round in the 2024 championship here at Kimbolton, has been on the podium each of the last 3 years. Is this the point at which we see Rush Performance start to shine?
Ella Stevens now has Josh Price, the previous 2024 British Championship winner, breathing down her neck. And should Price bite the bullet and get past the Jade Racing driver of Stevens, that will fall her down into the clutches of championship rival Miles Murphy, who took that Heat 1 win this morning. So then, as we head through these early stages laps, it's Jake Weston, the driver who was fastest in qualifying, being chased by Morgan Porter in P2. Charlie Turner P3, It's down the inside. That's big moves then by Ralph Youngling, trying to get all involved and chase up to the front end of the field. On board with Nat Thomas on the exit of Willows. Thomas, though, finds himself not where he would have wanted within this heat so far. Do a race replay then of this race start. So Stevens doesn't get off the line as well as she did earlier on this morning. It was Jake Weston that really did jump things really well there in that Sodi. Ella went tight into the first corner but lost position as Charlie Turner. He's out. Charlie Turner, I don't know where on the track he finds himself parked, but that's drama for the driver who was really in the front end just a moment ago.
Oh, what a disaster for Rush Performance. Ashley Lewis already out of this race. Turner will watch from the sidelines as well for the remaining 7 3/4 minutes. James Glenister still running out there, but is in 9th place. Josh Price trying to find a way through past Ella Stevens. Now, championship situation. Jake Weston, this is what we were talking about earlier on in the weekend in terms of disruptors. Drivers who are not part of the championship bid, but could play a really big part. Porter, as we say, does not score championship points. So in terms of the 65, kind of put a line through him. He's not really part of the game. Weston is, though. I'll check that one just before I go through this statement. So at the moment, Jake Weston is holding 2nd place, or was, because has there been a change? Because Murphy is now showing us in 2nd place in the intermediate classification, which today, with Porter not scoring points, that's good for 65. That's good for 65 championship points and keeps Miles Murphy in play.
Keeps him in, right in things. This is a championship battle. This is the last round for the KZ2s, and it's going to be a fiery one. You've had a fluctuation of different winners this year, and drivers at the front end of the field. Oliver Stewart has been one of those, but for the time being, hasn't been able to fight up the order. He's on the tail then through the final corner on the back of Zeman Tweak's backed driver of Murphy, who he is facing within this championship fight. Still, no change for the time being between Stevens and Price, but Stevens is holding up Josh Price because he's the fastest driver out there on the track with a 35.54. As Ryan Green now is your newest driver to be out. Are they going to end up dropping like flies within this race, Andrew? I really hope not.
And this is another thing for this KZ2 title decider today. The R word, reliability. Getting to the end of races, getting the points on the board. It's never guaranteed in this category. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There is Porter. Porter now defending. Jake Weston running out front. Jake Weston, just to check, just to verify, yes, does score championship points. Has done 2 rounds earlier on in the season. So right now, it would be 65 championship points going in the direction of Miles Murphy, virtue of 2nd place in this intermediate classification. Weston would take the next haulers. There's a change, as through goes Josh Price on Ella Murphy, up into what will be 3rd place on the road. Where would Stevens be? Stevens would be 5th in the IC. That would turn into the points for 4th place. It's going to be a lot of mental maths done over the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes of this race to go. This is why we've been talking, Nicole, in terms of how do you play this? For me, it's still full-on attack if you're one of those championship contenders. You've just got to go for it.
Absolutely is. This is a weekend of all or absolutely nothing. And I think both Stevens, Murphy and Oliver Stewart are trying to do absolutely that, as it looked like Murphy maybe got it a little bit wrong out of the sharp left-hander on the 3rd sector then. Just bounced around slightly, I would say, on the grip. You said a moment ago then, Andrew, you were just saying about, the reliability of the class.
Yeah.
It is such they are reliable karts, but in racing where you're driving at so much speed and everything is so exaggerated under the braking, then you've got engine braking that flows into things as well, and so many individual components on the kart. You've got the brake discs on the front end, you've then got 6 gears to play with. Sometimes things on the KZ2s just go wrong, and it's so easy for the drivers to get it wrong as well. Drivers getting things right though in the back end of the order through the final corner, and that was Derek Morgan fighting for position. Overtakes Alan Kenyon then for P9.
Yeah, it's Eric Morgan. Dell's having a good one here. He's up 12 places into P9. Here goes a change. Josh Price back to the front of this battle. takes second place away from Morgan Porter. The spreadsheet is in action, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a little look on board with Nat Thomas. As things stand, Ella Stevens, not Ella Murphy, apologies, got a little bit excited early. Ella Stevens is improving her championship score. By my calculation, she would go to 388. In terms of Miles Murphy, he can maximum score up to 393. This is why we're talking about it. It's got to be 65-65, because if he has a 62-point score, either at this stage or in the final, that's it. Miles can't overhaul the scores, the minimum scores that either Oliver Stewart or Ella Stevens will achieve here today. Stewart at the moment is not further improving his score. It's a difficult position, isn't it, to be in, Nicole? He's had such a good season so far, all of these firsts, these seconds, these thirds. To further improve his score, he's got to go even better than he has before this season. Right now, points for 6th place in the IC would become, well, effectively points for 5th, because again, take Porter out of play in terms of all the mathematics. So right now he would stay on 392. This is going to be really, really close, and as predicted, it's going to be all down to that final later on this afternoon.
I don't think I'm going to have any nails left after this weekend, Andrew, because I'm going to bite them all off. It's that close and that intense. Now then, into turn number 1, Porter is right there with Ella Stevens. She's not giving up just yet. Going to give it her all, is Stevens, your E-Plate champion. There they go then, through the Yumitsu straight, of course, running a different layout to our IAME drivers. They cut straight down towards the final far corner of Dan Weldon. Drivers really hitting some serious speeds around here then. Stevens is your driver ahead of Murphy and then Oliver Stewart. Those three haven't changed places just yet. Stevens then really trying to have a look at Morgan Porter, trying to suss out where she is faster than the driver ahead, maybe where she can get the job done. But pace-wise, there's only 300ths that split up the more from the Birrell. So there's not been an opportunity just yet for the E-Plate.
We've got a development. The mass is going round in the head. We're having to use the engineering degree today. Josh Price moving up to second place is now on 5 intermediate classification points. That's put him to the top of the final intermediate classification. Josh Price is scoring championship points this weekend, so as it stands, Price would take the 65, Murphy would be on 62. That would be out. That would be he could not then, with a win in the final and effectively no scores for the two in the Jade Racing team, this could be taking us from 3 contenders in the championship down to 2. Got to say as well, what a great job Jake Weston's doing in this race. That's a nice move as well from Alan Kenyon. Alan Kenyon up in the top 10 again, having a strong run. So this is a battle now for. Don't count out Derek Morgan. He is lightning quick when that number 6 is running well. It is one of the quickest things here at Kimbolton today. Bravo, Delboy. That was a brilliant cutback. Takes 7th place away from Ralph Lungying.
Did you just call him Delboy?
I did call him Delboy.
Okay, Rodders.
Time is up on this one. So, last lap board is going to be out in a moment's time. It is still all to play for here in KZ2. Leaders over the line. Jake Weston has an advantage of 0.4 of a second. Here is the battle for third place. So Price has disappeared up the road. Porter there in 3rd. Stevens 4th, still in play. Miles Murphy, you've got to tip your hat to him. It's been a really good effort from Miles Murphy so far here today, and he could still take 2nd place in the championship, of course, but I think this is the point where he's going to fall short unless things change into the final couple of corners. Jake Weston, he is on form. Jake Weston could be a contender for the final, takes heat number 2. Josh Price will start on pole position for the final later on today. There with 2nd place, a great return for last year's KZ2 champion. He's going to put on a show later on this afternoon. Morgan Porter 3rd, Ella Stevens 4th, Miles Murphy 5th on the road, Oliver Stewart 6th. That leaves the intermediate points looking like this. Price 5, Porter 5, Murphy 5. 65 championship points will go the way of Price, the 62 won't go to Porter because he's not registered as a championship point scorer, so the 62 will go to Murphy. Weston will be on the outside of row number 2, will take 60 championship points. Stevens will be on the inside of row number 3, will take 59 championship points. Improves her tally to 388, so the championship lead now for Oliver Stewart by my calculations. I should stress, these are very provisional. Commentators are not formal officials of the meeting. But by our reckoning here in the box, Stewart's lead is cut from 8 points to 4 points going into the final later on this afternoon. But Stewart will start well on the outside of row number 3. Glenister and Kenyon, row 4. Youngling and Morgan, row 5. There is a driver, though, on your screen who I think is a really, really hot shot for a potential win. I know he'll be starting on row number 2, Nicole, but again, I remember back to last year at this place, Jake Weston had a shine-out weekend. He had one error all weekend, which was a jump start. He's looking to put that wrong right here this weekend. That was a tremendous drive for the Sodi Vitesse team. Yeah,
it really was. Had strong pace in practice. I think this weekend a win could be on the cards for the Sodi driver. But of course, let's not forget what our main attention is going to be on during this final is the battle, is the story between Stevens, Murphy and Stewart. We are going to have a British champion by the end of today. But let's see some of the best bits from that race. Weston then really did perfect that race start, jumped it really well ahead of Stevens. Stevens, she didn't get it wrong, but it probably wasn't the lightning quick start that she had in Heat 1. Charlie Turner originally looked really strong, but this was the moment we saw the driver have that DNF. That was out of Dan Weldon. I think a technical problem there, just pulled off, and then technical problem as well for the number 9 of Ryan Green, who we lost down at Willows. The number 1 then of Price got past Ella Stevens through the sharp left-hander in the final sector. Very typical overtaking hotspot for these drivers. That then backed up Stevens into Murphy and Stewart, but there was not enough time for either of those two drivers to try and get past her. The number 6 then of Darren Morgan, Del Boy, as you like to call him then, Andrew, was really lighting things up. 14 place gain by Morgan to get himself into P7 in the end. Good stuff there, I would say.
What a story would it be for Derek Morgan? He was on the podium here last year as well. It'll start on the outside of row 5. From the back of the grid to a podium special in one day. Let's see if that happens later on this afternoon. For now, though, let's head down once again into Parc Ferme and over to Piers Prior.
Jake, that start was much better, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely a lot better that time. Managed to get away from the pack.
That was important to get away well because Josh was coming towards you at the end of the race there, but you just had enough of a gap.
Yeah, definitely saw him coming, but luckily there wasn't enough time for him to get there. We managed to save a bit of tyre as well in the process, but should all see for the final.
We will see for the final. How are you feeling ahead of that final?
Pretty confident. I know what I've got under me is very good. Just have to make sure the bit in the middle is good enough.
The squishy bit.
Yeah, the squishy bit, yeah.
Absolutely. Jake Weston, winner in Heat 2, and we'll grab Josh Price, last year's Motorsport UK Vero Tools British Kart champion in this category. Josh, you worked your way through there. If the race is a bit longer...
yeah, it was nearly there. I thought that I had to, obviously, the main goal this weekend is for Miles, you know, to try and end up on top, which I thought, the way the points work, and I thought we had to try and get to Jake to stop that, but I think it might have slightly worked against us in the end in the points by the sound of it. But yeah, shame. I'm more gutted for that, to be honest, than not winning. But yeah, now that that's out of the way, we'll just have to see what we can do in the final, sort of on pace.
Yeah, it's not confirmed, but it looks like the Miles might just be out of contention now mathematically. Again, not confirmed yet. There's a lot of, with the drop scores and a lot going on. Regardless of that, I suppose some weight off your shoulders, you just said that. Pace looked really strong on that one, especially towards the end.
Yeah, the pace is strong. It's always, you know, the pace is not normally the issue, but yeah, I'm just gutted for the team, to be honest. But we go again and see what we can do in the final.
In the final, what can you do? Do you reckon you can have a go, crack at the win, take another pot home?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what we do, hopefully.
Hopefully. Josh Price, last year's champion, second place in that heat. That's all the racing for this morning, but don't go away too far because we've got all of the finals, all 5 of them coming up this afternoon. That's going to be epic. The weather's perfect, the racing's been epic so far. Finals always produce wonderful racing. That's first race is going to be Water Swift at 1:30, so make sure you join us just before then, because that 1:30 is green flag time. In the meantime, we've got the Paddock show from last night with myself and Andrew Mather, where we spoke to some of the drivers. We have the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge, and we have potentially a new person at the top of the leaderboard. So that's coming up in just a moment after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome everybody, Paddock show for event 7 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're going to start, as we always do in 2025, with
the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge.
Tonight's contestant, Ricky Williams-Mabs. Ricky, Louis' dad, or just Ricky Williams. Are you ready for the challenge?
Well, I've got to be, haven't I, really? So, probably be the slowest, but we'll see. We'll see. I thought I'd give it a go. I've seen it on the other guys do it, so might be have half a chance.
There's a very important job. Louis, can you press the button to set your dad off when we're under starters orders? Limber up, ready to go. Right, here we go. The Williams-Mabs effort for the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. I'll get my words out eventually. In 3, 2, 1, go. Louis, come round. We'll have a little chat about your race day whilst your dad's changing the wheels. So it's very straightforward for those of you who've not watched it before. Dries off, wet's on, no loose tyres, the wet's nipped up, ready to race. Do you think your dad can beat that 3 minutes 14 from Ansel Murray back at Dunk as well?
If he can, that'd be impressive, but probably not.
Your privateer effort, so your dad does everything. I know you were changing, trying out lots of different settings yesterday. A bit of up and down business along the way. How's today gone?
It's just gone
really bad, just not that good. Just have no power in all the sessions. Just always at the back today. Hopefully we can change that tomorrow.
Engine problems. Engine problems. What do you think of this circuit? Is it one you enjoy? It's been a while since IAME have raced here.
It's a great track. I actually last year won the club championship and the K-plate. I did have the lap record until it got broken, but I really like this track and it's one of my favourites.
And the weather's good this weekend, isn't it?
Very good.
Your dad's pretty handy on the tools, I can see. He's gone with an interesting tactic. We haven't seen this one yet this year. The Wera Joker, normally people tend to put it in its vertical position to do the finger tightening, but we've fully disconnected. An interesting technique. I wonder if there's been a bit of pre-planning that's gone on here. So far, 1 minute 27 seconds, and we're nearly one wheel in. But it's best time so far, 3:14. Am I still second?
You are still second.
How am I still second? God, these people are terrible.
They've not been practicing. That's what it's been.
I didn't practice.
They've not been thinking through.
Right, where are we? What's it? 1 minute 40.
I think we've got a shot here.
Yeah, I reckon
we've got a shot at a very good time because we've already got half of the work done, and we've not hit the 2 minute window yet. Is your dad doing a good job?
Yeah, I think he can beat Ansel.
Do you trust your dad when it suddenly goes from dry to wet, wet to dry? Is he normally one of the first with all the wheels and tyres on and off?
Yes.
It's encouragement from your son there.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Louis.
How are you finding it so far?
I'm finding it all right, you know.
It's a lot easier with a buzz gun, but that's not the challenge.
I was hoping to use the buzz gun, but anyway.
No, that's not the rules. That's not the rules. That's the challenge part of the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge.
We'll get it eventually by the time we get to the end of the season.
There's a lot of syllables in there.
There are.
There's a lot of syllables.
This won't be our only challenge today as well, because I think we've got Rocco Lee and Rocco, are you going to have a go? Yeah. He's going to have a go as well.
Oh, we're nearly there.
I think this still could be a good time here.
Yeah.
2 minutes 30, 3 minutes 14 is the time to beat.
Three nuts to go.
You've got about 3 nuts to do in 30 seconds, Ricky.
Yeah. They have to be tight. I will check them.
Oh, this is going to be close.
This is going to be very close.
2 minutes 45.
It's okay.
30 seconds.
Please do not swear.
How long? 20 seconds or so. 25 seconds.
This is going to be tight. They must be tight, remember?
Yeah.
I'll be verifying this. I'm liking the power stance you've got going on here. All right, the fastest time is
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Stop.
Hit the button, hit the button. Oh, there we go. It is. 309. I'm going to give you double the mic.
I'll double mic. Congratulations. I don't think we need any judicials on that. I think that was pretty textbook, if you ask me.
Louis, come on.
Oh, here we go. We got the height. Wait, hang on. Let's get that on the camera again. What's this? We got a nice little insider handshake there. You proud of your dad?
Yes.
How are you going to repay him tomorrow?
With a win.
Yeah.
With a win. There we go. Right. So Ricky Williams taking the top spot provisionally. Of course, there's still plenty of wheel change challenges to go, but Andrew's having a bit of teething problems here. Can't get it off.
Rocco, you're not beating.
Next up, we're going to have Rocco Leon Shenton.
Oh, Louis.
There we go. Look at that.
Go on, boy.
There we go. I'll give you a mic back.
I chewed all my nails away at Kart Masters last week. That was the most difficult bit of it. Right, 3 minutes 9 seconds is now the new benchmark, but we've got another challenger.
We've got a driver.
Rocco Lee and Shenton, mega quick a few weeks ago.
No pressure, but you have just seen the fastest time you've seen this year. Do you need a? Have you had a look at the tool yet? Do you need a?
Yeah, I've got one of these tool.
You've got one. Good man.
Wow,
Good man. Did he buy it specially for practice? I wonder.
Henry Gregory gave me.
Henry Gregory gave it to you. Anyway, right. Let's get you. I'm going to walk into the shot here. Sorry.
Right, hang on.
We're going to have to reset
judicial moments.
Reset the board. In a moment.
There it is.
Reset. Andrew, I'll let you do the button pressing.
Right, Rocco, you know the rules. For you, it's going to be the other way around. Wets off, dries on, a little bit like we had at Kart Masters last week. Everything's got to be tightened up, back on the spokes. Rocco Lee and Shenton, the race of your life. Rocco against the world.
Hang on, I'm just gonna...
3, 2, 1, go.
It's a good start. Straight on the nut. Oh, he's going with the wheel spin.
This classic tactic.
Someone's watched my my wheel change challenge from the start of the year. Do you know what? As the year's gone on, I've been more and more happy with my effort.
Solid, that 3 minutes 26.
Do you know what? If I'd have shown my kart mechanic that time, he would have laughed in my face. I was notoriously not the best at the tools, but hey. Right. It's not the I won't. We'll not do any. Anyway, wow, we are remoting 30 seconds wheel off. We could be on for a sub
We
sub
couldn't
3
see
minute.
a sub 3 minute, could we?
I mean, it's definitely possible.
Remarkable. I kind of feel for Ricky a bit because
Right,
that really
lefty,
was a really good
Lucy.
run.
Yeah.
And it could already be going in the next 2 minutes.
I fumbled on one of the wheel nuts. I should have done them really tight so Rocco stopped trouble.
No, Rocco's a strong boy. He's been racing well today. I say we've nearly got one wheel done, and we're not even at 60 seconds yet, Piers.
We're getting there. We had a slight issue there. You can lock the nut head on with a little button. So press that, and that'll lock it on. That's a feature of the Wera Tools Joker there. There's not a features on that tool. Great to have the Wera Tools support this year, and also the Wheel Change Challenge has been a good addition to the Paddock show.
I tell you what, this is what I've been waiting for with this challenge all year. We've had two really good efforts, and they stepped up to the plate as well.
Volunteers
who said, "Yep, this is my week. I want to have a go at this challenge." I really feel for Ricky here. I think this is going to go.
Do you know what? I think Rocco's in a good position because he is a privateer.
Yeah.
I always see him with dirty hands in the paddock, which
Absolutely.
means that he gets his hands dirty and gets on with it. Cracks on with his dad. Make sure the car's ready.
The nuts come out. Drama.
A fumble. We've gone with a different tactic on the right-hand wheel than we were on the left.
I'm not quite sure why he's done that. It went
He was
so
ahead
well
of the
on
game.
this side.
He was ahead of the game. Rocco, where's the spinning tactic gone?
So
He's
2
forgot
minutes
which
and
way to spin.
5. Rocco, you have got 60 seconds to finish the job.
And he's only got one nut to do after this
But
one.
I think he's got this.
Make sure they're tight. That's 1, 2, last nut. You've got 40. He's gone with the spin to finish off. They must be tight.
Is that it? Let's have a give him a wiggle. Give him the official
2:23.
wiggle. That feels pretty
Hang on,
good.
let me check the
Sorry,
wheel
I
nuts.
walked across the camera there. Are we happy with this, Piers?
Wheel nuts on left are okay. What about wheel nuts right?
I would say, yeah, that is good. Rocco Learshedson, put it there, mate. That is a stonking
There we go.
time.
And good
Good bit of
sportsmanship
as well. 2 minutes 23. I'll go and write the time on the board. Well, what a night we've had here in the Wheel Change Challenge. Not one, but two new leaders.
Do you want me to hold the mic?
You hold the mic.
Rocco, let's get a post-race interview. Sorry, Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Rocco, you've been visualising this for weeks? Have you been planning in your mind the tactics?
Yeah, but I've never been where to find it. Never known where to find it, but found it today.
Tell you what, if it does rain tomorrow, which is very slim chance, and it rains on the grid, I think your dad's got a good pair of hands to help him.
Yeah, we've got tier impact gun, so it'll be even quicker.
But of course, you did pretty well, even if there was no impact. If the gun runs out of juice, then you're going to be in good hands. Talk to us about your weekend so far. You've been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, it's been all right. The first heat we had quite good pace, but the second heat we lost a bit of pace. But the grip's gone down a little bit, but same for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, on the Birrell ART chassis, as you have been for this year so far, not many people on the Birrell this year, but it has historically gone fairly well, and also around here.
Yeah, a few people on it. I think Katie Donaldson and Alfie Brown's earlier the people that are on it, but it seems a good chassis.
Yeah, you're enjoying it, and I saw you getting a nice fight with a privateer, another privateer, Zach McDonald. He did a lovely move around the outside of turn 1, didn't he?
Yeah, I slowed it down a bit too much, but I know for tomorrow.
You'll know for tomorrow, but no, inside the top 4, I'm sure you'll be happy with that, but we all know that you only ever go for the win, don't you?
Yeah, no second place. Sore loser.
Absolutely. Right, let's have a look. Spin round, Luke.
The moment.
Oh, hang on, here's your mic.
The moment of truth, Rocco Shenton, P1, baby, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. That has been our best Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge of the year so far. If you want to take part, we've still got 3 events to go. It's here at Race Centre at the end of the last race on Saturday. Every single event. If you think you can beat what was a really good effort there from Rocco, 2 minutes and 23 seconds, we'll see you at Wilton Mill, we'll see you at PF International for the remaining events of the year. For now, though, Ricky, Louis, Rocco, thank you very much. We'll see you later on. We're going to continue with the rest of the Paddock show.
Yes.
Round the Paddock.
Tell you what, before we move on, that's a hell of a gap as well.
I know. That's a proper effort. I really rate that. Rocco, well done. Let's head on in to the rest of the paddock. As I say, if you're watching this on the lunch break, hope you've enjoyed the racing so far today. The racing here on Saturday, though, I think has been really solid. I've been interested to see the difference in styles with this being a single header versus a double header. Now, obviously, when we talk about the other engine formulas, we're pretty used to this format, but the IAME drivers, maybe not so much, and they've been rising to the challenge so far this weekend.
Yeah, of course, and it's a good circuit actually, to be honest, to go racing. There's a few overtaking opportunities. You can do turn 1 inside and the cutback, and we've seen outside, as we just mentioned, with Rockaleon and Shenton. Paces and everything, because the toe is pretty strong around here as well.
Yeah. If they're not playing any music, let's have a little wander into Excel.
We wandered in yesterday and there was no one here.
Yeah, there was no one here yesterday, so this is looking a lot better. I'm missing drivers though. I want to talk to some drivers. The Excel guys have been again in their battle with the Forzas. Particularly good to see Bodie Batch running up towards the front. I think what's actually happening is they're all watching the British touring cars. Drivers, let's have a chat. Andy, let's have a chat. Johnston, we had a chat with yesterday as well. Take us to your karts. We'll walk through. Johnston, we'll start with yourself. What happened in that second heat?
Well, Chester Fork spun on one of the corners and I had nowhere to go and I just smashed straight into him.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
That's the most important thing. Andy as well, racing with your brother as well, that's always a good thrill, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good. We both love to be very competitive and all, but
And your day, how's it gone?
not as best as we could. We have some pace, we just need to put it all together and then we can be more up there and fix the starts and just get going more.
One of the questions we were wondering about earlier, single header versus double header, which do you prefer? Is single header harder or is it about the same?
About the same, but I would like a double header better because I like to get into the racing more, so I'm more of a racer.
Hopes for tomorrow?
Just at least the top 10 would be great. Just we need some result for this year.
Good stuff. Andy, Johnson, thanks for talking to us. Great to see the brother-sister duo from Northern Ireland continue to get stronger and stronger. I'd say, probably about a year ago they were, fighting in the mid-20s. Now they're pushing up into the top 20, and when racing luck goes your way, up into the top 10 as well.
It's really good to see drivers move on and move forward, and there's lots of cases of that. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, because we've got some very special guests this weekend. We've seen Chris McCarthy. We've heard from all of our amazing guests. We've got talk to us about this at the hands.
We're just discussing some of the action from today, and we have different opinions about some of the moves. That's all, because it's so enthralling to watch this action today.
Neil, you're used to many different forms of motorsport, but particularly in the rally world. What have you made of karting today?
It's fascinating to watch at every level. The sort of the affinity with grip and the affinity with the physics of it. Like, everything about this is pure physics racing. It's very similar at the entry level of rallying and rallycross with cross karts as well, is that seeing the kids coming through and learning everything, and it's all science, and it's about tuning this into what's happening here and underneath you, and then learning a little bit about the engineering, and then if you can lock all of that in together, you're done.
Have you had a particular favourite race of the day?
The one where I was absolutely schooled in commentating by Nicole. So I sat in there and I went, I have no idea what's going on, and she just was an absolute pro. So no, I've been watching everything, and it's just, the action is so thick and fast, and at every level I've just been super impressed. It's been great to see.
And you got the media training session set to go in as we're filming this a few minutes time. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, I am. It's really nice. I'm very aware from speaking to Chris that these young drivers are very talented, but as soon as they start getting interviewed, they don't necessarily know how to conduct themselves and how they come across on camera. I was watching Piers doing interviews today, and he's got to, coax words out of these kids that don't necessarily have any experience of that. So Chris's idea was that we came down and actually gave them some real basics, some tricks that hopefully not tricks, is the wrong word, but techniques that if they apply them now will stand them in good stead this weekend and for the rest of their careers.
Fantastic stuff. Guys, we'll let you get to that. I don't want to get run over by an MG. Chris, it's been great having yourself back in the paddock today.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. So good to be back at a track I used to race at. You know, we've had people from Young Epilepsy's Youth Voice Network here. You know, what myself and Neil have been doing, thanks to, you know, the amazing team at Alpha Live and Motorsport UK, has been able to show them the different areas of the sport and how you can get into it at the entry level of the sport, and that's been fantastic in itself, as well as what we're going to be doing with these media sessions. So just a big thanks to everyone here around the circuit who's been so welcoming to helping us do that.
And the impact that today can have on karting as a sport as well. You know, we had Xander Clements with us last weekend across from the States. We could see what those guys have done in terms of raising the profile, and the drivers being part of that raising of the profile of the sport over the Atlantic. Is the hope that kind of like you do more of these, you build up the confidence more and more for the drivers, so that people could tune in and go, hey, these guys really know what they're talking about and they've got great personalities?
Yeah, I hope so. You know, I think with something like this, it's just a nice way to, as Neil said, give people some simple tips that they can then use on in their careers, because now broadcasting is done at such a high level, from karting to club level racing in cars and beyond. So having these tricks is good at all levels, and if we can get that to them now, then they've got a head start. So I think the British Kart Championships will be doing a great thing for these drivers.
I think you guys have thanked a lot of people here, but also a massive thanks to the both of you for giving up your time, because no one's paying you to be here today. You're literally giving your time and expertise to help the next generation, and it's really good to see. And you know, hopefully we'll see some of the people that you help on the ladder all the way up motorsport, or maybe even just stay in karting but become some of the best drivers and best personalities. So thank you to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Right, we'll leave you go and do that. Should we wander?
Yeah, let's have a wander. And yeah, obviously, what I will say about the drivers in this paddock as well, and why it's great to have the guys here this weekend, is that there's already a really good level of the drivers. I know when me and Nicole go out to Europe, per se, we have to almost recalibrate ourselves in a way of there's certain questions that you ask a senior that you wouldn't to an IAME Water Swift restricted driver.
Yeah.
When we go out to Europe, as I say, you almost have to recalibrate yourself and know, oh, actually, your European juniors are almost to a confidence level of an IAME Water Swift driver here, you know, because of the level of exposure that they've had to the cameras.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget when you watch the drivers, even in Water Swift, restricted Water Swift, these up to 13-year-old drivers, they race at such a high level, but they're still 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds. Like, I mean, Andrew, I can't speak for you, but on my behalf, when I was 12 years old, I couldn't, you know, stand in front of a camera, do an interview and all that, and probably likewise. And we've got a young driver here who's very
Frank
good
Morris, come on in. Frank, how's your day been?
It's been really good, honestly. We kept on getting PBs and trying to get up, but we got bullied in the first one and then thought I had an issue, so we started slow on the last one. So we're starting 12 tomorrow, which I'm happy with.
But kicking on as well, I very much notice how now you're in the pack now. Yeah. You're now on that pace, so yeah, it's a bit elbows out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really elbows out, and it's not the easiest thing to do ever. So.
Are you enjoying the challenge of having to fight these drivers? Because a lot of the drivers, you know, they've been doing it a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, and considering we haven't had as much experience as the others, it's kind of worrying me.
Well, it shouldn't be worrying. I'm glad that you're thinking that it's something you need to improve, because identifying areas of improvements is hugely impossible, but enjoy the challenge of it, because one day I'm sure you'll be one of the ones that's teaching the younger drivers like yourself how to do it as well.
Yeah, and I hope I'll do better.
No problem.
Target for tomorrow?
At least in the top 10.
Sounds good.
We'll look out for that. Frank, thanks for their time. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm really enjoying about IAME Water Swift Restricted this year in particular. Piers, you know, not just Frank, you know, Benjamin Schliver is a big example of it today.
Very impressive today.
I know I keep going back to it, the near podium at GYG, but that was a bit of that's a surprise in the results. It's not a surprise anymore. He's been consistently up in the top 5 throughout today. Arthur Bowers is another driver I'm going to give a shout out to.
Amazing this weekend. He's been there.
Arthur only did his first round of this championship last time out at PF International, so in terms of that development curve, you know, he's in terms of the time side of things, he's way back from everybody else who had, you know, Ward and Law, GYG to get up to speed. You know, you wouldn't have known it from the results today. He was right up there.
But he was up there in every single practice session, deserved to be at the front, and was showing it. I fell back away a bit in the first heat, but the second heat was right there or thereabouts.
Right, let's have a chat with the McDonald clan. Zach, good pace today. Bit of bad luck in the qualifying session, but I really like the fact that you were able to drive back through the field inside of row number 4 at the last check. Update me if that's still the case.
Definitely nose cone in the second heat, so I think I'll be about 12th place
You
on the grid.
are intermediate classification 12th, yeah?
Yeah, outside of row 6, which is not a bad position, to be honest. You can get up from there, but yeah, we'll see.
As I say, you've already shown today that you can move up from even further back in the grid, so it's kind of... Does it help with the single header that everything's a bit more stretched out and you can take your time?
It does to an extent, like you said, it's all a bit less eventless, a bit less manic and all of that, but I would have liked a double header to get a better qualifying position tomorrow, potentially. But it is what it is. Now I'm starting 12th, so I've just got to make it up.
Question, Zach. I caught up with you briefly after that final heat today. You mentioned that you're potentially slightly more recently experienced than some of the drivers here this weekend, which accounts for potentially some of the good results you've had this weekend. But how much do you put down to the good results and your good pace this weekend to knowing the circuit? How much of it is just confidence, knowing you're coming to a circuit you race out often?
100%. Knowing the circuit is probably one of the most important things in karting, because if you don't know a circuit, you don't know where you're around, you don't know the lines. I'd say it's 80% of your pace just comes from knowing your way around, having that pace, knowing before that you've had good results around circuits like this, because I've had pretty good results around this circuit and comes into this weekend knowing that I can be near the front, and I've raced drivers at the top of the grid this weekend.
And similarly as well, you came through the field really nicely in that second heat, knowing how the traffic falls, where the incidents are, being able to see how things unfold.
Yeah, you know the overtaking opportunities, that's the main thing. If you know where to go through the move, where they're not going to come back at you, it means that you can really find your way through the grid, make sure they don't have a go back at you, hold you up, which means you can get forward towards the front like I did in the second heat.
Well, use that as a confidence, because you can do it, and we've seen you right up at the front. You can do it when we go anywhere, I'm sure.
100%. I'm going to hopefully do that tomorrow from 12th.
Fantastic stuff. Zach, thanks for your time. Brilliant job as ever, and we'll see how the number 280 gets on tomorrow.
Love to see so many privateers doing so well. He was fighting with Rocco Leon Shenton, fourth and fifth in that second heat. We don't often see that, but that's nothing against the privateers, but it's harder when you've not got the might of a team of experience behind you.
Well, yeah, it's one of the things that we saw to an extent at Kart Masters last week. I had a feel for Enzo Butterazzi when we had that changeover, because he didn't have the might of the Fusion Motorsport behind him. It doesn't take away from the job that Fusion Motorsport did in that incredible turnaround of not one but 2 damaged karts. But also shows the performances like that today and other performances last week at Kart Masters. It can be done. It's not one of those things of if you've not got the team, you don't stand a chance. So yeah, that's really good. Have we got any drivers in MDL? I don't think we popped in here yesterday during the build-up show.
No, we didn't. No drivers.
No drivers. We've got team members. We've got a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How was your day? Talk to us about it.
It wasn't too bad. Usually I do junior road tax, and this is my first ever time driving a junior X30, so it was a very new experience for me. But we actually haven't had that bad results. We've qualifying, we screwed up as always, and in the heats I finished 14th from about 22nd, and especially for my first time here, no, not here, but my first time in an X30, and everyone else on the grid has had 1 to 2 years of experience. I think I've had a very good weekend so far.
Absolutely. Well, for those of you who have been just tuning into IAME, remind us who you are, what number you are.
I'm John Richardson, and number 668.
Number 668. John, what are the differences in terms of actual driving that you find the difference between like a road tax and an X30?
So in a road tax, I think it's a lot more smoother, and in this, I think you have to be a lot more physical. Like after some of the sessions, I couldn't really feel my arms. Yeah, but also, I think you've got a lot more torque out of the corners, and it feels better to drive, but apart from that, I don't really see that many differences.
Similar in pace?
Yeah. Compared to my junior road tax times, they're basically identical.
What's your hope for tomorrow? What are you thinking about this evening, looking into tomorrow's finals?
So I think our goal for the final is to get top 10. If I get top 10, I'll be very happy with myself, but I'm very happy where I am in 15th, but I think top 10 is my target for this weekend.
Great, there we go. Well, we'll see how you get on. Thank you very much for chatting to us.
John Richardson there. Good to have John back in the paddock. I want to move a little bit further down because we didn't quite get to the end of the paddock. BMR, thank you very much. You can turn your music back up now.
You got a big boo there, Andrew.
Yeah, I did get a big boo.
If you turn the music on, you didn't even go and talk to them.
Building. Well, they've not got any drivers kicking around. You don't want to talk to mechanics.
Disappointing, yeah. Really unfortunate for Derek Morgan. Didn't see him complete the laps he would like to in qualifying. He was actually very fast in practice, up inside the top 5 in the second, FP4, I think he was. He'll be fighting his way through the fields.
Yeah, and Derek's had good results here in the past as well, so I don't think is all hope lost, particularly over the course of those 3 races tomorrow. Just see if Gus Lawrence is up for a quick chat in the PF International karting awning. Gus, whoa, that was another exciting day for us in the box, watching you and Freddie and Zach and the Harrisons go wheel to wheel. How was it from your perspective?
No, obviously qualifying was very close, like second, and I think it was 200ths, but I got a bit of traffic and whatnot, so I believed I could have been pole. The first heat definitely missed a little bit of speed compared to the rest, but then we made some alterations, and definitely in that second heat it was faster for sure, but it's just the way the racing plans out, defending and standard procedure. It's just frustrating, so that was that. But I think with those 2 heats I guess I'm third overall, so maybe start third for the super heat tomorrow if that's how it works. I'm not too sure. It's a slightly different format to what we're normally doing.
Just go out there and drive.
yeah. So I guess I'll be third. I'm not sure. If not, starting second again. So it's points mean prizes. So we'll just keep chipping away and get a good position for the final.
We noted in the box, or at least I noted, and I might be talking complete rubbish, that it's that stage of the season now where we're into the run-in. I noticed it was yourself, it was Freddie, it was Zach keeping your heads today, and it was the junior graduates who maybe weren't quite taking it, thinking long game today. Is that something that you think about when you're at the wheel of the kart?
I think being obviously one of the older ones, I definitely race a bit more sensible and focus on trying to go forwards, where sometimes the younger ones that move up, they get into a sensible position and just defend. And I think I was saying earlier, I don't remember the racing being like this a couple of years ago. It's just really bad for defending at the minute, and I think that's worldwide. Like when you watch it, Europe and whatnot, they just get in front and white line it and defend, and it's frustrating. But
I have to agree.
Like you work hard in practice to try and go as fast as possibly you can to get to the race and just drive around the inside, and it's not racing. So saw a little bit of that in that heat there, but it's early days yet, so we'll see how it plans out.
Gus, your outlook, because you've won championships before, you won 3 of them in this category exactly. When it's as close as it has been this weekend, I mean, I think it was top 20 covered by 3 tenths or 4 tenths, something stupid like that.
Yeah, this track it's quite a short track, so it's tight. Yeah,
and you've kind of almost evaded opportunity of a really bad weekend number 1 by being up there and qualifying. And it seems like that final race, the heat 2, it was almost less about pace on circuit. Everyone in the top 5 or 6 had the similar pace. It's all about place in the car. Is that the way you see it?
Yeah, obviously you just want to have a clean race and finish, and again, like it's close racing. The lap time is very tight for everyone, but again, if you make a mistake, you're definitely still going to lose a tenth or 2 here and there, so you just need to drive as consistent as you can and focus on going forwards, really.
And beyond this weekend as well, flying the flag for British karting over to the States again?
Yeah, definitely. I'm going back next week, racing again next week there. So it's finish off here, day at home, get it all the suit washed, and then fly on Tuesday. So no, I enjoy it when I go racing there.
Racking up the air miles.
It's different. It's like, I would say the racing there is like England maybe 5 or 10 years ago, where it's really good racing. It's really good. Everyone's focused on trying to go fast and good speed. Racing's clean over there. It's good. I enjoy it. It's just different. Like when you've done it for a long time, like I have, it's good making a change and racing against different people and seeing different tracks.
And making an impact in a good way. Gus, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Gus Lawrence there, our reigning X30 senior British champion. We'll carry on. How many minutes have we got? We've got
6 minutes.
5 or 6 minutes.
Should we duck in premium?
If they've got any drivers, we had a little. Oh, right, they've got a driver, Morgan Moore. We'll have a chat with the Irishman. Morgan, we didn't see you at Kart Masters last week. What was up?
I just done my shoulder in a few weeks ago, so I decided to give it a skip, so I'd be right for this weekend, the important one.
But you're in the top 10 today. Another solid day of pace. Working on the karts as well. Any setup changes, major setup changes, or are you pretty fine with where things are overnight?
No, a few little things we're going to do, just small changes. Struggling a little bit for grip in the second heat, so try and sort that out.
And you're in that big pack as well. So we've just had a chat with Gus Lawrence.
The moment has arrived. The finals are here. First up, we have Water Swift, and it's been hotly contested so far. If you're a Fusion driver, it's likely you're inside the top 10 places. First, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth are all Fusion drivers. Only Daniel Ferguson is bucking the trend for BMI. He finished second in that superheat. We'll go from second place. And as you can see behind me, we're all making our way out onto the grid. I'll be giving you grid walks for all the races this afternoon. 5 excellent finals coming up. Longer races than we've had at any point this weekend. Circuit is heating up. The racing is going to be hotly contested as always. Now let's walk and have a chat to some of our drivers, starting with Daniel Ferguson. I just spoke about you. Am I right to have a quick word ahead of the final? Yeah. I'll let you put your cart down first. Racing on the Paralin chassis for BMR. Daniel, second place in that superheat. A great result for yourself. What can you do in this final?
I think now I'm going to be dangerous. I'm just going to get around the first corner and hopefully be there.
Absolutely. The pace was there in the heat. You're racing against a lot of Fusion drivers. I think everyone other than yourself in the top 8 is Fusion. Does that bother you at all?
No, I don't care.
Absolutely. Look at the determination there, Daniel Ferguson. His first season in Water Swift, making the step up from Water Swift Restricted. Our pole sitter, Alfie Davidson. Alfie, just spin around so we can see you on the camera. We saw you took a win in the heats earlier on this weekend. The superheat was tricky, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit tricky at the end. Tried to defend and just got caught up a bit, but stuff like that happens. But at least to start on the pole and at the British is really good. Hopefully he can win.
It's been so close for everyone this weekend. I think it could be any of the top 10, 15 drivers maybe. What can you do in this race to give yourself the best chance of taking the win at this event?
Just keep calm really and just think what you need to do, look ahead, look far enough ahead to know what if they're going to go in or not, and just try to win. Longest race we've had this weekend so far. Does that change your outlook? No, not really. Just going to try push away and then battle on the last lap. We'll see how you get on with that. Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport going from pole position. Daniel Ferguson, second place with BMR, going on the outside of row number 1. Inside of row number 2, the number 4, Austin Newstead. Austin was a driver that joined us for the Purple Sector's media training last night. I'm hoping you're going to be a good conversation now, Austin. This weekend, things haven't always gone your way, but you still found yourself in a great starting position for the final.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, first heat yesterday wasn't very good, dropped back on the start, managed to come back through. Second heat was a lot better, I managed to win it. And then this morning in the super heat, it was all right, not very good start, but I ended up managing to get myself back through. And yeah, I'm hoping I can do better in this final.
Of course, 4th place in the championship last year. You're looking to try and take the victory this season. What can you do in this race to give yourself the best chance of the victory?
Hopefully, I just need to be consistently on the podium. Hopefully again I can score another podium, and yeah, hopefully I can just keep that run of podiums going.
Austin, good luck in this race. Alongside him, another Austin for Fusion Motorsport, Austin Gibson this time. Austin Gibson, we have to have a quick chat. Austin, talk to me about your weekend so far. You know, you're always there or thereabouts, but you've had a couple of difficulties.
Yeah, we've been struggling this weekend, but you know, like at PFI, we think we found our pace, and hopefully it should be good. We've been looking at data quite a bit. We found the issues and now we have sorted them, so we should be up there for the win.
You said you're looking at the data. That's with your team, of course, the Fusion. They help you a lot with that, with the driving and the data behind the scenes. These karts have data loggers on, so they log lots of different information. Can you give us any insight about what sort of things you've been looking at, what you've changed into the final now?
You know, looking at how the kart is, looking at my driving most especially for mistakes and stuff, and you know, changing lines here and there, and it's worked out, we think.
So you've got a plan for the final?
Yes, hopefully.
The people at home couldn't see the little grin I saw under the helmet there, so I'm looking forward to a good race from you, Austin. 4th place on the grid. We continue with more Fusion drivers. It's Mason Hibbert and George Clark on row number 3. We'll grab a word quickly with Mason Hibbert. Very fast in the superheat this morning. I think probably arguably one of the fastest drivers. Mason, pace was good. What can you do to use that pace to get to the front?
Just do what I've been doing all weekend, just go through the pack and just do what I can do.
What have you been talking about with your teammates ahead of this race? Is there any team tactics going on, or is it every man for themselves?
I think the last couple of laps will be every man for themselves, but before that it'll be pushing.
Do you back yourself in that situation?
Yeah.
Amazing. 1 minute to go, so we've got time for one more interview. I think we're going to work backwards and talk to our highest placed Excel Motorsport driver of Colby Patterson. Just getting a final few words of advice from his mechanic. Colby, final race of the day. What are you thinking?
Full send, obviously. We're going to try win it. We're starting 9th, unfortunately, after the pre-final incident. But from here, there's nothing to lose. We may as well just full send it for the final.
Well, it says it on your visor, so we'll see if that comes out. Water Swift race coming up in just a few moments' time. It's set to be hotly contested. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Piers. We are ready in the box here at Kimbolton for the 7th round final in this year's IAME Water Swift Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. On pole position for Fusion Motorsport, it's the 146 of Alfie Davidson. Joining Davidson on the front row, his rival from last year's IAME Water Swift Restricted Championship. These two, Davidson and Daniel Ferguson, they finished 1-2 in the championship. What have they got in store here today? Austin Newstead, championship leader. His leader's extended to 26 points. He's on row 2 alongside Ozzie Gibson. Mason Hibbert and George Clark go from row 3. Luca Narraway and Harry Williams, they start on row number 4.
Row number 5 looks like Colby Patterson versus Oscar Kenny. And then from 6, we have Joseph Davies alongside George House. 7, Marjoris Kovekskis and Effin Owen. And from row number 8, you have your E-Plate champion of Chester Forks alongside your GP plate of Christian Kobe.
On to row number 9. It's been a good run so far this week for the privateer. Danny Dempsey is joined by Charlie Clough on that row of the grid. Ryan Meta and Henry Clark go from row 10. Ethan Robinson and Ruben Sagu start on row 11. Johnston Stewart, first of the Stewarts, starts on row 12 alongside Ilyas Sami. Sister Andy Stewart, starts on row 13 alongside Sophie Campbell. Jack Harney and Ada O'Brien complete the 28 runners here in IAME Water Swift. We will go round again. The flashing amber light is already up on the gantry. An extra formation lap for us to just go over a little bit in terms of championship scores. Big thanks to Ian Rogers, Yaz Manchester, the motorsport-timing.co.uk team for providing us with this data. Newstead 779, Patterson 753, Gibson 752, George Clark 740, George House 712, Daniel Ferguson 684. So those are your top 6 in the championship heading into this one. Remember, once we've got to the end of this race, all full-time, full attendance drivers will have 14 scores in the book. This championship is best 14 scores out of 18. Of course, we'll get to 18 scores when we finish the final double header of the year. That will decide this championship. But this could be a pivotal race in the story of it. Are we ready to race? No. Too quick on the acceleration there. So we go around for an extra formation lap again, Nicole Sutherland.
I think this is a big moment, not only for Davidson on pole, but for Ferguson as well. This is the point in the year then they've fully settled into this class after both moving up from restricted in 2024. They were your drivers, like you said, Andrew, fought out for that championship win last year. Now they both find themselves fully immersed into this class, back where they were in, our season last year, right at the front end together.
Well, it's been an up and down season so far for Alfie Davidson. You remember the trials and tribulations of Warden Law, where he didn't make the final, then had a great response back at GYG in round number 3. So we know Alfie Davidson has the speed, but anything can't be predicted in Water Swift. We saw it 1 week ago at Kart Masters. We saw it at the last round at PF International. What are we going to see here at Kimbolton? We're racing once again in Water Swift, down towards the first turn to Stowe Corner. Can Davidson get the line right? It's a good start for Austin Newstead as well on the inside line there. Newstead takes, or nearly took second place there. Davidson's got back in, so that's a good start for Daniel Ferguson, apologies, into second place. 3 wide already into Derek's corner. Good start for Luca Narroway. The Bluebird is up a few positions.
Yeah, that was a really good start. Now Chester Forbes cuts the grass, then the E-plate's going to fall all the way to the back of the order. Cuts the corner completely. Tough stuff for Chester this weekend then. Out of the sharp left-hander they will go, and like you said, Andrew, Ferguson did a great job at that race start to tuck back into that P2, kept his foot in through Willows and finds himself now right behind Davidson. Davidson then a 10th and a half as now Ferguson at turn number 1 goes for the race lead and pulls it off. Has that allowed Newstead through as well? We can't quite see if Austin has made the jump on Alfie, but close racing so far. Luca Narroway, don't count him out. The Bluebird driver looking really quick this weekend here at Kimbolton. Has had some good stuff, is now down the inside. Is that George House trying to get involved for one of the first times this weekend? House then, who's had 2 great results out in Europe in the IAME European Championship. He's not had the past couple of rounds that he would have liked. Is down the inside at the last corner. That's a big change between Davids, Newstead, Narroway and Ferguson, as Ferguson is now pushed down all the way to P6.
That was classic Alfie Davidson for me, Nicole. We saw a lot of battles between Davids. Oh, big hit into the wall, Luca Narroway. Luca Narroway out of this race. The cart is moving again. Luca looks okay. The cart surely will not be. That was a really, really hard hit into the wall on driver's left.
Now then, this is the stage. Davidson holds that race lead. Newstead right behind him as over the back of one of the Fusion goes Daniel Ferguson. That runs both of them off of the road on the exit of Dan Weldon, both managing to get back onto the tarmac. However, that's going to drop both of them down the order. Ada O'Brien has now in Parc Ferme. She is out of this race. Real shame for Ada. Where did Ferguson end up then? Down in P13. And I don't know which Fusion it was that pulled off the road with him. It could have been potentially George Clark. For the time being, though, Davidson and Newstead out in the front, pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, sorry, Nicole, just got over you there, but that's a real shame for Daniel Ferguson. Alfie Davidson, though, leads this race. Austin Newstead will like this. He will really, really like this after the disappointment of 7 days ago, where he came so close to winning that GP plate, made an error. Look at the front left. Look at the front left of that 117. Luca Narroway. The tracking is completely off there. He is out of this race. That is a real, real shame for Luca Narroway, who on speed was looking for a good result here today. But Newstead, I spoke to him last week after the disappointment of losing out on in the steward's room. And I think his determination now is, right, we put the disappointment behind us, we go for that number 1 plate. This is a very good situation for Austin Newstead. We talked about it with Colby Patterson in the Superheat this morning, didn't we, Nicole? Right now, Austin Newstead doesn't need to win this race. He'd like to win this race, of course. He'd like to get that extra 3 championship points. But right now, Austin Newstead is extending his championship lead over his rivals, over Patterson, over Gibson. Yes, Davidson is in the top 10 in the championship standings, but he's towards the lower end of that top 10. He's not the biggest threat in terms of championship to Austin Newstead. Meanwhile, the driver second place in the standings is on the attack. Colby Patterson down the inside, goes for it on Ozzie Gibson. These two trading places back and forth. Good response there from Ozzie Gibson, trying to make it 3 British Kart Championship wins in a row after his double final victory at PF International around a month ago. Good start as well for Joseph Davis there in the 178 for Excel Motorsport, Nicole. This is a really good run from Joseph.
Absolutely is, and there is going to be a big tail within this final then, because the current battle between Gibson and Patterson is not only within this race as they trade places once more out of the final corner, it's also within the virtual championship, because as it stands, they're tied on 812 points. Looks like there then Ozzie was going to go for the move on Colby through that first corner, but thinks against it and tucks back in, because that consistent battling between the two of them is pulling in Ozzie's teammate of Christian Kobe, your driver that snatched away the GP plate last weekend at Kart Masters, closer and closer to the back of these two. Still though, it's Colby that leads from Ozzie out of the second sector. 812 points was the last lap that split up the two. Now Colby has taken that virtual championship jump ahead of Austin. 813 for Colby currently, 811 for Austin. Through they go once more, and they really have now tailed off the back of your two race leaders, because Davidson and Newstead, the two Fusion teammates, have pulled away with an over 2.2 second gap. Now then, Ferguson had that big moment a couple of laps ago, dropped down to about P13, is now back on the charge. P10 for the time being, and P10 with that fastest lap behind George House. About 3/10 faster than House over their best laps. She's definitely trying to pick up the pieces of what was a bit of an incident earlier on.
It was indeed. 9 minutes of this race to go. We're on lap number 8. You're watching live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary. Oh no! Oh, the 178. That surely is Joseph Davis. Joseph Davis, who was on for his best result of the year, has had an issue of some sort. Didn't see what the trigger of it was, but falls down to 25th place and penalty. Not saying this related, but we're just seeing what's on our screen. Plus 5 second penalty for Daniel Ferguson. So the front row sitter for this race, it's gone from bad to worse for the 115. 5 seconds at the moment. We're dropping from 8th place all the way down to outside the top 20.
Yeah, that's tough stuff for Daniel then, but that's racing, and those 5 seconds will be applied to the sheets post-race. Still though, I'm sure it won't put him off. Currently sat there in P8, chasing down Christian Kobe. It's still the GP plate that he is looking at. Davidson turns up the temperature there out in the race lead, puts in that purple lap with a 45.03, about 7/10 faster than his teammate of Newstead. Now, within this one, and he said it to Piers Prior on that grid walk then, Newstead, he didn't say that he needs a race win in here, he said he wants a podium.
Yep.
He's a clever driver, he knows that, you know, he doesn't necessarily have to snatch a round win here to snatch a championship at the end of things. So I'd say behind his teammate of Davidson there, he's being clever, he's just being patient. If the gap is there, if the door opens, I'm sure he'll go for it, but he's not going to try and force something here, I wouldn't say, Andrew.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there are your live championship points on your screen in the bottom right-hand corner. For those of you around the circuit who perhaps don't have a monitor in front of you, Newstead 8:41, Patterson 8:13, Gibson 8:11. The championship can't be won today. We've done the maths on that, but what Newstead could do is put himself into a position. We shouldn't forget as well, Newstead had a really torrid time in round 1 of the championship back at Warden Law. So when we talk about drop scores and room for improvement, Austin Newstead's still got a good amount of points that he can pick up in the opening round of the final double-header, which will be at Wilton Mill. You'll be able to watch every single moment of that here on Alpha Live and Motorsport UK TV. But Newstead is doing the business here to give himself a big step towards the British title. What have you spotted, Nicole?
Well, sorry to interrupt you then, Andrew. More drama for Ferguson. Another 5 second penalty now for the 115 for BMR.
Yeah, so that's now 10 seconds. He's 4.8 seconds off the overall lead. 14.8 seconds would stick him just ahead of George Clark in 23rd place. So it really has all gone wrong for Daniel Ferguson. O plate holder versus GP plate holder then. This is the fight for 5th place. Just going through Kestrel corner now. Christian Kobe, who took that plate 1 week ago. Harry Williams 1 week ago was having all kinds of dramas. That very dramatic rebuild of his machine just to get him into the Grand Prix. I think it's really given him, it didn't give him the result that he wanted, Nicole, but it's re-energised Harry Williams in this season. He obviously missed the last doubleheader at PF International earlier on in the season. Is probably out of it in terms of title bid, but he's still looking strong, our O-Plate winner from back earlier in the season.
Absolutely is. You know, started the season really, really well. When we were at Wilton Mill, was incredibly strong. Of course, drivers always will experience a bit of bad luck at some point in a season or a racing career. That played out then for Williams, but he's back in the fight this weekend. He's back in the sharp end of the order where we would expect him to see. Currently P6 behind Fusion teammate of Mason Hibbert. For now then, this is the battle between Newstead and Kobe that just shot past your screen. Let's look, Davidson and Newstead. Kobe then finds himself with the likes of Gibson, Hibbert and Harry Williams. No real changes in this stage of the race just yet, and no real changes for the time being between Austin Gibson and Colby Patterson.
No, not at the moment. Colby Patterson, who has impressed me in this race so far, Nicole, after the disappointment, the error earlier in the superheat, which has cost him, a number of championship points. Well, right now he's doing everything that he can to hold on to this podium, hold on to this third place. It's the same position that he finished the first round of the season in. He's had 2 trips to the podium so far in 2025. It's been very, very consistent. Lots of top 10 finishes at championship points awarding stages. Can he return to the rostrum here today? Well, if he's going to, he's got to hold off a whole swarm of Fusion Motorsport drivers. Gibson's still there in 4th, Hibbert's still 5th. Let's head down to Piers Prior, who's got a paddock report.
Andrew, you've mentioned it already, but the battle at the front, they're pulling away, but Austin Newstead, I wonder how hard he's going to fight this at the end of the race. He's in a good position in the championship, and we can see, or we've seen this weekend already, how quickly gaps can get eroded and potential crashes can happen. I hope, for our sake, we get a nice little battle, but I'm waiting with bated breath.
Well, I think I'll say the same thing I said with Colby Patterson earlier, Nicole. If he's going to make the move, it's got to be at least a 90%er. It's got to be low risk. It's got to have a compliant teammate in Alfie Davidson. In terms of at this stage of the season, if I'm Austin Newstead, you've got to be thinking just stay there in second place. The extra 3 points would be nice, but not absolutely essential at this stage. And at the same time, Alfie Davidson, well, he wants to get his second win of the season. He wants to move himself up in the seeded positions. He knows he's not going to be realistically part of the title fight when we get to Wilton Mill, but he still wants to finish his first season at this level as high up the order as possible. Further back, battle here for 7th place, 8th place on the road, as through goes Daniel Ferguson on Harry Williams. So that was for P6, apologies, on circuit. Here are 2 of your Excel drivers, Charlie Clough and George House, at the moment, both inside the top 10.
Well, it looks like the O-plate of Williams has got back past Daniel Ferguson, who now finds himself under pressure by Christian Kobe. Not sure how Williams managed to get past for that one. Did go defensive into turn 1, lost a bit of speed, and that's how Ferguson got past originally. But something has definitely occurred between those two, as now I think we've had a change out of the last corner between the 2 fusions of Ozzy Gibson and Mason Hibbert. So Hibbert has now got into P4 ahead of Austin. Really hoping that within this stage of the race then, as the tyres get older and those pressures, maybe start to fall off for some of the drivers, especially with Austin being a bit taller, he doesn't start to fall backwards into this pack of karts, because he's had a very good weekend so far. Consistent results that have added points to his board for that P3 spot in the current virtual championship as it stands. But 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Davidson from Newstead still absolutely bumper to bumper out in the front. Only just over half a tenth splits up those 2. It's out of the final corner. We've still got Hibbert trying to push forward. Don't know if he's going to have enough time, as now we go defensive into turn number 1.
Oh, Daniel.
Oh, that's an interesting one between Ferguson and Williams. I don't know if maybe they're getting a bit frustrated with each other after swapping and changing for the past couple of laps for that position. But bumper to bumper there through turn number 1. Right then, in the front, Patterson has been caught by Hibbert and Austin Gibson. Let's watch this one, because it's the 2 fusions versus the XL. And of course, this is for your current championship fight over that P2 before we head to Wilton for our final double header of the IAME season. 33 seconds remain on the clock. So still a number of laps left to go for our IAME Water Swift class. Through turns 1 they go. Ferguson down the inside of Kobe. So it means that Kobe, the GP plate winner, will not hold on to that one for the time being on track. But 10 seconds will be applied to Ferguson's time, dropping him to around about 17th place. Still the number 4 and the 146. Davidson and Newstead, no change, no attempt for the time being.
No, not at the moment. Before we go into the final lap, some good drives down the field. Ilyas Sami is into the top 15. That's a gain of 9 for one of OMS Racing's drivers. Henry Clark up a position as well to 17th. But we're on the final lap now. Alfie Davidson has come this weekend with a purpose to get his season well and truly on track for the run-in and gain as many points as he can. This race isn't done yet, but Austin Newstead has got to think championship here. 62 points for a second place would be very, very useful, particularly with his closest title rivals behind him. Davidson checks over the shoulder, sees that Newstead is there. It's looking relatively calm as they head towards Kimbolton Corner. This is where things broke down in the previous race. It's not going to today. These are drivers thinking bigger picture. Alfie Davidson back to the top step of the podium in Water Swift. Austin Newstead, second here today, takes a big, big step towards the British title. Mason Hibbert makes it a Fusion Motorsports clean sweep of the podium positions with third place. A tremendous run, a first podium of the season for Mason Hibbert. Gibson, fourth, takes a step towards second place in the title race. They'll be tied on points with Colby Patterson, who finishes fifth today. But that is a happy, happy scene amongst the Fusion Motorsport drivers. Very different to 7 days ago, Nicole. Davidson, superb this weekend, moves himself up to the top 10 in the championship standings, and I must say, a very well-deserving winner this weekend. That was the Davidson of 2024. Back in form.
Couldn't agree with you more then, Andrew. He's done it now, I would say. Davidson, top form last year, new class for 2025. He's been patient, he's worked hard, he's bided his time, and now he said, do you know what? I'm one of them. As he just takes
that's the
a
only
slight
mistake
tumble.
he's made all weekend.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's gone slightly wrong, but it's all right, Alfie. It's happened to the best of us. He's done it now. He's at the front end of the field, back where he was last year, and I think he said, I was a name in Water Swift Restricted, now I'm going to be a name in Water Swift as well.
It's not his first win of the season, we shouldn't forget. He did win a round, of course, earlier on in the year in North Wales, but for me that was the most complete performance for the whole round, the whole weekend that we've seen from Davidson in at this level. So Alfie Davidson takes race victory. Austin Newstead second place. Not a dramatic finish, but as I say, that was a very assured drive from Newstead today. He started the weekend with a 20-point lead. He finishes it with a 30-point lead. That was a champion's drive. We'll see if Austin Newstead can secure the British title for IAME Water Swift next time out at Wilton Mill later on in the autumn. Mason Hibbert, third. Brilliant result for Mason all weekend. He's been up, he's been down, he's been around, but a first top 3 of the year, well deserved for the driver of the 133. Austin Gibson, fourth, continues his strong form with Colby Patterson fifth. Daniel Ferguson sixth, but with penalties will drop down the order. Rest of the top 10 completed by Kobe, House, Clough and Chester Fawkes as well, battling back after being off the road on the first lap of the race. Harry Williams P11 ahead of Ethan Owen. Margaret Kovetskis, another good weekend for the privateer with the new Apollo chassis. 13th, Oscar Kenny and Ilyas Sami complete the top 15.
Best bits of our final race then this weekend from our Water Swift. Like you said then, Andrew, Chester Fawkes, not a great start. The AE plate was forced off the road, and forced off the road was Daniel Ferguson with one of the fusions early on at Dan Weldon. I think that was one of the moments that caused a potential 5-second penalty for Ferguson. Lots of moves going on down at the inside of turn number 1. We had Williams getting involved, and Mason Hibbert really lit it up through that corner as well. Marjorie Kovetskis was having a look after the Yamitsu straight. There's another hot spot for these drivers, as is the last corner, where we saw plenty of fusion action going on. Down at turn number 1 then. This is where Ferguson versus Harry Williams started, and this was Harry Williams versus Ferguson once more, bumper to bumper. Maybe a bit aggressive and maybe some penalties being given after that one. But the highlight for me there, Andrew, I think the highlight for most of our viewers at home was that well-deserved win for Alfie Davidson. Top form this weekend here at Kimbolton, and a driver that Piers Prior is down in Parc Fermé with.
Alfie, a win in the final, that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, no words really.
You played the race pretty much perfectly, didn't you? You got the breakaway with your teammate as well. From that moment, I suppose you guys knew what the plan was.
Yeah, just to push away, and then Austin said to me, like, on the last lap, don't defend, I'm not going to go in on you. He needs more of the points for the British, because I'm not in the contenders for the British to win, so may as well get another win.
You mentioned earlier on about the longer race, said it wouldn't make much difference, but I think your brow says otherwise.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
I can see there's a drip of sweat in your eyes.
One thing. Dad, if you're hearing, Las Vegas, I won, so I better go.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. Alfie Davidson will be in Las Vegas, everyone. Congratulations, our winner in the Water Swift category, Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport. Great to see camaraderie between the teams. That's Water Swift done. We've got plenty more racing to come. Up next, Water Swift Restricted. Water Swift out the way. Water Swift restricted next, and it's going to be a tough battle between our two on the front row. These guys have been at it all season long, taking the lion's share of the victories. Our pole sitter, Stubbs, is looking to take another victory. I'll grab a word with LBJ in a moment. Come this way, LBJ. You've been the man on form this weekend. You've been there or thereabouts. You've taken the victories. Can you do it again in the final?
Hopefully. I want to take the win so I can get good points. But if I can get the win, then it should be my championship.
Yeah, it should be there or thereabouts. Of course, you're going to be pushed all the way by Bodie alongside you. You guys have been battling all season and this weekend as well. We saw a nice fight between you two in the heat number 2 earlier on. I'm sure you're going to expect him to be right there in this final as well.
Yeah, hopefully he'll push me away, and then it'll just be us two on the last lap, and then hopefully I can take the win.
Well, Albie, we'll see if you can do that in this race. This is, of course, a vital race for Albie. He could, in theory, get himself within touching distance of that championship, but the man looking to stop him doing that is alongside him, Bodie Batch. Bodie, once you've got your helmet on, you come over and have a quick chat. Outside of the front row, what are you thinking ahead of this race?
Nothing really, just trying to win the race and do the best I can.
What do you reckon your best chance of taking the victory ahead of this man alongside you is?
I don't know, we'll see later, but for now I don't know.
You don't know? Have you got a plan in your head about what happens if you two are right there on the last couple of laps?
Not really, no.
You'll just play it as it comes. Absolutely, very much taking it as it comes. Bodie Batch going from the outside of row 2. He's currently second in the championship. A man I've been very, very impressed with this weekend, Jaden McElhinney. He's been very, very fast, pushing away at the front of the field. Jaden, you've had excellent pace this weekend, been right up there. Haven't been able to take the top step quite yet this weekend. Do you reckon you can do it in this one?
Yeah, hopefully.
What do you reckon your best chance of taking this win is? What tactics are you thinking about?
Just see how the race goes.
Just see how it goes and use the pace of the car?
Yeah.
Jaden McElhinney for the DMS Racing. We're going to go to third place driver now as well, which is Benjamin Slivar. Benjamin, one of our youngest drivers, if not, I think he is the youngest driver on the grid. Benjamin, what are you thinking about ahead of this race?
Well,
What do you think you can do in this race? Can you get in amongst it and get a podium?
Well, I'll try my hardest.
You always do, always do. Very, very fast driver here, young driver. And we're going to move down to 5th place on the grid now. Ollie West, been very impressive for Evolve Motorsport. Ollie, what's your plan for this one?
Just get with the front pack, get the toe, and then just send it on the last few laps.
Absolutely send it. You love a good send, don't you?
Yeah.
I can tell that smile underneath your helmet. Your pace has been really good this weekend. Do you think you've taken a step forward?
Yeah.
What do you think you've improved on to get you that extra pace this weekend?
Just getting in line with people in the toe and being smooth.
Being smooth, that's very important in these lower powered classes for the younger drivers. Keeping it smooth, keeping the momentum up. Keep an eye out on Arthur Bowers as well, the number 99 outside of row 3. He's had excellent pace this weekend in practice. Hasn't maybe shown what he can do in the races quite yet, but Water Swift Restricted is coming up in just a few moments.
Thank you very much, Piers. Ready for the 7th final of the year in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Welcome to Kimbolton. Welcome to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. If you're just tuning in with us, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties. Piers Prior down there in the pits and Park Ferme. There are your drivers on the front row of the grid for this race. LBJ Stubbs will start this one from pole position, knowing he can put himself within touching distance of the British title with a win in this race. Bodie Batch alongside on the front row. Jane McElhenney, 3rd in the championship heading into this weekend. McElhenney is joined by Benjamin Schlivar there on row number 2. Ollie West and Arthur Bowers, they go from row number 3. It's then Logan Hodgetts and Toby Biggs on row 4.
Row number 5 is owned by Patrick Wood, privateer driver, and Corey Lyons for DMS. Row number 6 includes Freddie Baker for XL and Frank Morris. Your privateer driver is Frank Morris. And then row number 7, your final row of your final Water Swift Restricted race of the day, is Louis Williams-Mabs with Harry Murphy. I think Harry Murphy could potentially be missing from our grid as we go on board then for the DAP kart driver of Louis Williams-Mabs.
Yeah, apologies, we had a little bit of technical issue earlier with the camera on Louis' kart, but this time we can bring you the view of his charge from the back of the grid into Kimbolton corner then for this formation lap. Stubbs, the O-plate holder, already has that British Open title from earlier on in the year. Batch alongside on the front row. Are we good for racing? Yes, we are. Away we go then for the final in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Stubbs holds the inside line. McElhenney trying to go down the middle. Oh, and the slight touch there with Bodie Batch puts both of the championship contenders to the back of the field. Louis Williams-Mabs already gaining positions, has got past Frank Morris in the 55 TB kart, that brand new mini TB kart. It's running well out there on circuit. 14.5 minutes of this one remaining. Ollie West is up to 2nd place. Nicole, a good start there for the Evolve Motorsport driver.
The McElhenney Batch moment then has pushed them right to the back. McElhenney got it wrong out of that far corner then of Dan Wilden, ran the grass, so maybe a bit rattled in the early stages of this race, but who it has helped massively is Ollie West, who now finds himself in P2, but P2 with the fastest driver around this circuit in the Water Swift Restricted class on his tail. Benjamin Schlivar, the 7-year-old, who broke the lap record yesterday during racing. He's currently sat in P3, make that potentially a P2, gets it done then and passes the Evolve of Ollie West. Finds himself now your newest driver to maybe be a contender for a race win versus Albie Stubbs, who's in P4 for now. Logan Hodgetts, the driver on the Birrell, right on the tail of Ollie West. And actually, these 3 drivers then, I would say, could be in for a good result, since we've had 2 of our biggest hitter of Batch and McElhenney fall right to the back of the order, currently 11th and 12th.
It's already been a best weekend in terms of a single championship score for Logan Hodgetts with that 7th place through the intermediate classification. Can he go a couple of places better? Can he break into the top 5? Or he's broken into the top 5. Can he now stay there? On board with Louis Williams-Mabs through the Willows. That's Freddie Baker just ahead of us in the number 92 for XL Motorsport. This is a battle for 11th place. Bodie Batch 2 places ahead, trying to recover back up through the field. Great circuit this, down towards the Dan Weldon corner, taking that nice line onto the back straight, in towards the next couple of corners. Back with our leaders. Schlivar and West are not allowing LBJ Stubbs to break away here. Stubbs, though, so much experience at the front of the field, has been in the top 2 in championship point scoring stages every single time back to the final of round number 1. Only the intermediate classification at Warden Law is the only time he's not been in the top 2. 12.5 minutes remaining of this one. Stubbs, I think, will probably be pacing himself, Nicole, in these early stages.
Yeah, I would say so. He doesn't need to go in too hard too early. This is a long race, and a long race for drivers of this age as well. 15 minutes, even as a senior, feels like an eternity, especially around a track like this where these drivers are only doing 47-second laps. You do so many of them, and you don't really get a moment to breathe round here. It's really fast, really flowing, will really be a test for the best.
And you say about the conditions as well, for those perhaps not in the UK at the moment, 22 degrees air temperature in the shade, which, Schlivar's got for the race lead. Schlivar takes the race lead, the youngest driver in the category. Could pull a bit of a surprise here. Was a whisker away from a podium back at GYG. Could today be the day? He pounced. Stubbs, who'd been pacing himself. Schlivar's taken the race lead with a brilliant move there, Nicole. This is uncharted territory now for the youngster in the number 78.
This is great stuff, and it's going to be interesting to see how Schlivar gets on with this race lead, because this is the first time we've seen this from him. How will he fare under the pressure of being at the front? Well, for now, we might have to find out a bit later on, because that race lead has been snatched back off of him from Albie Stubbs. Stubbs then wasting no time to get back to the front end of your order, and that has backed up most of the pack into each other, because it is now Albie Stubbs, Schlivar, Ollie West, Logan Hodgetts, Arthur Bowers and Toby Biggs that are all involved in this fight for the race win. Currently though, Schlivar is not letting off, it's not put him off, because he's still there in P2, still on the tail of Albie Stubbs. And I'd maybe say then, you know, Andrew, being a young driver where he's not in the championship fight, you know, minimal pressure from that side of things. He's not got anything to lose. There's no real pressure for Benjamin here.
No, but what a result it would be for the likes of Schlivar, for Ollie West as well. They haven't had the chance to step on the podium at the end of a round day so far in this championship. Let's head down for a Parc Fermé report from Piers Prior.
I wonder if the stewards are going to have a look at that move that Schlivar did down towards turn 1 a couple of laps ago. There was a bit of front to rear contact, but I don't know whether it was just before or during the braking zone.
Well, I think the race officials have beat you to that one, Piers, because it's just appeared on our screen a moment before you made that point. Kart number 78 under investigation. So that's just an investigation right now. We're not going to say whether it should be anything after. Could be no further action. Could be anything else. Let's have a look at a replay, though, from earlier on in the race. So I think, so this is the moment that we're looking at. Just see the back of Stubbs' kart step out of shape now. Though what we can't see from that angle, Nicole, is whether that was a driver-initiated slide or whether it was Stubbs losing a bit of control or whether it was Schlivar a little bit of contact. It looked close, but the officials will have multiple angles of that first corner. They will be able to make a much clearer and much better judgment than us here in the box. For now, though, we stay with the race leaders. 9 minutes to go. Back on board with Louis Williams Mabs. This is the fight for 12th place with Frank Morris there in the new TB kart directly ahead of us. And the Welsh driver having a really, really good weekend and enjoying racing on that new machine, Nicole.
McElhinney starting to find his feet now within this race. Purple driver in the last lap with a 46.99. Now finds himself fighting back up the order. Corey Lyons is the next driver he will be against for P6. So he's really pulled himself together after that difficult race start. Let's not forget, though, Lyons and McElhinney are teammates within this category, so they might actually work together to push up to this battle that is on your screens. Stubbs still leading the way, but not pulling away from Schlivar. Out of Dan Weldon they go. It's a 10th and a half that splits up the XL from the SFR driver there. So it is your more experienced O-plate versus your rookie. Had some good results at GYG and stepped it up again at PFI with good pace. Has now come here to Kimbolton, really in this category really well, as maybe there was a bit of a bump there on the entrance to turn number 1. Batch down the inside at turn number 1. That's a move on Toby Biggs, as Batch is now the newest driver to put in that purple lap. So him and Jaden McElhenney definitely putting in some work here.
And we've seen from Bodie Batch, his pace in the second half of races has been very, very good this weekend. So the fact that this is the longer one, this is the 15-minute plus 1 lap finale for these drivers, that bodes well for Bodie Batch. You can see the live championship scores there. As things stand, Stubbs would head to Wilton Mill with a 43 championship point lead. He'd still need to run at Wilton Mill, of course. Don't forget there's a bonus 20 points on offer for drivers who attend every single event of the season. So those can't be won by the time before we get to Wilton Mill. New fastest lap of the race from McElhenney. Meanwhile, side by side for 4th place, Hodgetts and Bowers, both of them at the moment on for their best results of the season so far. Logan Hodgetts hasn't been on the podium so far this season. He's had a few top 10s, a few 9th places as well across the course of 2025. It's already improved on that today, having started 7th in this race. Drops there to 5th behind Arthur Bowers. Still a really good run for a number of these drivers, but here come the likes of Lyons, McElhenney. Lyons down the inside of Logan Hodgetts is going to take 6th place here, may get a little bit of support from his Daily Motorsport DMS teammate McElhenney. It's starting to spread out at the front as well, Nicole. That's good news for the likes of Schlivar and West as they look to get their best results of the season so far.
No decision then by our team in the cameras on whether or not Schlivar was at fault for that move at turn number 1. Still is under investigation for the time being though, but hasn't fallen off the back of Albie Stubbs. It's still just over a 10th that splits up those two, and Ollie West still very much within this one as well. McElhenney has picked it up after that difficult start, continues to push forward, continues to promote himself, now is in P7, Bodie Batch P8. Toby Biggs there has dropped a place. Biggs, though, another driver within this championship who's consistently trying to improve. His Batch now in the back of the screen was going defensive, and now down at the inside of turn number 1, Schlivar went for it, but Stubbs read it well, returned the favour then on the entrance towards Willows. That just shows, you can do it on the braking through 1, but you've really got to control that slide on the exit so you don't get caught out into Willows and they don't get that switch back on you like we just saw from Stubbs. Schlivar though, watch him, because I think he'll still attempt to try and have another go. 5 minutes left on the clock, so a number of laps left for these drivers. Number of opportunities left for Schlivar to try and get a race win in here, or for Ollie West to maybe try and snatch an initial win of the year. As off the road goes Corey Lyons. That was almost a bit of a hello to the tyre barrier.
Yeah, but it wasn't. He's still there in 6th place. I must say, with 4.5 minutes of this race to go, as Lyons has another attack there on Bowers, whether Schlivar, whether West win this race or not, finish on the podium or not, this has been their best performance so far this season. This is really, really good to see. 2 more drivers improving. This is what IAME Water Swift Restricted, this cadet category, is all about. On board with Louis Williams-Mabs has had a really tough weekend. At the moment they're in 13th place. And it's about 5.5 seconds off the back of Freddie Baker, unfortunately. 4 minutes to go. Here's a move down the inside from Lyons. This is on Bowers for 5th place. Clean as a whistle. Lovely stuff there from Corey Lyons. Back up into the top 5. DMS having a good Sunday, Nicole.
Absolutely are. Now then, this is busy in turn number 1. That's Batch going down the inside of the 99 then of Arthur Bowers. So Batch now finds himself just outside of the top 5. Corey Lyons is the next driver he's looking at. Corey Lyons' helmet then reminds me of a bit like the Lando Norris helmet slightly, one of the specials that he had a few years ago. But for now, into Dan Weldon they go. This pack of karts, nothing between them for this last spot in the top 5, because McElhenney looks like he's pulled away now from this battle behind him. Out in the front, Stubbs is pulled away by 3/10. I think maybe, Andrew, this could be the stage in the race where Stubbs just turns it up, realises, do you know what? I need to use as much tyre as I've got now, pull away, get this race win under my belt. 4/10 now splits up him and his nearest competitor of this race of Schlivar.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit earlier than we saw in the superheat, but I fully agree with you there, Nicole. You made a good point that I think Stubbs has been playing the long game here and is starting to stretch out, use what materials he's got at his disposal, I should say. Investigation for kart number 77, so that's 4th place. Jaden McElhenney under investigation as out wide goes Toby Biggs onto the grass. Did not look happy with that one, understandably so. Meanwhile, back with the battle for what is now 5th place, Bodie Batch and Corey Lyons. It's been a good charge back from both McElhenney and Bodie Batch after their first lap problems. 2.25 minutes to go. The gap up to West and Schlivar is 1.5 seconds for Jaden McElhenney, and he's got that investigation clouding things a little bit. But are we going to see a new podium visitor in IAME Waterswift Restricted? And I tell you what, Nicole, Schlivar and West are coming back at Stubbs here. This is not done. This is not done for the race win yet. LBJ Stubbs knows, again, like we talked about with Austin Newstead in the previous race in Waterswift, a win would be nice, but a big score in points, that'll do. That will do the job for LBJ Stubbs to take him one step closer to the title. Plus 5-second penalty, but not for either of the drivers under investigation, or what we saw in the notifications for under investigation. It's Arthur Bowers, the number 99, unfortunately, is going to be receiving an extra 5 seconds to their race time. That would drop Bowers down from 7th place at the moment down to P10. Here goes Schlivar again, down the inside, into Derek's corner. What an overtake there from Benjamin Schlivar to once again, Nicole, take the race lead.
I thought Albie Stubbs was going to try and turn it up and pull away. He did by 4/10, but Schlivar responded, caught up, and now is your new race leader. Sits defensive through the second sector, but down the inside at the final corner goes Stubbs once more. Does that again to Benjamin Schlivar. Still though, they go through this lap down towards turn number 1. Goes defensive, does Albie Stubbs. Around the outside, Schlivar's going to try and get it. Goes wide. Is that going to allow Ollie West that room? Yes, it does. So Ollie West now, for the first time, is in P2. Will he try and give it a go after the Yumitsu straight? Not close enough. Is Schlivar looks like he was going to have a go at Ollie then. Thinks against it, backs out after maybe tagging the back bumper slightly.
I was just thinking as he made that move, keep an eye on Ollie West, because his 2025 season has been typified, could be summed up with clean. Yeah. Really clean progress. Very, very rare that you see Ollie West getting in a tangle with other drivers. It's rewarded with him, particularly in the finals, with some really strong finishes earlier on the year. But he's never been here. He's never been this high up the order. Onto the final lap, nearly 3 wide as they go into Stoke Corner. Good defence from Stubbs. There in second place, West still holding on to what would be a best result of the season so far. Schlivar likewise. Can it be a top 3 here at Kimbolton? Schlivar, oh no! Where's Schlivar gone? Schlivar's gone off! Schlivar off the road, is going to get back on circuit, but here comes Bodie Batch down the inside. The podium's gone for Benjamin Schlivar. What a shame. Like GYG, it's just gone wrong at the last moment. Here it's still on for the race win. Stubbs out of the final corner is going to win in IAME Waterswift Restricted again. Ollie West is going to be on the podium for the first time this season. Stubbs wins at Kimbolton and moves ever closer to that British title in 2025. Ollie West comes home in second place. Bodie Batch makes it 2 Excel Motorsport drivers on the podium. Never gave in there at the end. And look at the scenes down in Parc Fermé. Stubbs delighted. West delighted. Bodie Batch happy with that comeback drive as well. Stubbs just going over to shake hands with his team member there. There's the shake of hands between the teammates as well. Benjamin Schlivar, so close to that first podium. 4th place, it's an equal best result of the season so far for Benjamin Schlivar, and the podium will come. We cannot forget he is the youngest driver in the paddock, Nicole, and that is such a big thing, particularly at this cadet level. The result will come. for Benjamin Schliver, I'm sure. Jaden McElhenney in the top 5 as well. A good drive after that moment on lap 1.
Stunning result out there to take another final win then by Stubbs. But I think we need to highlight in this one, this result for Ollie West. P2, you saw his celebration over the line. You saw him come in and hug Albie Stubbs. You saw him just before he pushed on the weighing scale with his arms in the air. This is a big result for not only Ollie, but for the Evolve team.
Absolutely.
You know, that clearly means a lot to that driver. And congratulations to Ollie West. You'll be on the podium later on, Ollie. You know, well done. That's some great stuff for that young driver, and just shows, you know, the consistent hard work that both Ollie and Evolve have put in. Hard work that matches other drivers around him, like Albie Stubbs, who could be on for a championship win now as we head towards our last round at Wilton Mill. But for now, another round here for Stubbs, another round win here for XL.
And had to work really hard for that victory as well. You know, controlled it well, but what wasn't fully in his control. Those moves came in from Schliver. He had to position himself well to fend off any kind of attack from Ollie West. But there's your provisional result then for round 7 in Water Swift Restricted. Albie J. Stubbs wins again, continues this golden run of results. That is now every single final. He's at least been second. He's been your winner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times so far this season. Ollie West P2, first podium, a 4th podium in British Kart Championships history for Evolve Motorsport as well. Bodie Batch will be second in the championship standings as we head towards Wilton Mill and have a good gap back to the others behind. Could well be on for the number 2 plate, and a great drive as well, having been all the way to the back of the field on lap 1. Benjamin Schliver, what a star. P4 for Schliver today, just ahead of Jaden McElhenney. A decent day for the DMS team, 5th and 6th. For their 2 drivers, Corey Lyons, the second of them, Arthur Bowers, Logan Hodgetts, Patrick Wood. What a star Patrick Wood has been this weekend after his incident on Saturday morning. Gets a top 10 ahead of Toby Biggs. Frank Morris running the TB kart for the first time, finished P11. Freddie Baker, Louis Williams Maps with the rest of your finishers.
Some big moments within that race then. Big moments at the race start between Batch and McElhenney. Caught each other out on the exit of turn number 1. Fell right back to the order. Both had to fight for some big positions. They worked together to push past some of the field, like Louis Williams Mabs, Freddie Baker, Frank Morris and Toby Biggs. In the early stages, Benjamin Schliver looked very strong. Got past your race winner of Albie Stubbs, but Stubbs at that final corner did what he did best. Overtook and got himself further up in the order, took back that race lead. The number 46 then got caught out over at Dan Weldon, fell further down in the order, but fought up for position. That was Toby Biggs that fell off the road. Schliver looked strong, got back into the race lead, but it got taken away. Then he got it wrong on the final lap. Cut the cross, which gifted that P2 to Ollie West and pushed him down to P4. But once more here at Kimbolton, Albie Stubbs takes a win. Once more in this championship, Albie Stubbs takes a final lead. Piers Prior is down with Albie in Parc Ferme.
Albie, another win. That must feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, it feels really good. It was definitely much harder than the other ones because I haven't been battling with Ollie that much, but it was a good race.
Benjamin as well was right up there with you until the last couple of laps. It must be good to fight some drivers you haven't fought with this year.
Yeah, Ben was really quick this weekend. He done really well, so did Ollie, but it was a really good race.
You've all but sealed the championship now. You must be a weight off your shoulders going into Wilton.
Yeah, hopefully I can win at Wilton again and take the championship home.
Amazing. Well, we're going to grab a quick word with the happiest man in the paddock, Ollie West. Come in, second place, your best result of the season so far. I can see it. Come closer, come closer. We want to see your happy, smiling face. How does that feel?
Great. It's my first podium in a British Championship in Water Swift Restricted. It's great.
And amazing. I can see you're very happy. The family's happy. You drove an excellent race.
Yeah.
And anyone you'd like to thank?
Evolve Motorsport, my mum and dad, Chris Lamar, and Johnny Shocks.
Well, you've done an amazing job, a great team around you as well. We'll let you go and celebrate your best result, and maybe we'll see you on the top step next time out.
Yeah. Mate.
Ollie West, second place there. That was Water Swift Restricted. We're up to the big karts now. 3 races remain. Junior X30 up next.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Junior X30 is up next as Finley Lyons walks through my shot. It doesn't matter, he's going from the front row. He's all good. He's going to be looking to take a victory in this one. Pace has been right there for Finley Lyons, but there's only been one man to beat this weekend, and that's this man right here, George Edgar. George, let's have a quick chat ahead of the final. Come this side of me, please, pal. George, you've had the pace pretty much all weekend. We saw you fade in that, I think it was the second heat, wasn't it? Found it again this morning. You confident you've got what it takes in this final?
Yeah, we had a bit of an issue with the engine in the second heat on Saturday. We've managed to fix that now for this morning, and it was a pretty dominant performance in the super heat, so hopefully we can match that again in the final and drive off just like we did at GYG.
Do you know, I completely agree with that. That heat, super heat this morning was dominant performance. You had an opportunity even to save a bit your tyres. Do you reckon that will play into things a little bit with this longest final?
Yeah, I think it's 15 minutes. We're going to be doing about 25-30 laps. It's going to be very important just to try and keep it smooth and not wear the tyre too much. I think with the heats, me managing to get a gap in the first one and the super heat, we've managed to save the tyre a bit more than maybe some others have, like Riley having to come through the field, so hopefully we have a bit of an advantage.
How are the forearms feeling?
Fine.
They'll be fine in this one, I'm sure. George Edgar going from pole position for Mick Barrett Racing. He's been on imperious form this weekend so far. Finley Lyons, absolutely rapid throughout this weekend. Come and chat to me, Finley. Things in the races have sometimes been a bit up and down, but you're in roughly the right place starting in this final. What's your outlook for this race?
Well, the championship isn't looking good at the minute. We haven't had the strongest at the start of the season, but we've gained some points today, obviously. But in this race, we just got to go and try and do our best and come home with a win.
Do you think you've got the pace to match George in this one?
I think if I get with him at the start, I can definitely go with him, but it just depends on what happens.
What do you think the race is going to go like? You know, there's a lot of drivers that are charging through. We've seen Rocco Shenton, Cranham as well, drive through the field to be challenging in this one as well.
I can't really tell until the race starts, to be fair.
Got a plan for the start?
Not really.
We'll just see how things go. Finley Lyons going from the outside of row 2 to a privateer this weekend, actually, being helped out by Piers Sexton, I think, this weekend. Inside of row number 2 is Rocco Leon Shenton. He's been up and down, always one good one to watch, and another privateer. So 2 privateers inside the top 3. That's great to see. Rocco, you're topping the Wera Tools Tyre Change Challenge. Can you top this race?
Yeah, hopefully. We just had to change the clutch. It took us about 2 minutes. We got in there, gave it 30 seconds to go.
So just a bit of extra stress to get that heart rate risen up. No need for a warm-up in this race, though. It's plenty of heat on circuit. The track temperature will be baking up. Is that going to play into this race, do you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, I'm normally best in the cold weather, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Do you reckon that, or have you made any changes to the kart based on the temperature and the length of the race?
Yeah, I've done a few changes, so hopefully they work as well.
I'm sure you're not going to be able to tell us any of those.
No.
Of course not, keeping it very much under wraps. That's Rocco Leon Shenton, privateer, going from inside of row 2, 3rd place. 4th place, Aaron Richardson. Aaron, P4, happy with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not the best of it's on the outside, but we can hopefully do something from it.
Absolutely. You guys, the Fusion lot, have been pretty quick this weekend. You're all together in 4th, 6th and 5th. You guys going to work together, or is it pretty much every man for themselves?
Well, yeah, hope so. Hopefully one of us can win, but obviously I haven't been on the pace, or we kind of haven't been the fastest, but we're still in 4th, and hopefully we can still do something good to get some more championship points.
We'll look forward to that. Aaron Richardson going from 4th place there. 5th place, one certainly to watch, the O plate, Riley Cranham. Riley, let's have a quick word ahead of the final. Come in this side for me. I've only got short arms. Riley, last time I saw a weekend like this with you was the O plate at Wilton Mill. Things seemed like they were going against you. Didn't quite qualify on the front row, and you came through to win that, hence the O plate on your kart. We're going to see the same thing again today?
I'll try my best, but it's going to be hard. All the drivers at the front are really quick, so we're just going to see how we can get on.
Of course, you took the victory last weekend at the British Kart Grand Prix. Very different circuit, very different challenge here at Kimbolton. How is it different? You know, how is it coming from one circuit with one driving style to another circuit with another driving style?
Well, it definitely wasn't as hot at Kart Mass as this weekend. I'm already sweating, I haven't even started the engine yet. But, I mean, the racing here is very tight and twisty, so we'll just have to make the moves and go forward.
Will we see the GP plate on the kart at some point this year?
Maybe.
Maybe. Riley Cranham, I'll let you get prepared for what is going to be an exciting race. Sukmani Kira going from the outside of row 3 as well. 6th place, a really good weekend for her. She's been kind of flying under the radar, just keeping out of trouble, but the pace has been electric, so keep an eye out for her as well. 24 karts on the grid, lowing all the way back down there. This is going to be one of the best races this weekend, I'm guaranteeing that. Sit back, relax and enjoy Junior X30.
Thank you very much, Piers. Welcome once again if you're just joining us to Kimbolton for X30 Junior's 7th final of this Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship season. George Edgar starts on pole position, is joined by Finlay Lyons on the front row of the grid. Rocco Leon Shenton and Aaron Richardson go from row 2. Championship leader Riley Cranham is on an all-fusion motorsport row 3 with Sukmani Kira. Freddie Wood and Archie Owen, they go from row 4.
Row number 5 looks like Jacob Batchelor with Ty Buckley, and then from 6 we have privateer driver, F1 Kids Special, Zach McDonald with Max Endicott. Row number 7, Nat Johnston with Mayan Patel, and then from row number 8, it looks like Harley Musk alongside Max Yule.
Row number 9, Oliver Meek and John Richardson. Good to have John back in the paddock. Row 10, Archie Rogers Tyler and Aaron Meta. Jack McLaughlin and Alexander de Benedictis start on row 11. John Foley Jr. Will complete the 23 runners in this one. Isaac Sayer will not take the start. Was disqualified from the event after not serving a black flag in yesterday's second heat. Right. Cranham has the championship lead, 812 points to Edgar's 757, Richardson 749. The run-in well and truly starts here at Kimbolton. Into the tram lines. Do we go this time? Yes, we do. Racing once again in X30 Junior down towards turn 1. Edgar will have the inside line. Lyons trying to fling it round the outside. Shenton's got down the inside for the next corner and taken second place. Great start as well, Nicole, for Riley Cranham, championship leader, already up to 3rd.
Yeah, spot on for Cranham so far, and a good job this weekend after that DNF in his first heat with the train card incident to fight his way through the pack and find himself currently at P3 behind Rocco Shenton. Watch Shenton though, because he said at the start of this race those colder conditions suit him a bit more. He's a bigger driver, so he might start to fall off the back of things as those tyres get older and older in this race. Something to consider as well. George Edgar, smaller driver, he's not going to apply too much pressure to that rubber. But for the time being, the driver behind him that he's going to next be thinking about, well, it was Riley Cranham, but Rocco Shenton changing his mind, takes the position back. So for the time being, it is still Rocco. Lyons sat there in 4th as Shenton gets overtaken once more by Cranham. These two have traded positions 3 times now within the first opening lap and a half. It has given George, for the time being, almost a 9/10, no, make it a 1.1 second gap after only 2 laps down the inside at the final corner. Shenton once more applies pressure to the fusion of Cranham. Looks down the inside now, goes Lyons. It looks like maybe Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira could be following Lyons through with to get past Cranham, and they do, and now Cranham is falling down the order in the early stages because Freddie Wood has got past as well.
Not too much of a panic situation yet for Riley Cranham. Still plenty of laps to go in this race. Great shot from the back of Finlay Lyons' kart there. Sukmani Kira in 4th place, pushing for a podium here. Was very strong at this stage of the race 7 days ago in the Grand Prix final at PF International, and has impressed a lot of people so far in her debut season in X30 Junior. End of lap number 3, Edgar's lead, 2.3 seconds from Shenton, from Lyons. Here goes Richardson down the inside on teammate Sukmani Kira. So Richardson back up to P4. Zach McDonald's had a good start as well, Nicole, the privateer on the Cosmic, the 280, up 3 places, running in 8th spot.
Shenton now, I think, is more than aware that Lines is trying to find a way past him, because he's just taking, I say, a slightly defensive posture into some of these corners. It's either that or he's not just quite settled in, because the pace between the two of them, it is Lines that is faster and uses that at the final corner, goes down the inside, pulls it off, and that does actually mean that Shenton bumps into the back of the Argentine driver, who now goes defensive on the entrance to turn number 1. Is he going to lose too much speed? Off the road he goes, and the camera, the onboard camera, is pointing backwards on Lines' kart. Captures that perfectly, runs himself off the road, I would say slightly, as Shenton went down the inside, and loses a number of positions. And I think Shenton has actually fallen down the order as well, so maybe they tagged actually on the inside of the bend.
Yeah, not a good moment. Oh, Shenton's out in the dirt a little bit. Oh, nearly completely off the road as May and Patel, well, those two got together in the heats yesterday. Meanwhile, back towards the battle for the podium spots. Look at this, Riley Cranham up to 2nd place. Now, new phase of the race, 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. What have the Fusion Motorsport drivers got? It's a 4.2 second gap. Let's have a look at a replay of Finley Lines. This is from outside, so into turn 1. Oh, now that might have come from a little bit further back. Yeah. For both Shenton and Lines on that occasion. They might both have reasons to feel aggrieved. We've just got to get on with things now. Oh, now what did I see there on the back of Finley Lines around the rear pod, the marker pods on all of these bumpers? Has Finley Lines got damage to his rear bumper? Because one of the colourful blocks that's mandated as part of the technical regulations look to be sticking up in the air to me. Now, if it's still solidly on, I think he might be okay. But if it's coming loose, he could suffer a mechanical flag. So we'll keep on top of that situation as and when we get a bit of a clearer shot at it. Yeah, just looking at it there on the rear right corner of Finley Lines' 281 machine. That angle shows us over the top of the rear bumper. There's Nat Johnston coming back into play in the 277. He's had a rough weekend. Patel versus Shenton once again. We saw this in the heats yesterday, and that's a nice move from the MDL Motorsport pilot with the E-plate. Won that a few weeks ago at Shennington. Patel through back into the top 8.
Patel and Shenton then saw a lot of each other at PFI for the last round, as Shenton now is under a pressure again, and I think he's feeling a bit shaky within this race. Keeps looking over his shoulder like we just saw from him then. It's that curb on the entrance to Derek's corner. Just doesn't look settled in after that moment with Lines earlier on, as now we've got a fight further back in the order. That's all busy for a roundabout P15. Endercott's in there, Youll, Ty Buckley. This is where Finley Lines has ended up, as down the inside goes one of the Jamie Greens on Rocco Shenton. That is another move, and that's Jacob Batchelor that gets past for P9. Archie Owen getting involved further up. Archie Owen then currently P4, so despite a difficult couple of races earlier on, is where we saw him in the first heat yesterday, where he had some really good pace. Did actually at one stage lead one of the races. Yeah,
Archie Owen twice on the podium so far this season for the young Welshman. The last of those being the Saturday round at PF International. Under investigation, have we mentioned this yet? The 286 of Rocker Lee and Shenton, as Wood goes down the inside, takes 5th place away from Sukmani Kira. In the quest for can Cranham and Richardson reel in the leader? The answer at the moment, no. George Edgar, 41.49, new fastest lap, extends his lead, Nicole, to 4.6 seconds.
Newest driver to also become under investigation is Nat Johnston. Nat had a difficult result earlier on, and it looks like it might be going from bad to worse now for the Mid Barrett, sat there in P14. Still they go then, Lines still driving round, so that back bumper, like you can see it, the pink bit there, that's a good shot of it there. It's just bent upwards towards the sky, but that's not going to really be a performance damaging moment for Lines. As Piers Prior, have you got something for us?
Just keeping an eye back at the pack where Finley Lyons has dropped to. I think he's actually got rear bumper damage, so he might come under some inspection. Also, I've just heard at turn 1 someone's exhaust might be making a bit more noise as well.
Well, we'll find out if that is the case shortly, as I thought Nat Johnston was under investigation. Actually, he's been given a warning flag for some aggressive driving out there on the track, so Johnston now needs to be careful about how he is racing the remainder of this. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, and the current gap that splits up the Mick Barrett in the front with the Fusion is 4.7 seconds. That's not putting off the middle pack from getting all involved with each other, because this is as busy as you could get it, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. Just be interested if we can get another look on the rear mounted camera on Finley Lyons. Oh yeah, I could hear that on the effects mic. There's definitely someone out there whose exhaust is making a bit of a break for freedom. Piers, what have you got for us?
More information on the exhaust. I think it's Rocco Shenton's exhaust flapping around, maybe owing to that contact we saw a few laps ago at turn 1.
Yeah, if it's the case that, you know, somebody's gone over the back of it slightly, pulled off a spring, it could just be blowing, you know, these X30s, when the exhaust fully comes off, it is very, very loud. And I wouldn't say, you know, that it's properly popped off just yet, but could be blowing. And actually, that's been noted in the comments section as well by some of the viewers. I think Connor Jupp has pointed that out. Still though, eyes on this battle between Archie Owen and Fred Wood. This is for the last spot within the top 4, and actually these two have pulled away from some of the field to try and fight out for that one. Shenton still going for it out on the track, and yeah, I'd say there's some damage going on out there. Yeah, to use the engineering term, that's got a few too many degrees of freedom versus the drawing, and it's getting worse. I think, that's, if we've spotted it, I've no doubt that the hard-working race officials are going to spot that one as well. I think we're going to see Rocco Shenton's race end quite soon. Let's have a look at a replay from earlier on in this one. So this is having a look at Rocco Lee and Shenton's. Oh yeah, look how much movement is going on there. That is not meant to happen. So that is going to be a problem, sadly, for Rocco Lee and Shenton. Gave this race a good old go, but it's not going to be his day. It's not going to be a repeat of the result that we saw for the 286 at PF International. Don't worry about the rear bumper. That's fine. That caught me out last time with Henry's heart skip a few beats, but yeah, no, that exhaust is definitely not how it should be. I was wondering then, you know, was it just a question that it was sounding a bit loud, but now that you can actually see it on the screen, that's really wobbling around on the back of that barrel. And yeah, so you see there Finley Lyons' exhaust to compare, solid as a rock. So looking good. Oh, that was a nice exchange between Lyons and Max Endicott. Yeah, did Lyons just go round the outside of Max Endicott there for a position on the exit of Stoke Corner? If he did, that was magnificent stuff from both drivers to give racing room to one another. Shenton's now, it's even caught his attention, looking over his shoulder at what's going on and why potentially he's lost all of his pace. Just over 4 minutes on the clock to go. 5.5 seconds is the lead for George Edgar. Once again, let's head down to Piers Prior.
Just a note on how much the times have dropped off since qualifying. A reminder, pole position was a 40.9. Edgar, who's driving away from the rest of the field at a tune of nearly 3/10 a lap, half a second, actually nearly 6/10 of a second slower than we were in quali, showing quite how much tyre wear is coming into play.
Well, whilst Piers was highlighting that, got a bit aggressive between Lyons and Shenton on the entrance to Willows. I think some questionable driving going on out there. That could have been a big moment, as once more it occurs in towards the third sector after the TKM straight. These drivers then bumping into the back of each other, side by side on the exit of the final corner goes Lyons and Shenton. Lyons tucks back in, though, behind the Birrell, goes wide on the entrance to turn number 1. He's going to put it off round the outside. No, that's going to allow Endicott some room, but Lyons tucked back in behind the Birrell once more. This is all getting a bit close for comfort, and what a shot there on the back of the driver that is right in the middle of this scrap. Lyons looking behind him is the BMR of Endicott. This is all getting a bit busy here, Andrew, as now Rocco Shenton has been given a warning flag, maybe for that moment through Willows. Yeah, no mechanical flag at the moment for Rocco. Just looking at it, it's using the observations and the engineering terms.
It's wobbling, but I don't think it's actually getting any worse. The springs are still clearly there. The springs are doing their job. It's probably a bracket's broken, but all the safety and the retaining features of the exhaust are doing their job. So Rocco Leon Shenton's race continues for now. It's clearly loose because you can hear the extra noise coming from the 286, but in terms of safety, and that's the most important thing, it's not a developing or worsening situation in that regard, I would say.
Well, not yet, as now he's actually given a 5-second penalty. So Rocco, who has had maybe a bad to worse race within this one, is going to fall even further down the order now. Currently sat in P12, and that will drop him to the back, right to the back of the field. As now it's still getting busy, wide goes lines and loses 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions. Now this is becoming a bit of a problem within this race for Finn Lines.
Let's have a look at a replay from earlier on in this race. What are we going to see here? So this is Shenton down into, that was a mighty moment for Harley Musk in the 2:21. I wonder as well as the 5-second penalty for this, because obviously there's the driver guidelines on how much you are allowed to drive an alternative path, shall we say, versus the normal racing line. And if the officials are not quite happy with Shenton here, now there's going to be a gap down the inside. It's Harley Musk, and that's inevitable. Out of the race, Harley Musk. Out of the race, Shenton as well. Musk will feel a bit aggrieved there, and that's a real shame that battle comes to an end in that manner.
Yeah, that's, like we said, nightmare race then for Shenton. It really has not gone his way. Penalties to crashes. I think everything has gone on now for the Birrell, but it's done good stuff then for drivers behind, making up positions after big moments. A name we have not mentioned so far this race, as we'll just focus on Finn Lines for the time being, because he's making up places through the final corner. Our race leader, George Edgar for Mick Barrett, your GYG winner, 6.4 seconds clear from the remainder of the field.
Black flag for Rocco Leon Shenton. Well, yes, that is the end of the race then for Rocco Leon Shenton. We'll have to return to the pits immediately. Bit of a shame that that's how Rocco Shenton's weekend ends. 15 seconds remaining, and he has now pulled into Parc Fermé. Right, let's focus on the battles on track. Archie Owen versus Freddie Wood for 4th place. Both drivers looking for a good haul of points. For Freddie Wood, said at the start of the weekend to keep an eye on Freddie Wood. He likes the fast circuit. He likes the fast corners. It's more of a Euro driver in that regard. He runs very well at places like Wera and Valencia, and he's using all of those skills, applying them here to the fast sections of Kimbolton, and performing well in the hard-braking and slower corners as well, on for a potential top 5. I think it would be his best result of the season so far in the British. Final lap board is out. Wood trying to get to the outside. Zach McDonald's on for a top 6 as well. Archie Owen controls the speed off of the corner very well indeed. But George Edgar on his final lap now has not tasted victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships since GYG. Here he is. He has controlled this weekend fantastically and given himself a shot at the big plates later on in the year at Wilton Mill. Edgar wins once again in X30 Junior. Cranham comes home P2, Richardson P3, and on the line, Archie Owen will hold on to P4. It's the best result of the season for both Freddie Wood and Zach McDonald. But there is your winner. For Mick Barrett Racing, George Edgar on top at Kimbolton.
On top again then goes Edgar, waved at the cameras as he came past to say, that's it, I've done it once more. Champion out at GYG, and another well-deserved win, and 6.6 seconds, sorry, 6.8, pretty much 6.9 really, if you round up, clear from Riley Cranham. That's some good stuff there from the Mick Barrett driver. Top form again this weekend. You know, he said it, he can go for a race win, and he's done just that, and added some more points to his virtual championship score as well. Still in that P2 spot, so confirmed in that silver plate for the time being before we head to our final round at Wilton. There we go then. Congratulates Riley Cranham on a P2. Both drivers will be happy with those results. Both drivers fighting out for this championship, and it's going to be a good one as we head to our final doubleheader.
Yeah, it'll be heavy advantage to Cranham, of course. And I've got to say, for Riley's weekend, again, that's almost one of those classic champions drives this weekend, considering how his weekend started with Newstead. You know, chain guard off, DNF in the first heat, but he still manages to come back with a P5 and a P2 in terms of championship scores, and will be a heavy favourite, of course. Edgar wins, though, here at Kimbolton, a third victory of the season for George Edgar and Mick Barrett Racing. Second today, Riley Cranham. It's a double podium for the Fusion Motorsport team, with Aaron Richardson scoring well again. I tell you what, the battle between Edgar and Richardson for positions within the championship, that's going to be a good one for us to enjoy at Wilton Mill. Archie Owen just off the podium today for the Welshman, but P4, another solid result, leaves him well inside the top 5 in the championship standings heading to the final double header. Freddie Wood P5, Zach McDonald P6. Very good jobs from both of those drivers here this weekend. Sugmani Kira, Jacob Bachelor, Mayan Patel and Nat Johnston all in the top 10. Nicole, once again, take us through the highlights.
Busy as you like then, and busy as you like through turn number 1. Riley Cranham and Shenton said hello to each other, and in the early stages it was Shenton versus Lines versus Cranham. I think Rocco and Finley had a bit of drama with each other a number of times. It was through the final turn and turn number 1 that they had big moments with each other. Cranham got past Richardson to find himself in that P2 spot, and both of those drivers confirmed a strong P2 and P3 for Fusion. But it didn't stop there. It didn't stop there between Lines and Shenton. Shenton sweeped across on Lines on the entrance to the Willows, and that's actually cost them a bit of time to the likes of Musk and Max Endicott as well. This was the stage where it really got bad to worse for Rocco Shenton. Him and Musk caught each other out through turn number 1. And that black flag was eventually given to the Birrell driver. But positive focus then is shone on the Mick Barrett Racing driver of George Edgar, who takes another final win here. He puts more points on his scoreboard for the Virtual Championship and will be taking home another trophy this weekend.
Absolutely, for Mick Barrett Racing as well, their 6th win in the history of the modern era of this championship. Let's head down to Piers Prior.
George, you need to slow down. You're making it look easy.
Yeah, we've had a good weekend. I think Piers has been unmatchable all weekend. We've had one not heat win, but other than that we've clean sweep. So we've tried to his championship battle to Riley, and we come into the weekend, knew what we had to do, win everything we could, and we did that. So hopefully close the championship up a bit, but it's going to be close, I think.
George, your pace has just been electric, like unmatched. Like no one could get anywhere near you. I think most laps of that race, you were 2.5 tenths quicker than Riley and Richardson behind you. Where's the pace come from this weekend? We saw at GYG you had good pace, but not quite this level.
Yeah, I think some of the tracks obviously was being on OTK, and I think majority of the field are on KR. I think some tracks suit some better, and I think ones with a rough surface seem to suit us better. So GYG, Kimbolton, and Wilton Mill's a bit like that. So hopefully we can take advantage there too. Well,
that's words that I'm sure the rest of the championship contenders won't like to hear, but congratulations, an amazing weekend. I mean, quite literally dominated pretty much every session from practice right through until the final. Anyone you'd like to thank? Because I'm sure, you know, it's not just down to you, is it?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Joe and Jack at Aventus Power, my mechanic Ashton, and everyone at Mick Barrett Racing, Dan, Mick, and all of them other mechanics.
George Edgar, winner. Junior X30, congratulations for Mick Barrett Racing. I'll let you go and cool off, get some celebrations and some water in you as we now look ahead to Senior X30. I can guarantee you there's not going to be a 6-second victory in that one. That one's going to be right to the wire. That's coming up next. Senior X30 is coming up in just a few moments. You can see the drivers coming towards the grid behind me now. This is a very important race in the championship between Freddie Lloyd, the number 2 plate, looking to take his first Senior X30 victory, against the number 1 plate, Gus Lawrence, trying to retain his championship. Lloyd going from pole position. We'll make our way down towards Gus Lawrence in a moment, but Freddie Lloyd takes a narrow championship lead coming into this final. If he could win, that would cement that lead going into the final few races of the season. I'll let Freddie get his rib protector on, then we'll grab a quick word with our championship leader. Second last season, hence the number 2 plate. Come on, Freddie, let's have a quick word ahead of the race. Come this side for me, mate. I've only got short arms. Freddie, pole position, couple of karts between yourself and your championship rival. What's the outlook in this final race of the day?
I mean, obviously it's to win, but if it doesn't come out of that, we've just got to keep a cool head going into the last couple of rounds, really.
It's very, very close between yourself and Gus. It was last year, it will be again this year. I'm almost certain go down to the wire. But this weekend, I feel like your pace has been building race on race. Are you feeling good ahead of this final?
Yeah, I feel quite good. That pre-final went really good, so this final hopefully it should be better.
Freddie Lloyd there, pole position for premium karting. He's going to be looking to try and drive away from the field, but on the outside of the front row, a driver that I tipped after qualifying to have a good weekend, not the best qualifying, but has raced through in every single heat we've had so far, and the super heat, Lewis Bird. Lewis, outside of the front row, you've worked hard for this front row start.
Yeah, we had a few decent heats. Obviously, quali didn't go our way, but managed to get there in the end, so we'll see what happens.
How's the croc kart working this weekend?
Yeah, definitely a lot better for me, and suits me a lot more, so yeah, I'm happy with it.
And what do you reckon you can do in this one? Freddie, we know his pace has been electric, but can you stay with him?
We'll see. I think I've got a few plans, so we'll see what happens.
Can you give us any insight on those plans? Freddie can't hear us.
No, we'll probably see if we can go in straight away, and then after that just make it a hack, hopefully, so we'll see what happens.
Well, you've thrived in the hack this weekend, haven't you, Lewis? So we'll keep an eye on the number 5 there, 5th place championship last year, looking to finish this season strong. A driver that hasn't been with us at every single round is Zach Green, and we'd have to take a wander. Zach's chilling over here, making the most of the seat. Zach, you're looking very cool, calm and collected. You've got the onboard camera on this one, so give us some fireworks, will you?
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Do you think you can take it to the 2 on the front row? You've shown that you can do it in the heats. Final, of course, a bit longer, but you're used to long finals, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I think we've got the speed. Just a shame about the start in the super heat. There was nothing I could do, really. There was just an incident on the inside row. So that's cost me the front row start. But I think I've got the speed, like I said, so I'll try to use that and come through.
I reckon it's going to be close in this one. There's nothing on pace, is there, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that aren't actually that fast that are up here, but they're just quite good at battling. So, yeah, it'll be tricky.
Well, I look forward to seeing how it goes. The onboard camera there for Zach Green on the inside of row 2. A quick word with our championship driver from last season, looking to take championship again, Gus Lawrence. I'll come round, Gus. You stay there. Don't want to make you do any more steps than you need to. You know, you've got a big race coming up and all. 4th place on the grid. I know you would have liked the front row. Super heat was tricky. What can you do in this final?
That was just an unfortunate start at the super heat, just getting pushed out at the start. And again, that just sort of lays the pathway of the race. Obviously, he was quick enough. I think it was almost as quick as the quickest lap, stuck in traffic and defending. So, yeah, we just need to get around the first corner, really, and then get in a stride and see how we go.
I've spoken to all 3 of the drivers ahead of you, and they reckon that the race could go 3 different ways. So where do you see this playing out?
If it spreads out, it'll be just a normal race. But if people defend at the start, I'm assuming it'll just be the standard stuff where everyone drives around the inside, which is painful. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What would you prefer?
The proper race. That's what we're here to do, right?
We're here to go racing, absolutely. Gus Lawrence, champion last year, looking to take the championship once again. Then we've got time for one more chat. I'm going to grab a quick word with a driver I'm very impressed with this weekend, Tristan Powell. Tristan, you've been up there pretty much every session this weekend. The racing, you've been well in amongst it. What can you do in this final race of the weekend?
Well, we know this track very well. Mostly race here is our closest track. Yeah, we lacked a bit of pace early on, but we seemed to make some setup changes, and then we went better then. Had a decent start, got up into the front lot, and then, yeah, we'll just see how we go racing. I mean, same as what Gus said, we're going to go racing.
We very much are going to go racing. Do you reckon you can get in amongst it?
Hopefully there's a lot of defending at the front, so then it makes it a big long train and it's a nice race.
Well, that's the opposite of what Gus wants, but anyway, we'll go racing nonetheless. That was Tristan Powell. He's going from the inside of row 7. Andrew and Nicole will be talking you through this and give you the full grid in just a moment as we go racing for the final time in Senior X30.
Thank you very much, Piers. All set then for the Senior X30 final, 7th final of the year. There is your new championship leader, Freddie Lloyd, on pole position for this race. But this is going to be a tough one for all of the drivers out there across the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Lloyd, as stated, on pole, is joined by Lewis Bird, back on form in the Croc Promotion team. Second on the grid for him today. Zach Green and Gus Lawrence, they were a big part of the battle at the front of the field last time out at PF International. They start on row number 2. Gus Lawrence won that final, of course, from P4 on the grid. Row 3, Morgan Moore had a really good run in the superheat this morning. He's joined by Gabriel Stilp. Can this be a big result for Stilp? Tristan Powell and William Altruis, they go from row number 4.
Row number 5 is Premium Karting's Harrison Whitcomb with Jack Nettleship. Row number 6 is Jack Buckley with Reese Newburn. Row number 7 we have CJ Bennett with Aaron Brown, and then from 8 is Sam Lewis and Dylan Patel.
Fighting from the back of the grid, Theo Lestrange and Luca Mann go from the 9th row of the grid. Joao Castro and Lucian Joyce are on row number 10. Oliver Harris and Yusuf Alali on row 11. First final of the season for Alali. Dean Pedersen does not take the start of the race. Neither does Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie disqualified from the event earlier on in the weekend. So it'll be 22 drivers for this final. Freddie Lloyd, laser focused on pole, wants to take another victory here in this championship. Hasn't been on the top step of the podium since round 4 at Glannygore. Here we go then, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Senior X30 is go here at Kimbolton. Even start down to the first corner. It will be advantage Lloyd on the inside through the willows. Good start for Lewis Bird as well. There is held second place. Zach Green all over the back of the rear bumper of the number 5 as they head towards Derek's corner for the first time. There is the view on board from Zach Green through this first lap, Nicole. Good start for Freddie Lloyd. That's exactly what he needed to do.
Completely different start then from our field with that race start. Previously we saw Lloyd, Green and Lawrence get caught out, but within this one everybody looking quite settled for the time being. Lloyd out there in the front has given himself an early breath of fresh air by just under 0.4 of a second, but don't count out Lewis Bird, because he is right there. It's down at turn number 1. That's Harrison Whitcomb going wheel to wheel with Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore then losing 2 positions because Tristan Powell looks like he has got ahead as well. And now Lloyd is being caught up as they head through this second lap. The Premium versus the Mad Croc versus the driver in the Jamie Green kart, who's now chasing around your current number 1. Tailing around, sorry, your current number 1. Gus Lawrence then. This weekend, not quite had the luck as down the inside looks Lewis Bird. Has he pulled it off on your championship leader? No, not just yet. That was wheel to wheel, as you like, on the exit. And that brings the likes of Green, Lawrence and Stilp ever closer. Harrison Whitcomb has now arrived. So has Tristan Powell, so has Morgan Moore, your driver that was disqualified at PFI, who's here this weekend fighting for some points. This is going to turn into a massive train here, Andrew.
Yeah, Morgan Moore, who suffered that DQ because of taking the tyres out of Parc Ferme. Very, very easy to do, but the rules are the rules. In terms of on the racetrack, Moore hasn't lost any of his speed. As there, down the inside, Zach Green goes for second place. Top 5 last week in the FIA Karting Championships in the wet conditions of Rugby. Here in the British summertime, Zach Green is on the charge once again. Aaron Brown is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. It's Powell and Still go wheel to wheel on the approach to the Willows. And I can tell you outside of our commentary box window, Powell did not come off best in that battle, has lost a number of positions as a result. Big lap now for Freddie Lloyd, in my opinion, Nicole. Green's made the move, taken the initiative, taken second place. Lloyd's got an opportunity now to break off the front of the field. He needs a quick lap.
This is a momentum circuit here then, Andrew, and the driver with the most momentum for the time being is Fred Lloyd, because he is faster than the 4 drivers behind him. So is this the stage where he starts to try and pull away? Has spread out now between the drivers in the top 5. Is further back in the field. That's William Antrobus getting all involved on towards the entrance of Willows. He trades places with Jack Nettleship, who looked like he got it wrong on the entrance. Morgan Moore finds himself maybe being shuffled down the order now because Jack Buckley and Stilp are right there. Stilp this weekend, to me then, Andrew, just looks like he's sliding around on the track slightly. Doesn't quite look as dialed in as we typically see the two-time IWF champion, as that's a move now on Morgan Moore round the final corner. That's Jack Buckley promoting himself into P6 for Mick Barrett. Lawrence turns up the temperature dial in this front pack. P3 currently behind the Jamie Green racing driver, and is your fastest driver on the circuit, as Piers Prior has seen something down there in the paddock.
I think this is turning into exactly the race that Gus Lawrence wanted. Not too much defending so far. Lewis Bird maybe realising doesn't quite have the pace of Green and Lawrence. Now it's whether Zach Green and Gus Lawrence can chase down our race leader.
Yeah, well, pace-wise, actually, it does look like Bird is about 2/10 off of your top three currently, so might start to tail off this front end as it gets aggressive now between Bennett and Moore. Moore starting to lose some positions here within this final race. Goes defensive on the entrance to turn number 1 from William Antrobus. Antrobus now tries to return it. That makes him vulnerable to Powell. Not just Powell, because it looks like Nettleship is going to get ahead from Antrobus as well, and that just shows then, Andrew, how quickly things can actually happen around such a track that is so fast and so flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And with X30 Senior, you can't breathe. You cannot make one mistake out there because the Wolves will pounce. Oh, Sam Lewis out a little bit wide there out of Dan Weldon corner. Plus 5 second penalty, first one of the race, and it's gone to Gabriel Stilp. So his chances of being on the podium here today are pretty much gone. Harrison Whitcomb, big race this for Harrison Whitcomb in my opinion, Nicole. He had that great weekend at Warden Law to start off the season. Swept up everything, got maximum points, looked really good. Hasn't really been able to hit that same stride since then. He's still very much part of the title fight. He's on 825 points on the live scores, 15 points behind Lawrence, another 10 up there to Lloyd. But he needs a big result in this one. He doesn't want to be fighting. He's going to be fighting from behind. He's going to have a deficit to Lloyd, to Lawrence when we get to Wilton Mill. But reducing that deficit is absolutely critical in this race if Harrison Whitcomb, in his first year in Senior X30, is going to become British champion.
You know, early stages of this championship at Warden Law, he was really, really strong, was on the podium. Then maybe he's just had some bad luck. Things started to fall to bits a little bit for Whitcomb. Had some bad luck yesterday at DNF, some damage to the kart. But it's not throwing him off his tracks, because he's trying to fight position now, and like you said, in that virtual championship, he's still well within that top 3 for now. But the top 3 on your tarmac for the time being: Lloyd, Green, Lawrence. Lawrence still sat there on the tail of Zach Green, still the fastest driver on the track. Dropped a bit of pace and time in sector number 3 on that previous lap compared to Green. He's still right there, but hasn't bit the bullet just yet, as Tristan Powell now promotes himself ahead of Gabe Stilp. It's a textbook move there into turn number 1, as the field looks like within this stage of the halfway kind of point in the race, Andrew. People are starting to find their rhythm, spread out for the time being, but expect each other, expect these drivers to start to back each other up and start bumping into each other, just because we get to this point in the race where it becomes a bit of a lull, becomes a bit of a 2 versus 2 or 1 versus 1. You're going to see a train very shortly form.
Well, 7 days ago, it was Freddie Lloyd versus a Green, Fred Green. Fred Green went on to take the GP plate, of course, after the 5 second penalty for Freddie Lloyd after he took the checkered flag first on the road. This week, it's another Green, Zach Green, trying to close in now on the race leader. There's Aaron Brown and Morgan Moore. That's Brown ahead of Moore now for 11th place. Yeah, Morgan Moore having a difficult race here, starting to go backwards, but back at the front, Green put in a purple lap time last time around. He's closed that gap to Freddie Lloyd to less than 0.2 of a second, and he's bringing Gus Lawrence with him on board now with Zach Green down into Stowe Corner, getting closer and closer all the time. But I think there's going to be a little bit of caution, isn't there, Nicole? He's not going to go throwing it in straight away and risking everything with 7 minutes to go, especially with Gus Lawrence not too far behind.
No, he's not, but equally so, Green's got nothing to lose within this. It's a bit of a win or bin weekend where he's not in that virtual championship fight. because of his campaign in Europe in FIA and that being the focus for Zach this year, he's not within this one vying for a championship, so maybe expect him to do a bit of a high risk, high reward move on Lloyd. Catches up through that final sector and on the tail as we head through turn number 1. This is bunching up now between your top 3, but no change, of course, within these points because we've got no change within this race. Lloyd, 850 to his name. Lawrence, 840. Whitcomb still on that 825. So really, there's nothing in it. And let's not forget as well, our final round is a double header for our drivers.
Double header, you know, and the difference of 3 points between first and second. So a driver who goes out and wins everything at Wilton Mill could very well take the title. You're watching live coverage of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, Event 7. The final for X30 Senior, penultimate race of the day. Don't go anywhere after this because the title decider for KZ2 follows up after this. Now we had a quick sight of drivers inside the top 10 going down in towards turn 1. CJ Bennett's having another good run, but 5-second penalty, if we've not mentioned already, for the driver of the 335. So at the moment that would drop CJ Bennett down from 6th place, down all the way to around 16th. So that's not gone well at all for the Irishman. Back with the race leaders. Bit of status quo at the moment for these top 3, Nicole. No one's made their move yet, and with good reason. The temperature's continuing to rise. It's now 25 degrees Celsius in the shade. Far warmer out there on circuit. It's a big, open, old airfield form of a circuit here at Kimbolton, one of the old ladies of British karting. They've raced here since the late 1950s. Is there a change here for the race lead? Yes, there is. Zach Green has made his move. Zach Green to P1.
Zach Green then leads the way. Head goes over the shoulder to see what the gap is to him and Lloyd. Didn't throw him off the tracks at all, really, because Lloyd still is absolutely on the back bumper of the 5-3. Of the 5-3-5-3. Oh, can't read there, Andrew. But the pace between those two drivers on that previous lap, there was absolutely nothing in. They were actually split up on the timing screen by 100th of a second. So it was good stuff there by Zach Green to have some bravery on four wheels, which we're going to see now of how he got into that race lead. So we'll watch him go well set up there. You know, just saw that the door was open and went in, and that's a position in the track as well that drivers can't really go back in on each other immediately. They've got to kind of wait until maybe the last corner to try and get them back.
And you made the point earlier, Nicole, about Zach Green. You know, he wasn't at the very first weekend of the season, so he's effectively used all of his drop scores for the whole year in one go. Remember, it's best 14 scores out of 18 once we get to the end of the season. Everyone who's done the full season up to now will have 14 scores by the end of today and look to further improve on what they've done previously in the year when we get to Wilton Mill. That's not the case for Zach Green. He's out there to win races. He's out there to win trophies. The two behind him, though, Lloyd versus Lawrence, this is for the championship. This is for that #1 plate in 2026. And right now, Freddie Lloyd knows if Gus Lawrence finishes behind him, in as simple matters as that, he will extend his championship lead this evening, heading towards the season finale. Zach Green, might, if he races at Wilton Mill, might still break up into the top 10, but he's not really going to be a factor in the championship. As out of the race, sadly, is Sam Lewis. Tough weekend for Sam Lewis, but progress has been made in his switch across to premium karting. 3 minutes to go. Green's lead, 1/4 of a second ahead of Freddie Lloyd. Gus Lawrence is still there, though, just waiting for his moment. We saw that amazing finish to the race at PF International for round number 6, and it was the old school Gus Lawrence coming through the field. He's raced in this category for a long time. The last time this category raced here in a British Champs event was 4 years ago. Gus Lawrence was on the grid for that one. He got a top 10 that day. He, of course, has gone on to be a 3-time British champion in Senior X30. If he wants to be a 4-time champion, Nicole, he's got to beat that man ahead of him, Fast Freddie Lloyd.
Absolutely does. Last year then, when we were out at Three Sisters, it was Lloyd versus Lawrence for this championship. But Lawrence confirmed his position as the king of Senior X30, and it's that story again this year. It's Lloyd versus Lawrence. Don't count out Whitcomb, but to me, I think they're going to be the two that are going to be fighting out for that championship. For the time being, though, they're fighting out for P2 because Lloyd has not tried to go in on Zach Green for the time being. At PFI, it was Mackie versus Lawrence versus Lloyd in the fight on the track. Now we've got a new name in there of Zach Green with a 2:10 gap out there in the front. Here we go then. Still no change between them. Is Lloyd trying to bide his time pace-wise? He's actually faster than Zach on the board. It's a 40.81 to the premium. It was a 40.88 to the Jamie Green. So actually he's got it in him to try and get past, and he's going to deploy that through the final corner, down the inside, hotspot move, gets it done, makes himself your race leader once more this weekend.
Watch out for Gus Lawrence though, he's got to make the move now on Zach Green. He's got to get that JGR machine out of his way. Lloyd backs it up out of Stowe Corner. 1 minute to go on the clock here at Kimbolton. Changes further down the order. Buckley up to 6th. Brown has followed. Lewis Bird sadly fading a little bit in this final. Have done a brilliant job to start this race from the front row of the grid, but is now down to P8. Tristan Powell, Reece Newburn, they've both got past Dylan Patel. So 12th and 13th respectively for those two now. 40 seconds remaining on the clock into Kimbolton Corner. No move yet from either Zach Green or Gus Lawrence. Zach Green is a championship point scorer, remember, so whilst we're not talking about him in terms of the championship battle, he can still take a few points here and there off either of these two championship contenders. 2 laps to go, maybe 3. We'll see what the time is like when the next round to start finish, Nicole. But this again is going to be another grandstand finish in Senior X30.
And this is a stage in the race then that Lloyd is going to absolutely hold that white line. That defensive posture has been deployed. We'll try and back up Green maybe, but he's going to try and just hold on to this race win. He's doing just that out of the final corner. Whitcomb is starting to arrive onto the back of Gus Lawrence now, because that defensive driving, of course, is going to drop the pace. Is round the outside, that outside line Zach Green is going to try and go to get the run on the entrance to Willows, but Lloyd holds onto it once more, and it doesn't open things up enough for Lawrence. Drivers then checking over their shoulders to see what those gaps are to the back, and Lawrence did just that because now he's aware he's got a new problem. It's not just the driver ahead of him that he's got to think about. He's now got somebody behind. The Whitcomb, the Argenti back driver is right there, and he's another name that's in your top 3 in your virtual championship. Lloyd still holding on to it nicely, gets it wrong and loses the race lead. Is he going to get it back on the entrance to turn number 1? Checker flag is out, checker flag is waving, and it's Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd takes the final win by 100th of a second.
What a finish here in Senior X30. Freddie Lloyd on our screens. I'd love to see a slow-mo replay of that, because that looked really, really tight on the line. That might be less than 0.0 of 1 of a second. I'll stress this, folks. That is a provisional result. That is one of the closest finishes that we have seen. We're not going to be able to tell from that line who gets their transponder over the line first. That is going to be one. I think that is a photo finish, Nicole.
That is seriously close, and that's what you expect from these senior racers. Like you said, we'll even have to check the positioning of those transponders, you know, the seat positioning. 100th of a second, though, on your timing screen. That is some serious, serious stuff by Fred and by Zach.
Just go back to it. We had one in IAME Water Swift Restricted earlier on in the year. The timing screen said one thing, but ultimately, if it is a really, really tight finish, the master control of the positions is the nose cones and the photo camera straight down the start line. So I'm going to say it because it's true. We don't know. We don't know for sure who won that one, because that was mighty, mighty close. What a race between Freddie Lloyd, Zach Green and Gus Lawrence. Well, for the moment, Zach Green is heading to the number 2 spot. Freddie Lloyd is going to the number 1 spot. If that is the result, Freddie Lloyd has extended his championship lead to 10 points. Let's have another look at this. As I say, that's going to play on frame by frame.
By the nose cone, to me, Zach.
Oh my word!
I'd say Zach's nose cone crosses the line first. I don't. Well, we don't call it anyway. It doesn't matter what we think.
I'll say it again, ladies and gentlemen. Commentators are not formal officials of the meeting. We only say what we can see on the screen. And the reality of the situation is, folks, we don't know. That was so close. I think we have got some communications going on down to timekeeping. Ultimately, that is where the notification of who has won this race will come from. As we say, in the timekeeping office, directly below us. We should have hopped up, shouldn't we? We should have hopped up from our seats and had a look over the line, because we're looking straight down at the start-finish line. Below our feet, there is a camera that looks perfectly across the start line. That will be being looked at now to confirm who crossed the line. If either of them cross the line, you know, ahead of one another, we could have a dead heat situation here, Nicole. I've never seen a dead heat at this level of karting in my commentary career. As we say, if you're just joining us, Freddie Lloyd on our screens took the win by 0.01 of a second. We just by eye think it was closer than that to Zach Green. Well, there was drama 7 days ago involving Freddie Lloyd and a member of the Green family for who was going to take the race victory at Kart Masters. This is even more dramatic. Well, pictures being taken there with Fred.
Fred thinks he's won it.
Yeah.
And the photos are being taken of Freddie to say, you know, that he's the provisional winner. But it's, of course, we don't quite know just yet. We'll try and get Ian Rogers in timing to confirm that for us, but it's going to be close.
It's going to be mighty, mighty close. At first, I thought that was Fred just checking out what his hair looked like on Fraser Glasby's camera. Something tells me that Fraser might have a shot of that down the line. Now, to be clear, folks, that will not be the official way that this race is decided. Again,
can we hear what they're
can't see well. Yeah, they're definitely having a look, I think, at a picture that Fraser Glasby, one of the official photographers of the championship, he will have been down at the finish line getting the shot of the winner. Let's have a look at an onboard replay. This could be an interesting view as well from Zach Green. There is Freddie Lloyd on the right-hand side. The biaxial, I think that's Lloyd's. I think Lloyd is going to have that if we judge, because it's all the shape, the sizes of the bumpers, the chassis are all a regulated size.
Well, it's Kart
Republic versus OTK.
So
there's a subtly different maybe in terms of chassis position. But going by that, Freddie Lloyd's front axle to me, Nicole, looked ever so slight, probably half a wheel's length ahead of Zach Green. That gives us a bit of confidence. We will confirm this to you folks as soon as we officially know, but that is the provisional with a capital P, R-O-V, you get the rest. Freddie Lloyd wins again. It's his third race win of the season in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and crucially, Nicole, Green being in second place does take points off of Gus Lawrence. He extends his lead to 10 championship points.
Well, it sounds like maybe we've had a photo submitted by timing. So once we've had a look at that in the commentary box, we should be able to confirm what we think that winner is. Let's have a look.
I have
it is Lloyd.
On my screen a copy of the photo finish. Freddie Lloyd has won this race. Freddie Lloyd has won this race. I am not kidding, folks. I am not bigging this one up for the story. He has won this by less than the length, front to back of a kart, of a front fairing. That is a remarkable finish, Nicole.
Absolutely is, and what a way to round out our senior X30s for this weekend. It was busy through the entire race then. Green was getting all involved. Morgan Moore was one of the names within the field that just got shuffled down the order. Looked like he was struggling. Not like teammate of Fred Lloyd out there in the premium, who led the race, lost it originally to Zach Green. This was the stage that Green got past. What a shot there with our on-board camera. Again, Moore getting overtaken there into turn number 1. Lloyd then did pick things back up and got the race lead back. Zach Green, though, wasn't going to give up. Tried to give it a good go towards Willows, then did it at that final corner. Side by side, they went on the exit of the corner and then over the line. This was the moment. Okay, so the transponders, of course, split them up by a hundredth of a second, but the photo finish submitted to us by timekeeping say, and you can see it on the picture that Fred Lloyd, whose kart is right there on your screen, is our winner.
A big thanks to Ian Rogers and Yaz Manchester and the team here for timekeeping, because they've provided us with that information. Wow, what a finish. Let's head down to Piers Prior.
Race winner, just Freddie Lloyd. That was a close one.
Yeah, it was well close. I mean, he went in at the last corner because I messed up, but managed to get switched back and just get on the line.
I know you gave your mechanic a bit of a heart attack there with the second last corner, not the best corner you've done all weekend.
Definitely not.
What happened there?
Don't know really. Just the right rear was just a bit cooked, and then just slid and then got caught on the rumble strip.
Pace looked pretty good though. You chased down, you were made to work for it. Gus was right there, Zach got past you a couple of times. Also, Harrison Whitcomb was right behind the battle as well. It was not an easy race to win that one.
No, not really. I mean, I was in the lead at the start, managed the gap for a bit, and then Zach Green managed to caught up. And then I sat behind him for a couple laps and then got going again, went in and then just started parking.
Right, I'm hearing in my ear that I've got a photo of quite how close it was. You want to have a look? Here you go. Here's the photo. One moment. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Where are you? I don't know which way it is, but yeah, oh, there we go. Here we go. So everyone at home, there you go. Just a smidge of a nose cone. Just a smidge. Anyway, congratulations. You still took the win. Freddie, great for your championship as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Congratulations, Freddie Lloyd. Victory in this weekend. 2 more rounds to go. Can you do it?
Don't see why not.
There we go. Right, Senior X30. Things are looking good for the championship. Talking of championships, we've got a KZ2 UK British champion to crown. That's coming up right now.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
The final race in 2025 for the British Kart Championships, Wera KZ2 Championship. Our front row is an all-more racing front row. 2 previous British champions, last year's champion Josh Price going from pole position, 2023 champion Morgan Porter making a guest appearance to go from the outside of the first row. We'll grab a quick word with last year's champion Josh. Pole position for the final. I suppose your goal is to go out there and win it.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. I mean, it'll be nice to end it on a win, but we'll see. There's quite a few fast people around us, so yeah, we'll see.
I'd say it's been one of the most competitive rounds of KZ racing we've seen in a long time. Returning champions yourself. Also the fact the pack's been really, really close together. That first heat especially was great to watch. Do you reckon this one's going to be as entertaining?
I mean, it should be. It's got everyone in the right place for, there's probably 7 or 8 people that could potentially, win, but we'll see.
And then just a sprinkle of championship jeopardy in there as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the numbers, but I've heard it's quite tight.
You don't need to worry about that, though, Josh. You go out there and win that race. Morgan Porter, we've spoken to a few times this weekend already. He's effectively a guest, so doesn't feature in the championship points for this round. Row 2, we have Miles Murphy, who I think, unfortunately, mathematically just dropped outside of championship contention. But it was a long shot anyway. But still, you're going to give it a go in this race, right?
Yeah, just going to enjoy it. I mean, fair play. Hopefully see a good battle between Ollie and Ella and let the best person win.
Absolutely. And then row 3 is the 2 Jade Racing drivers, Ella Stevens, Oliver Stewart. These are our championship contenders. Whoever basically finishes, or whoever wins this race, if one of them does win, will potentially take the championship. There's a lot of perms and cons. I'm not going to go through them now. Andrew Mather up in the commentary box has done all the maths. He'll talk you through it. But we've got just a few moments now. 30 seconds, board is out. One of these two will likely be our 2025 KZ2 champion in 2025. I'm looking forward to this one. KZ2 coming up next.
Welcome everybody once again to Kimbolton. Whatever you're doing, put your phone on silent, put the tea down, do whatever you need to do to be ready for this, the title decider for 2025 in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in KZ2. The Gearbox Short Circuit title is on the line. Josh Price has his last race with the number 1 for now. Is starting on pole position. He has Morgan Porter alongside him on the front row. To remind, Porter is not eligible for championship points. It's a 1-2-3 for more racing. Miles Murphy sadly is out of championship contention, but he could still take second place. He's on the second row of the grid, and watch out for Jake Weston as well, who won the Superheat earlier, starts P4. Here are your 2 championship contenders. Ella Stevens, the E-plate holder. She won that plate, she retained that plate at Shennington a few weeks ago. She has a 4-point deficit to teammate Oliver Stewart, who starts this race 12 months on from his recovery back to karting. He starts P6. James Glenister, he could be a bit of a wild card in the mix here today. Could he do something from row number 4? And keep an eye on Alan Kenyon as well. That is your top 8.
Row number 5 will be Ralph Youngling, the Sodi Fatigues driver, alongside privateer of Derek Morgan. Watch out for Derek. Had some bad luck, did the number 6 this weekend, but fought through the Paddock, and he will try and do the same here. Row number 6, Jessica Edgar with Isaac Smith. 7, Sam Ward with Lee Ward. Row number 8 is Charlie Turner with Ashley Lewis.
Yeah, on the 8th row of the grid there for the Rush performances. Ryan Green and James Beecroft, row 9. Nat Thomas and Nina Piccoli, row 10. The 21-strong field is completed by Bryn Kinch. So, the points. Big thanks once again to Ian Rogers for the help on this one. Stewart has 392 secured. He needs to finish in a position that's equivalent to second place in those counting for championship points. We say that because Porter is not scoring championship points, so that's either second on the road or third on the road if Porter is ahead. Stewart has to score 62 points to further improve his score from 392. Ella Stevens, if she finishes with either 65 or 62 points, she can go beyond that 392. In short term, she has to beat her teammate in this race and other drivers further up the road to turn over this 4-point deficit. This is going to be a nail-biter, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen some stunning finishes in this KZ2 class in years gone by. You think back to the likes of 2019. You think back to last year as well. What is going to happen here in 2025? It's the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's KZ2 and we are racing in the season finale. It's a good start for Price. It's a good start for Weston and Murphy. Stevens is already fighting for P4, is ahead of her teammate through the first couple of corners. They're clean, they're running Nicole Sutherland toward Derek's corner and towards Dan Weldon corner.
It's a terrible start then for Morgan Porter, your driver that started on that front row alongside more racing. Teammate of Josh Price has fallen all the way back down the order into the clutches of Ralph Youngling. Out in the front, Price leads the way for the final time of him running that number 1 plate for the time being. Leads the way with just under 6/10 clear of teammate Miles Murphy. Jake Weston, P3. James Glenister, P4. Oliver Stewart, P5. And Ella Stevens, P6. This is the story, ladies and gentlemen. Oliver Stewart versus Ella Stevens. Championship battle is on between the two Jades. By the end of this race, we could have Andrew Mather, the first female to win a Viritools British Kart Championship in the modern era of this competition. This could be a day for the history books, but this is not going to be easily given to Ella Stevens. She's right there fighting out with Oliver Stewart, overtakes now James Glenister, follows through on her James Racing teammate there, uses him to get past as well, doesn't fall off the back because she's more than aware she needs to get past Ollie Stewart within this race.
So remember, folks, that drop scores are in play. It's the best 6 from 8 across the season. There are the live points. It's not really changed that much at the moment. So Stewart's still on 392, Ella Stevens still on 388 as they stand on the road. For both of them, it will be drop scores, one of their 2 drop scores here today. Miles Murphy could still take second place in the championship as well, but right now has got to get through past Jake Weston to move above Stevens in the title picture. You're absolutely right, Nicole. The last time a Motorsport UK sanctioned British champion was 2018 with Abby Pulling. Here is the battle a little bit further down the field. That's Sam Ward in number 63. Charlie Turner, who's been on the podium 3 times here in the last 3 years. What can he do? He's already tearing his way up through the field. Josh Price leads this race by a second. Jake Weston stays there in P2. New fastest lap of the race so far for Josh Price at 35.97. I like that Oliver Stewart's gone on the attack in this race, Nicole. I like that he's taken the initiative as Turner gets down the inside of Ryan Green there. Turner back up into the top 10. It would have been very easy for Stewart to sit back and let the racing gods of fate decide who is going to be the British champion this year. It has been a remarkable comeback story for Oliver Stewart. Right now, he's ahead of Ella Stevens. Doesn't matter that it's a drop score at the moment. He's doing what he needs to do. Be interested to see if there is a little change in how, you can see there, Stewart just checks over the shoulder. Where is Ella? What is the proximity there to the E-plate winner? Green down the inside. This is a proper good scrap between 2 veterans of this game, Ryan Green and Charlie Turner. Got to remember as well, there's a lot of drivers competing for seeded plates for 2026 as well. Morgan's up to 5th place in the championship, past Ashley Lewis. Jake Weston is up to 7th place in the championship, past Jess Edgar, past Nat Thomas, past Ralph Youngling. There's a lot on the line here in this race. 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Gotta say, Josh Price is looking supreme out front.
Absolutely is. Puts in that purple lap with a 35.74. But back to the attention on Ollie versus Ella. The pace between those 2 drivers. Ella is aware that she needs to turn something up within this race because on the 2 previous laps, she has gone faster than Ollie. She is starting to chase up to the back bumper of that 22. So the 22 versus the E-plate as through the TKM straights and through Kestrel, they do start to chase up to each other. This is going to be on very shortly. Like you said, James Glenister now retirement within this race says here it goes. Ella Stevens then, can she get it done on the entrance to the Willows? No. Door is slammed shut by Ollie Stewart knows that she was right there, knows what she was trying to do, and now ducks his head under the steering wheel, trying to avoid some of that head and tail wind that is going out on the different parts of the circuit to try and pull away. Gets it wrong though, out of Dan Weldon onto the grass. We'll have dirty tyres on the entrance to Kestrel, and now that's going to open things up to Ella through this lap. Goes wider through the exit of the final corner. Will she get the run down to turn number 1? Stewart defends heavily into 1. That's going to bring Derek Morgan into things. Ella won't be able to get the run through the Willows, and actually Morgan then backed off slightly from the back of those 2 Birrells as he got closer. This is going to be fiery here, Andrew.
But look at the gap that is growing up to Miles Murphy in 3rd place. Remember, with Morgan Porter a bit further down the field, it's nice and relatively straightforward for us in the box. For Stevens to win the title, irrespective of where Stewart is on the circuit for the first bit of this argument, Stevens has to be at least 2nd. She's got to get up to where Jake Weston is on the road right now. The gap is it's over 3.5 seconds now. Yes, for those supporting Ella Stevens, her strength, we talk about the starts. The starts have been really, really good today for Ella Stevens. That's been the Achilles heel. We're not quite yet into the area of the race that I would say, Nicole, is Ella's strength. The second half of Ella's races in the last 2 years have arguably been the quickest of anyone on this grid. she is going to need to find a mighty amount of speed. Firstly, to get past her teammate Oliver Stewart, who's not just going to let her through. There's not going to be any team orders here. This is Jade Racing Team versus Jade Racing Team to take this title. Oliver Stewart, they've worked together very well across the course of the season to get themselves into this position of 1 and 2 in the championship. But this is all about which of these drivers goes on the roll of honour here in 2025. Ella Stevens, I would say, is quicker. She looks quicker than Ollie Stewart right now. Into Kimbolton corner once again. But Oliver Stewart, the positioning that Stewart's doing with the kart is so good right now. This is so hard to do. This is not a simple game. You talk to people who've driven both of them. People say to me, this is harder than single-seaters. This is harder than British Formula 3, for example, because the rate at which things are happening, the gears, up and down the gears, on the throttle, on the brakes, the turning points, you will not have a busier experience as a racing driver than here in KZ2. And right now, Oliver Stewart is controlling things and lap by lap, minute by minute, moving towards becoming a British champion.
This is, like you said, the hardest level in karting. Everything in KZ2, everything in KZ Racing is so exaggerated because of the speed that you are carrying around the track. You know, pushed on by those 6 gears that these drivers carry around. They're driving one-handed. They're having to deal with all the bumps in the road that are also exaggerated because of how quickly they're going. So many individual components on the kart for these drivers to master, to understand those front brakes, the chassis, everything that can be generated from the, you know, the chassis thickness. This is not like your typical karting. There's so many different elements. These drivers abruptly stop at the centre bit of each curve, veer it off and then ping off of the corners while shifting up one-handed. It's not a difficult thing to do, and because of the pace and, you know, because of the size of the karts, like you said, could be argued to be more difficult than single-seater races where you're in a bigger car and things seem like they're happening a little bit slower even though you are technically going faster. This is why drivers like Oliver Stewart, who has dabbled in single-seater racing, who has dabbled in the GB3 Championship, like Jessica Edgar, who went to Formula 1 Academy very briefly, have come back to KZ karting because it's enjoyable for them. It's raw, it's passionate, it's full on, and it's fast. Seriously fast.
We're into the second half of this race. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Let's head down to Piers Prior for a Paddock report.
Oliver Stewart won't mind the fact that he's losing time to the leaders here, because I'm almost certain that he will know that Stevens needs at least a good result up the front, and all the while he's defending, he's pushing Ella further away from the front.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain. Here's the fight. Stewart defends again. This is fine for Stewart's title bid, because even if Ella Stevens gets through, the amount of time that has been taken out of this race, it's down to 5.5 minutes now, and the gap up to Miles Murphy in third and Jake Weston in second place continues to go. Look at Derek Morgan there in 6th place. What a run Derek Morgan is having. A disaster yesterday, 24 hours ago in time qualifying, but the pace of that number 6 privateer entered machine cannot be counted out. He's going to need some drama ahead of him, but a repeat of the podium that Morgan had here at Kimbolton 12 months ago is not out of question. And here's a fight for the race lead. Jake Weston on the Sodi Vitesse. The Sodi has been so quick in KZ2 racing around the world in recent times. Josh Price in his last race with the number 1 plate for now. Last year in the championship finale, he had that stunning finish in the wet conditions at Three Sisters versus Charlie Turner. What is he going to show for us here? What are More Racing going to show for us here with 4.5 minutes to go? But I'll say it again, Nicole, Jake Weston looked very, very, very quick in the superheats earlier today. He was on the podium here last year as well. He finished third in what was a really, really strong breakthrough weekend for him. He is going to give Josh Price a real fight here.
Absolutely is, but what it would mean for Price to take a final win with that number 1 place, round out, you know, that stint as your number 1 on the right foot, I think would mean probably the world for Price, but it's not going to be given to him easily because Jake Weston Fastest driver on the circuit, of course, is now continuing to heat up between Stevens and Stewart. Out of Willows they go, and the pace between your 22 and your E-plate is that Ella is a 1/10.5 faster than her Jade teammate right ahead of her. Needs to try and find a way here, does Ella. Maybe be a bit brave, because this is the moment, you know, the clock is ticking, the points, standings, she's absolutely running out of time here.
Yeah, she is, I'm afraid. At the moment, she is improving her point score. So, well, the second place in the championship on the line as well, in terms of getting to the race finish, but I don't think Ella Stevens will be thinking too much about that right now. Second or third, it's still not the championship. Now, here's an interesting development. Warning flag for Oliver Stewart, driver number 22. Again, we discussed it earlier with the drivers' guidelines and what is fair and what is allowable in terms of racing defence. I think that is the point at which Oliver Stewart has been told, okay, that's enough. Like, understand that the situation and the permutations with the championship, but there's still a race to be raced here. So suspect that we'll start to see Oliver Stewart starting to return to a more conventional racing line. But the crucial thing for me, Nicole, is he's defended, he's used the tactics. We've talked about this in other senior categories so far this year. Lewis Gilbert jumps to mind, particularly in the road tax categories. Playing the rules, playing what's allowed and doing what's allowed is part of the tactical game here. And the crucial thing for me is Stewart has opened up that 5-second gap for both himself and Ella Stevens up to Miles Murphy. Once again, let's head down to the to Parc Ferme area and over to Piers Prior.
Stewart defended a couple of laps ago into turn one. He's defending very well. Stevens just missed a gear out of turn one trying to get the cutback, and that dropped her off the back of Stewart, and it's just given him a bit of breathing room.
Has indeed. 2 minutes to go then in this race, Nicole. Where do you see the move, if a move, coming in at all from Jake Weston?
Well, of course, turn number one is a bit of a hot spot for these drivers, but let's not forget the pace that they carry into that one. So really, that's a stage in the lap where they really have to focus on stopping the carts. So doing it into there is also quite difficult to pull off. Can be done now after the run down the Mitsu straight towards Dan Weldon, but thinks against it here. Could have a look into Kestrel, because that's another moment, but also is the last corner where it can be a little bit more controlled. But Weston then not managing to have a look just yet. I think to get past the number one, he's going to have a little bit of bravery on four wheels here. High risk, high reward, I would maybe say, is needing to be deployed. But he's done it. Turn number one then. Jake Weston has found a way, has got that kart stopped nicely on that centre curve and found his way through for this race lead. Price, though, on the back bumper nonetheless through Dan Weldon. Will try and get past, as still this battle between Stewart and Stevens has not developed anymore, because they are still sat there 4th and 5th. And Derek Moore, actually, Del Boy's getting closer and closer, so he could find himself quite quickly within the top 5. Stewart, maybe a bit of a defensive posture now in this stage, because Charlie Turner is starting to arrive now.
Yeah, he is indeed. Derek Morgan, I think, is on for potentially his best finish in these championships. Many of the drivers on this grid have been loyal servants to KZ2, have been seeded drivers in many of the years of the modern era. As I say, Derek Morgan, 6th last year, 7th in 2023. Could be on for a number 5 plate in 2026. Likewise, Miles Murphy. What an effort it has been this weekend for Miles Murphy. The number 5 plate has been a seeded driver in every year of the modern era in KZ2. The best of them, if my memory serves me correctly, is 4th 2 years ago. So Miles Murphy at the moment could be getting his best results ever in this championship. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet, though. Oliver Stewart will surely be starting to believe. He tucks down, trying to get in as strong a position as possible. This is going to be a double drop score this weekend for Oliver Stewart. 6th he started for this race, 4th in this one. It's going to be the early part of the season that gives him the advantage. Ella Stevens is going to be improving her score by a single point. We're on the final lap. Jake Weston is your race leader. Jake Weston has a 1/4 of a second's advantage over Josh Price, but we're keeping focused on these two drivers here, 4th and 5th place on the road. Oliver Stewart, 12 months ago, was recovering from a life-changing moment. There were questions, would we ever see Oliver Stewart back on a karting circuit? He came back at the start of 2025, and in August of 2025, Oliver Stewart has become KZ2 British champion. He has done it. He has won it. It has not been easy. He has won this championship by 3 points over his teammate Ella Stevens. Jake Weston has won here at Kimbolton. Josh Price pushed him all the way with a proper drive there to second place. Miles Murphy completes the podium, but it is Oliver Stewart's day. It is the Stewart family's day. That was tense. That was nervous, but for me, Nicole, the key part of that race was the start. How Stewart went on the attack in the early phases, got track position, and then controlled it over 27 laps here at Kimbolton. And there is the moment. Oliver Stewart, 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK KZ2 British champion.
There we go then. There he is on your screen, being congratulated by all of the other competitors within the field. Morgan Porter just said, well done to Oliver. You had Charlie Turner, your number 2 from last year, just go over and recognise the hard work, the dedication put in by Oliver, put in by the Jade Racing team, but also by the family. Like you mentioned, that moment last year, it's not been a smooth journey for Oliver, but he's here within the grid, on that Birrell, and he achieves it. He pulls it off. He becomes your champion for 2025. Josh Price will take that number 1 off of the kart, because now it will replace that 2-2 there on your screen. Oliver Stewart, congratulations. You have done it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so happy for Oliver Stewart. We've got to know him very, very well in this commentary box over the years. He does a lot of work, not just as a driver for the Jade Racing team, a lot of driver coaching as well at Shannington for a lot of the younger drivers of that team. He is the embodiment of the modern day national racer who, if there's any rights in the world, these drivers will get a lot more attention and continue to grow this sport in the coming years. But there is a scene that 12 months ago would have been scarcely believable, that Oliver Stewart has come back from a terrible, terrible event to now be on a list of drivers that includes the great and the good of British karting, and for the first time ever in any category, Oliver Stewart's name joins that here in KZ2. Shake of the hands there with Josh Price. Josh Price, a great effort here this weekend. It's been great to have Josh Price back in the paddock and on the racetrack here this weekend. He hands, of course, his number 1 plate over to Oliver Stewart. But there he is, your new champion, who joins Price, Porter, Turner, Cannon, Charlton and Glear as the drivers who can call themselves KZ2 British champion in the modern era. Full credit to Jake Weston as well. What a day he's had. Shouldn't be forgotten that he is your round winner. Retains his number 7 plate for 2026. He won that one, and he had to fight for it as well. In a tremendous performance. Arguably, he should have been in that position 12 months ago here at Kimbolton. It just wasn't quite his day, but he has fought through to take what is his first win of any kind in a British Kart Championships category. Weston wins from Price. Miles Murphy's 3rd place means he's also 3rd in the championship. That, if I'm not mistaken, is his best ever result in the championship. Stewart's 4th place ahead of Stevens' 5th. Still, also, Nicole, we should take a moment to mention how great a season Ella Stevens has had. A race winner, particularly that weekend at Dunk as well, was fantastic from her. She'll be disappointed, obviously, but you know, she is a name who is continuing to grow in KZ2 racing. As I say, that retention of the E-plate 3 weeks ago at Shannington was a big thing. This is not going to be the last time we see Ella Stevens in a title fight.
No, absolutely not. I think she can walk away from this weekend with her head up high.
Yeah.
You know, came into it. This championship has not been ran away with by Oliver Stewart. It was literally until the last lap that it was out of the two of them. Congratulations, I think, to both Oliver, Ella and, of course, the Jade Racing team. This is how it all unfolded, though. Charlie Turner was trying to get involved, but of course, after some bad luck he's had this weekend, he couldn't quite find himself within the top 3 of your championship. Ollie and Ella, throughout the entire thing, Ella kept trying to have a go, especially through the likes of turn number 1 and through the willows as well. It didn't unfold the way she would have wanted it to, because that defensive driving, that strong posture by Oliver Stewart was just enough to gift him that championship win. And being given that win then for the final, Jake Weston, you can't fault him. You can't fault that move that he pulled off at turn number 1 on Josh Price to take a trophy home this weekend here at Kimbolton to round out the KZ2 2025 season. Piers Prior is down there in Parc Ferme. I'm sure he's going to be catching up with our drivers, probably Jake Weston, and hopefully your championship winner of Oliver Stewart also.
Your winner, Jake Weston. Wow, what a race, Jake. You really had to push hard to get onto the back of championship winner last season, Josh Price, and you pulled the move off at turn 1.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one. Toughest race of the year, I'd say, especially with the weather. Yeah. Absolutely dripping. But yeah, it's a first win. Finally had a bit of lady luck on our side, I guess.
And I can tell you're absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, definitely pleased with that one. It's been a long time coming, I would say, especially from last year. We was there, but then had to work up to 3rd and ran out of time at the end. But now this time we finally got it.
Hey, also the second half of the race, I feel like your pace just switched on. It looked like Josh had the legs on you at the start. Where was the pace at the end?
Just that final burst of energy, I guess. Getting that head down in all the wind, and finally managed to caught him up and get the move done.
Does that give you good motivation for maybe come back and see if you can do something even better next year?
Yeah, certainly. Hopefully many more wins to come next year, and finally have a good shot at the title, I guess.
Jake, you're the winner of the final round here at the Wera British Kart Championships. Congratulations. Only overshadowed by one man today. I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your team the race victory, because we crown... Jake, come on, move on. We crown our champion, Oliver Stewart. Please come in, mate. Ollie, I know that this has been a lot of effort, a lot of hard work, but you've done it. British champion. How does that feel?
Relieving.
Relieved?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, not only last year, nearly marks a year, we were in a car crash and I thought I'd never race again. So to come back in a year later and be British champions, just...
Amazing. I can see the emotion. Obviously, your dad's here, everyone that's worked behind the scenes. Just give us an idea of how much work that goes on behind the scenes to do this, and thank anyone that you need to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it starts from right back from when my dad's putting spotlights and roofs, because he's an electrician, so starts all the way from there. All the effort he puts in, my sponsors, my family, just everything. It's been a tough year, and especially in that final, we didn't really have the pace to win it. But yeah, the team have done an absolutely fantastic job all year. The kart's been unbelievable, the engines have been unbelievable, so yeah, if we were slow in one final I can't complain, because we've been rapid all year elsewhere.
You did what you needed to do in that final, and a word for Ella as well, because she was right behind you that whole race. She's pushed you all the way in the championship. You guys have been teammates this year, friends, but also rivals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ella's been absolutely unbelievable. It's really hard to keep up with. She's the little midget missile, the 4'2" weapon, so yeah, it's hard to keep up with her, so I'm glad I was able to keep her behind me, because if she got in front of me, I wasn't keeping up with her. But yeah, no, she's been unbelievable all year, really pushed me to my limits. So yeah, fair play to her as well. Amazing job by yourself, and I'm going to let Dan Parker, head of UK Karting, come in and present you with what you've worked so hard for, the #1 plate, Oliver Stewart 2025 British Kart Championships Wera KZ2 winner. Amazing. What a way to end the season. I'll let Oliver go and celebrate with the team as we close out what has been an amazing weekend of racing. I've got Andrew Mather alongside me as well. Andrew, you can see what it means to Oliver Stewart. He's been crowned champion. We've got some more champions to be crowned in future rounds, but what a performance.
Yeah, as I say again, we can't forget where Ollie and his family were 12 months ago. And I think that's what we love the stories. That's what we're all about telling the stories here in this sport, to further progress this sport, to get more eyes on this sport. You know, sport loves a comeback story, doesn't it? Of a driver, you know, pulling themselves together and going, no, I'm not going to let certain things dictate what the future looks like. And for Oliver Stewart, he's been on fire all year. You remember right back to the start of the season, Borden Law, hurting, and has continued to get better and better and better and secure this championship with what must have been a really difficult drive, having your teammate right on your tail, knowing that it's one of those defensive drives. So yeah, full credit to Ollie, full credit to Ella as well. She's been fantastic this season. Full credit to Miles as well. He gave it his all to mix it up at the end there. So the one shame I have is that's it for KZ2. I wish we had another 2 rounds with them, but hey, we don't make the calendar, do we, mate?
No, it's not to be understated, the physical and mental challenges that Oliver Stewart's gone through to get himself in a position to even be on the grid, let alone take the victory. And you can see what it means to him and the team. Congratulations to them. Of course, we've got plenty more racing coming up. Events 8 and 9 coming up very quickly in short succession. But all that's left to do is thank everyone here at Kimbolton Hunts Kart Race Club for hosting us. It's been an amazing weekend of racing. Thank you very much to James Fitzhugh and all of Alpha Live for organising the weather and this wonderful broadcast. The Orange Army, as always, scrutineers, everyone who works behind the scenes to make this work. We hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you have done, drop a like on this video and this live stream. Let us know that you enjoyed the racing and subscribe so you don't miss out the next events, which will come live to you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and Karting UK. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you very, very soon.